Well, that's not going how I... Why is it so angry right now? Okay, try spamming some nut emotes again. Okay. I think I've told it to STFU. Seems like it's happier now. The first one, the first time I did it, I was like, what is wrong with you? Why are you getting rid of those? Okay. Sorry about that. Jeez Louise. I'm not sure why it was so angry at you. By which I mean, I hadn't tested that yet. Let me hop into some music. All right. Sorry about that. Nightbot is not a morning person, apparently. For those of you who couldn't see it, my Nightbot just had a record of deleting messages. If Nightbot was a human moderator, I would have immediately revoked moderation privileges. Okay. Nightbot might need their morning coffee. Okay, I just disabled the excess emotes and excess symbols thing on the back side of it. I'm gonna keep that tab open. Sorry, music is probably really loud. I'm gonna keep that tab open in the background. It just started deleting every single message. All right. Hi, welcome. Sorry about that. My word. Okay. Got a couple housekeeping. Real quick. I have some reaction videos that were pinned that that people were saying would be helpful to watch before we do Act 5. So that is here. Let me just pull those videos up real quick. These ones right here were said to be good ones to watch. However, it's not a show. I mean, I guess it's not long. The primary ones seem like it's going to be Hexenzirkel, and the Mage's Tea Party. Are those going to be the important ones? Okay, I might hold off on the Windbloom ones. I know they will probably be helpful ones, but I think we might just stick with the Hexenzirkel and the Mage's Tea Party ones. Worth watching. All right, cool. So maybe we just stick with that one. All right, let's wait just a sec, a little bit more, let everyone filter in. In the meantime, oh, that's not the full game. There we go. In the meantime, I didn't fully build her out, obviously, but I put some resources into Dia. Let me pause that real quick and turn game music back on. Boop, boop, boop. I put some resources into old Dia here, and her team right now has Kazuha, Xiangling, and Fischl. the other pyro character I had with her was Bennett, but I felt like I was constantly walking out of his ring. I feel like even as big as Dia's ring is, I constantly am, especially with her burst, I'm constantly walking out of even her burst. But I've got her at 665, and the lowest upgraded artifact is at plus 13, all five-star artifacts. Damage, attack, and HP for the variable ones, and then Emblem of Severed Fate. I feel like if I run her, if and when I run her as, in the meantime, Bark. I feel like if and when I run her as a support, I might actually switch her over to a Tenacity of Millilith setup. Because that actually seems like a much better one for her versus Emblem if you're using her as a support. Because she's an HP scaler. She scales on HP and attack. It's kind of weird. But that's her right now. She has a pretty respectable crit ratio for what she is right now. And a pretty respectable HP considering she's only level 70 as well. So, Cincinnati is a great one for her. Okay, cool. Sorry, everyone, for the Nightbot weirdness at the start. I say weirdness, but it was just, that's on me for not kind of testing that before we went live with it for the first time. And the reason that I set the Nightbot up is because I just want to, I might repeat this throughout the stream as well as more people flood in. However, we're already at 60 people in right now. Hello, welcome everyone. But we are doing some lore heavy stuff today. We are doing Fontaine Act 5. I gotta reiterate the spoiler thing. I don't consider the, like, when you guys hype things up like it's happening, wait for this scene, I don't consider that spoiling, but it sets up the expectation that something's going to happen soon. And when the game hasn't roundhouse kicked me yet, when there's a surprise that hasn't happened yet, don't set up that expectation that, man, in 3 minutes it's really gonna hit, because then it's not gonna hit me as hard as when the game just throws that left hook out of nowhere. So it's not a spoiler, but try to avoid that. Yeah, hold hype until it happens, and then while it's happening, then you can hype all you want, and then obviously, just black and white spoilers, like, for example, fun fact, Connery and Israeli churls. Those are off limits, and my mods have this final say on deletion of those messages if it's just a straight up spoiler. But I never want to be a streamer who said, oh, thank you for removing that timeout, by the way. Sorry about that. Yeah, mods, if you can go through and see who Nightbot put in, see who Nightbot has jailed and just release everyone from jail right now, because I think Nightbot timed out a lot of people for emote spamming. It's a weird one to have on by default, is emote spamming. So, I think that's all the housekeeping, as far as like the spoilering and that kind of stuff, because oh my gosh, yeah, it timed out a lot of people. I'm so sorry. Yeah, who's in jail? Yeah, so I just have to I had to mention the spoiler stuff. I never want to be the streamer who is just constantly telling my mods to time people out and even ban people for spoilers and that kind of stuff, or because I don't want to limit you guys from chatting, because that's one of the best parts is you guys interacting and you guys hyping up with me. But hype up with me when I'm getting hyped about something, because it's already happened, not 30 seconds before the reveal happens. A really good example of this actually was you guys were hyping up the entrance to Conria without hyping it up, because I hadn't gotten there yet, but you guys were simply saying something to the effect of, has he gotten to a certain location yet? That's nuts, but like, I don't know, is there a location up here? Yeah, there's locations all over the place. I don't know what that means, but that's not hinting, oh, has he gotten to a certain Conria location? Like, okay, that's a bit more, that's a bit more on the nose. So, I trust you all to use your brains with that. However, we've had some stuff in the past that I feel like I need to address that. So, anyways, Fontaine Act 5 begins today. And Fontaine Act 5 will complete today as well. I think actually maybe we just stay here as I watch that video. I almost wanted to show you guys how Dia's doing in terms of damage real quick, because she's doing perfectly fine right now. By perfectly fine, I mean that she's performing about as well as a level 74 star when it comes to damage, by which I mean Beidou. She's performing about in line with Beidou, but with Kazuha and Fischl, the Pyro character is almost here, mostly just for the resonance. But with these supports, it's kind of like what I said a while back. That was you get the vibe of this kind of early on, that as long as you pair them with really powerful supports, you can kind of make anyone a quote unquote DPS. It's unfair to call them a DPS though, because it's not really them doing the lion's share the lion's share of the damage. It's not really them doing the lion's share of the damage. But if you want someone in your number 1 slot to have on field the person that you're swinging with the most, then you need to pair them with really strong DPS, with really strong off fields and really strong supports. And that's going to be the story with Dia. She's going to be run much like Beidou is, because my Beidou team never makes any sense. It's just my excuse to run these four in a team. Now, as far as using Dia for her purpose, this is a pretty damn good team. I tried this out a little bit as well, and double cryo, double pyro, letting Dia tank damage and put on the field where her skill has kind of like the passive pyro, and then Bennett for attack up, Shenhe to buff Risley's cryo. That's a very strong team, actually. As far as an off-fielder, Dia's a very good one. It's just using her as on-field. I think that's what everyone gets pissed about. Because I feel like people wanted her to be on-field DPS, and sometimes her kit isn't, if you read her kit, it's not based around her being an on-field anyway. I don't know. I guess her burst kind of implies that she wants to be a DPS. But, yeah, and interruption resistance. So, anyways, let's head back up to Fontaine. Let's watch, let's watch, that video. Interruption resistance, Dia's interruption resistance is underrated. Interruption resistance just feels like, for a lot of people, if you can tank the damage, if you got a good shield or something like that, I guess shielding would also provide interruption resistance. But if you can out heal the damage, or you have someone else like Dia to tank the damage, interruption resistance is very, very useful. That's one of my favorite parts about Raiden's burst, actually, is that you don't have to worry. You can just like fight through the pain. Okay. Hexenzirkel. This seems, everything we know about Hexenzirkel seems like this one's going to be a good one. Story teaser first? Okay, I can do that. an actual Genshin one, and then Hexenzirkel feels like everyone said that was going to be a really good one to watch. And still accruing primos, still going to pull on Furina for the remainder of her banner. But at the very least, we'll be building pity towards, I think you guys said that it's confirmed that Bird Mom is coming back. That'll probably be the next one that I'm pulling on. Although I also would like Zilonin as well, because she seems like she's a broken support as well. Look, Burb. Alright, let's watch this.
Ever heard of the Hexenzirkel? As the spooky name suggests, it's a secret society. Once upon a time, it even challenged the animal Archon himself. But he replied, "Let us make music, not war, and resolve our conflicts through song." From then on, the mages would only ever convene in the woods, in the skies, or on the edges of cliffs. At these tea parties, they discussed their stories and secrets and resolved their differences, as the tea and cakes bore witness to their pledge never to fight amongst themselves.
Yesterday, I snuffed out the life of my beloved. He had grown old and was extremely sick. He loved me dearly, so I took his fate in my hands and ended his pain.
I'm raising a son. Of all the children I had, he's the only one left. But I suppose that still makes me a mother.
My lifespan is nothing compared to yours, so I wish to leave you with my storybook. Actually, maybe you can pass it on to your children one day.
Oh, this looks interesting. Let me scry.
Old Mona. Or it's Mona's
My dear
teacher.
sisters, we mustn't let prophecies threaten our bonds of friendship. Even the most frightening witch was once a little girl, and growing up can be so tough. Sometimes we all need to vent our troubles to the wind. Even if the nations go to war, or the sky falls down, the mages' tea parties shall forever be held around this table.
Interesting. What are all these little insignias as well? I guess these are just the 8 mages. The Hexenzirkel.
There's stories of cliffs.
Of cliffs.
At these tea parties, they
Okay,
discuss
just 2
their stories
teacups. However, a teacup with some insignia on it. This teacup has a dragon as the handle.
discussed their stories and secrets and resolved their differences.
A candelabra and some flowers and a plate of desserts. Oh, this is Alice's mom's voice? Clee mom? Alice's mom's voice. This is Alice's voice? That makes sense. A legendary mage we've heard about traipsing all across Teyvat. Yeah, it's a dragon. Huh. Yeah, then the other wind blooms would be good to react to. I just don't want to take a ton of time out of this stream because this is going to be a long one. All of Act 5 plus my yapping. All right, let's hop into the recap, the Hexenzirkel recap. I'm just trying to get my goal with this is not to understand it fully in the way that you guys did when you did all the summer events, is just to get a good introduction to it, because it seems like this is going to be a significant group during Act 5. So, plus getting distracted, plus squirrel brain. First time we learned was from Lisa.
Asked Mona. She seems to be an excellent mage, but I'm not a part of their Hexenzirkel. The idea of Erminsel exploration and formal tea parties just leaves me cold.
Oh, that's just that's just her her about Mona voice line, isn't it? Erminsel exploration. And also Mona is a member of that.
The idea of Erminsel exploration and formal tea parties just leaves me cold.
Based on stored events, the group seems to have 8 members who are all women.
Well, it's been many years since this lantern last lit up. You can't blame me for thinking that one of the old friends from my youth may have decided to catch up again.
Oh, you guys met? You guys actually met Alice? Huh. They rarely meet anymore and most have grown old. And that's because Alice is crazy old, isn't she? They all have a code letter associated to each one of them. Anders' daughter. M was a human who was a writer.
My lifespan is nothing compared to yours, so I wish to leave you with my storybook. Actually, maybe you can pass it on to your children one day.
She's written the she's written the Boar Princess book series. If we assume that all of her works feature a rose design on its cover, then Hex and Hound and Pale Princess and Six Pygmies are most likely her works as well. Huh. Boar Princess is a story of a princess who lives in Mondstadt forests. That's on my list of things to, lore books to turn into audiobooks. Tale is set in ancient Mondstadt, where Barbados is mentioned as the Anemo Archon, as per usual. In the story, the princess goes on a quest to save a cursed wolf in the frozen plains north of Mondstadt. She takes 2 of her companions, a turtle and a fox, with her, and also meets an ancient spirit along the way. The story ends with the princess sacrificing her 2 companions to the wolf to become his friend. Rough. The Hex and the Hound story is about a Mondstadter who falls in love with an Outlander woman. The woman turns out to be a witch who transforms him into a sword-wielding dog. I'm sorry, what? Also, is this... Vanessa wasn't a redhead, was she? She was. Is this Vanessa? The first Dandelion Knight? Book also mentions how the witch can bring her sister back to life using forbidden magic. The Pale Princess and Six Pygmies is still incomplete in the game's lore. Huh. There are some mentions in the book that can be linked to the Sardiza and the 7 Archons.
I was unaware that anyone in Mondstadt was
But from the initial volumes, it seems important to the Abyss Order as seen in Lisa's story quest.
concerned with unearthing the secret hidden inside this book.
Oh, that was the book that Abyss Mage had stole, or that was the book that was in. Huh. It's been such a long time. It's been such a long time, as if it's been 5 years for some of you guys. It's been such a long time since I've done Lisa's story quest. Ivanovna and J was also a mortal human like M.
You've never acknowledged any of Jay's successors. It's now been centuries since the first of us took on her mantle.
Yesterday, I snuffed out the life of my beloved. He had grown old and was extremely sick. He loved me dearly, so I took his fate in my hands and ended his pain.
Her name might suggest that she was from the Snezhnaya. Sounds like, a very...
The guide who will...
The guy who, Nicole, and who Alice suggests is someone who studies the world's direction and order.
never get lost is N, otherwise known as Nicole. You may not have encountered her yet, but she is a truly extraordinary woman who has made this world's direction and order her subject of study. Some of you may be fortunate enough to have already heard her voice. Like a prophetess, she will only speak to guide people toward the truth when a change has occurred in the world. She has a tendency to suddenly speak in someone's mind without any warning.
Inversion of Genesis was which quest? Skara. Oh!
Guide people toward the truth. She will only heard her voice. Some of you may be fortunate enough to have already heard her voice. Like a prophetess, she will only speak to guide people toward the truth when a change has occurred in the world. She has a tendency to suddenly speak in someone's mind without any warning.
Yeah, the voices spoke at the end when a change has happened in the world, aka Skara hitting the forced reset.
Unfortunately, the fate of Teyvat cannot easily be changed. Perhaps a god may have a slim chance, but for anyone else, who can say? History does not change easily, but human hearts can. Believe your own eyes. Only that which you see is true. What is unseen is but an illusion.
So that suggests that Nicole doesn't exactly know what changes were made. Just that a change definitely occurred in the world. So it's likely she's from Teyvat itself and not a descender, which would mean that she would have her memory. The memory wipe would have affected her as well, even when she's not in the world. Rhine-daughter R is a researcher from Conria. And is also Albedo's creator and mother.
And what of imitation and mimicry? It has always been a fool's errand to mimic and learn from humanity.
She was also responsible for creating rift wolves that we see in Teyvat. What a big... The dragon that attacked Mondstadt 500 years ago, Durin, was also her creation. Whoa. She also created a primordial albedo before creating the real albedo. Okay, that is some... That is some... What? Dragon's Magic was the most lowest there. Okay, gotcha. It is... This isn't necessarily a complaint, but it is kind of rough sometimes. And this is kind of just unavoidable with the way that Hoyo uses the limited events and their social media, by which I mean like YouTube trailers and that kind of stuff. It is kind of rough to come into it after the fact, where it's rough to know the correct roadmap. If I was going through this game, going through this game with you guys, with the community, is it's like a different experience of the game, as if you were just doing it by yourself, if you were kind of doing it in isolation. And it almost, maybe it is a complaint, because the game almost doesn't stand on its own as well as if you supplement the game with all of the events that you can no longer do, and all of the trailers and stuff as well. I don't know if it's a complaint. It probably is, but it seems like the game has trouble standing on its own when you really start diving deeper into the lore. The game has trouble standing on its own, and it relies more on stuff that you can't really experience anymore. Story revealed in 2.3's Shadows Amidst Snowstorms event.
I'm raising a son. Of all the children I had, he's the only one left. But I suppose that still makes me a mother.
She's also likely cursed with immortality like other Conrians, which would make sense. Barbaloth B is Mona's master who taught her hydromancy. That explains the let me scry line. I was like, oh, I was making a joke about it being, oh, it's old Mona, but I was like, oh, that's probably Mona's master that she's, her teacher that she keeps talking about.
Looks interesting. Let me scry.
She could be the world's greatest astrologer, as it is Mona's goal to surpass her.
Since we've last gathered, Jay's successor has already become so reckless and bold. Unbelievable.
Wait. Why are you talking just like the old hag?
Old hag? Who would dare say that? Is that Mona?
She knew immediately who it was. She was picking out hats for other people and selected the one that Klee currently wears. Oh, that's adorable. Alice A is Klee's biological mother and author of the Teyvat Travel Guide. Yeah. Based on the lore so far, she has implied she is to be a descender, just like the Traveler. Did I know that? Or was that revealed in one of the previous events? That Alice is a descender? Speculations. Not confirmed. Okay, gotcha. Okay. Implied but not confirmed. Huh. She's skilled in alchemy, astrology, engineering, magic, and medicine. And destruction. Additionally, she's also one of the elders in Hexenzirkel. Other than Klee, she also considers Albedo and Diluc as her sons as well. She took in Albedo as Rhindaughter's due to Rhindaughter's request. Also insists Diluc to consider her his mother because of how he treats Klee. In the past, she has traveled in Liu with Zhongli as her guide. Really? Also, this shot of Zhongli in the corner and Hu Tao sitting with her knees on the chair is adorable. She's so much like I say this repeatedly, but they have such a cute dynamic. It's like an unruly granddaughter. Well, she's also been to Inazuma after the Cataclysm 500 years ago. Why haven't we gotten any more? Have I just not found them the rest of the travel guide? Because I haven't gotten any more Teyvat travel guide in like Sumeru or Fontaine or anything. At that time, she met Yae Miko, who was just a little girl, and how easy it was to make her cry. Alice is also the current supplier of eccentric goods for Dory. Other than A, B, J, M, N, and R, there's still 2 more Hexenzirkel members that we don't know of. However, not all these members can be exactly considered as good people. Rhindaughter created many monsters 500 years ago and is linked to the cataclysm that followed. She's even called as Gold, the Great Sinner. Hexenzirkel even tried to challenge the Animo Archon, which could have destabilized Mondstadt. It's a very venti part of the reason why the group exists now is for them to not fight amongst each other. It's such a venti thing to just say, to be challenged with war and just say like, nah. Make songs, not war. And again, it seems like, have a drink. Now we dancing. Why not get smashed instead? It seems, again, we keep repeating this, and I hope they expand on this and touch on it more, because Venti is a very mysterious character. There's a lot of mystery hidden behind that wine-laced smile of his, that seems like a coping mechanism. And it seems like Barbados is a lot more powerful than he lets on if he can be challenged with war and have the authority and power to just say, nah. Also known for to follow succession method for the members. Most of the original members who founded the group may have already passed on. It's similar how 5 of the 7 Archons have all been replaced. That's cute, him holding a Sealy. Man, this game's lore. Oh. Yeah, Venti's line, I'm the weakest among the 7, considered sus by many. I also kind of thought that, even at the time, I feel like I kind of had my suspicions about that. Because when the game goes out and directly says something, it's kind of a double-edged sword, whether you take that at face value or not. It is frustrating that there's so much lore in the limited events. That's kind of what I was saying. That I think that is a complaint, that for limited events to have heavy store stuff in the limited events. It's similar to like what stopped me from really thinking that Hu Tao was gonna die was one, thinking that they're not gonna kill off one of their biggest cash cows, but also they're not gonna kill off they're not gonna have a major death in the limited event, but they drop a bunch of other heavy lore stuff in limited events. So why is killing off a main character that big of a stretch? A playable character, that is a stretch. They probably wouldn't do that in limited event, but they could kill off, I don't know, a Junior Zod type character. They could kill off a Ying-ar type character, like an NPC in a limited event. Yeah, imagine being a new player and never knowing Hu Tao died in a limited event. Okay. It is time for Fontaine Act 5. I'm still curious. Touch Junior Zod and Irai. I'm still curious. I really feel like there's going to be a major death or a series of major deaths as this game comes to it. Excuse me, geez Louise, drinking coffee. As this game comes to its close. Seems like that's kind of a natural progression for the game to go in. Will they kill off Zhongli after his 6,000 years of service? Like, give him a good send-off? And I almost feel like Hu Tao's death sequence during Lantern Rite may have been a test for how the community would react to their idea of how to send a character off. Because my impression of that was like, that's a good way to send a character off. That's a good way to have a character leave the field. Because spoilers for if you haven't watched, if you're not caught up on MCU movies as of like 2019, 2020, but the way the Marvel Cinematic Universe handled Tony Stark's death, that was a very good way to handle a major character death. And I feel like if they were going to send off Hu Tao, that was a great way to do it. Because if that had happened in Archon Quest, that would have been a great way to send that character out. And from what I hear also, thankfully I haven't been spoiled about this for any other games as well, but you guys said that like Hoyo is not averse to killing off major characters. Okay, I don't think there's any other housekeepings to do. I told you that I have my Dia already at 70, immediately took her to level 70 and 665 with plus 13 and above artifacts.
The desert's a tough adversary.
It is. I think Xiao also almost died. That's true. And it was that was in the Chasm interlude, wasn't it? Yeah, so they've played with it before. All right. Act 5, let's go. Some time has passed since the incident in the Fortress of Meripede, and your sentence here is almost finished.
Now for a little rest after breakfast. This is the life. Wait a sec. Isn't something important supposed to happen today? Oh, today's our big day! We're supposed to leave the Fortress of Meripede! Come on, we've got to go complete the release procedures now!
Masquerade of the Guilty. What a title. Talk to the receptionist. Well, I'll miss you, bed, but I also, well, would it be cool if we could have these prison beds in the teapot? the gigantic beds. And I'm going to reiterate one more time. Limit hyping up stuff that is going to happen in 3 minutes, 30 seconds. Limit hyping that stuff up until it actually happens. Wait until it happens to get hype. That sounds... I don't like the way that sounds. Get hype with me. Don't, Man, I had a really good way to phrase that before, but, spoilers come in forms, besides just saying Snape kills Dumbledore. Spoilers come in different sizes, different ways.
Please, sign here. This document will be effective immediately upon signing, and you two may exit the Fortress of Meripede via the regular channels.
It's been so long since we've been to the surface. Let's hurry up and...
Oh my gosh.
What's happening?
You okay? Trouble just follows us.
I'm fine, thanks. But I wonder what that tremor was just now.
Let's go ask the Duke.
Duke. Bro, you gotta get the structural integrity of this place checked out, man. Duke. The building is old AF, that's true. What's up, dog?
Your Grace?
I mean, wolf.
Ah, good to see you two. Is there something you wish to see me about?
Yeah, what was with that earthquake just now?
Ah, that. The tremor didn't originate from the seafloor. In fact, it seems it came from the surface.
He knew what we were concerned about. Like, is that door breaking again? The seal that Neuvillette cast over it?
Over the years of serving as the warden here, I have developed a sense for distinguishing between what occurs on the surface and what occurs underwater. Besides, the seal that Monsieur Neuvillette set in place won't fail so easily.
So the fortress is okay?
If you recall our last incident, if there really were a problem, there would be crowds of inmates in a panic right now.
Huh, you've got a point. Okay, seems we need to get back up to the surface and ask about what happened. By the way, do you know what day it is today?
I believe today is this month's pipe cleaning day.
Wait, seriously?
Actually, today is the day we say goodbye to the fortress.
Aha, yes. Have you completed your release papers?
No.
Yep. It's you two. Are you leaving now? That's right. Today is our last day in prison. But now that Paimon says that, it doesn't feel like we were confined here. It's actually been pretty nice.
A lot of people have helped us out.
Oh yeah, Paimon feels fond of this place now. Well, then be sure to come back and visit. I'll miss you.
Nurse Joy hoping we
If
get
you've signed
hurt
the
again.
release papers, then you're free to go. The guards will escort you out.
You're not going to see us off?
I knew you'd ask. All right, sure. Let's go.
Well, you actually agreed. No worries, you must be busy. Paimon was just joking.
Ah, so you do have a polite side, I see.
After being down here for so long, I imagine you must feel like you're lacking companionship. Shall I come along too?
I would say, yeah, sure, if you want. No, that's all right. It's not like we'll never visit again.
Yeah, don't worry. We'll come back to see you. Paimon really likes the cafeteria here. The chefs sure do know how to make good grub.
I hope you won't be here as convicts the next time I see you.
We'll do our best to stay out of trouble. probably go report to him now. Next up, the Palais Mermonia.
You're going to see Monsieur Neuvillette? Please pass on our kind regards.
I'm sure just your regards will do, no?
I believe it would be the polite thing to do.
You're right. I've heard the Palais has been terribly busy these days. Tell him that I hope he hasn't been overwhelmed by the recent string of troubles. If you're concerned about things at the Palais, why don't you take some time to go up and check things out? I believe you should still have some vacation time to spend.
Thank you for being so understanding. It means a lot. It's been some time since I've gone to the surface. I must say that I've started to miss it a little.
Two dads. I didn't miss any books or anything in here, did I? Doesn't appear like it. Word. Double layered cake. What does that mean? What double layered what? I don't get it. Cafeteria. I wanted to go to the cafeteria real quick. Greetings. What can I do for you? Like a welfare meal. Bleh. I'd like a welfare meal, please. Understood. Enjoy your meal. Give me a fortune slip. Let me know how Act 5 is gonna go for me as far as emotional content. Is this gonna be like a Sumeru Act 5, or is this gonna be like a thanks for your patronage? Okay, have another. Just kidding. What does that mean? It's gonna be Fontaine Act 5. Oh, right. Can you leave the fortress organically? Can you just take the bus back? Nope, because the elevator is not here. And there's no way to call it. Boo-doo-doom-doom. Boo-doo-doo-doom-doom. Oh, wait, hang on. This also doesn't have focus mode? This also doesn't have focus mode? Boop, 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 boop. There we go. Was there? I didn't. Maybe I just didn't look hard enough. I thought I didn't see a button inside the elevator. We're free. Do I have any oculi to give? I have 2. All right. Oh, there is a terminal. Jeez Louise, you hear my knuckles crack just then? That probably sounded horrible. Sorry about that. Oh, Sadine's outside of the office.
The Palais Mermonia sure is buzzing with activity today.
Halt! Huh? Oh, it's you two. Apologies. Monsieur Neuvillette did say you'd be welcome at any time.
Excuse me. Would you mind helping me take a look at this report?
I'll be right there. Sorry, I've got my hands full here. You can see yourselves in.
Thanks, homie.
Everyone's so busy. Seems a lot has been happening.
Usually is whenever we enter a country.
Hello. You've come at the right time, but you'll have to wait for just a moment, as there are some urgent matters I must tend to first. In the meantime, please, have a seat. If you'd like to have something to drink, let the Melusine outside know.
That's all right. We just ate.
Very well then.
Let's take a break over there while we wait for him to finish his work.
All right. That should wrap things up for now.
Are you done with your work?
Yes, sorry to keep you waiting.
All good, homie.
Today should be the day you were released from the Fortress of Meripede, and it appears that you have managed to complete all the release paperwork.
That's right, and we came here to see you right away.
You'd Paimon tell Neuvillette everything that happened since the Primordial Sea incident, as well as your dream regarding...
Massive whale.
As well as your dream regarding child, and Neuvillette talks about some of my chatters.
Do you have any idea what that might be?
People who gift primos. That sounded extremely insulting for a second. Whale in
a massive whale.
Whales in terms of big spenders.
Judging from your description, that cannot have occurred in any ordinary waters, but rather something like the Primordial Sea. A whale of that size and shape cannot usually be found in the waters of Teyvat. Therefore, we can only assume that child is presently immersed in primordial seawater.
Immersed in primordial seawater? But how? And is he okay?
Is he okay? He's not from Fontaine, so he won't dissolve, but he'll still get affected by it.
Most people wouldn't be capable of entering in the first place. I'm not completely sure how he could have gotten there myself.
There's something we'd like to ask you about.
Yes? What is it?
What was that tremor we felt earlier?
Oh, right! Paimon felt it too! We asked the Duke and he said it wasn't from underwater, so we figured you might know something about it.
It turns out that I have just received a report about this particular matter. In fact, that's exactly what I was busy with a moment ago. The source of the tremor was here on the surface near Poisson. After the shaking stopped, the water levels in the Poisson area rose at an alarming rate.
That's
the water
weird.
Levels rose? Oh no! What about all the people there?
Fortunately, the water levels only rose for a short period of time and have already returned to normal now. However, I still have a bad feeling about the whole phenomenon. If the change in water levels is connected with the leaking primordial seawater, then the situation in Poisson may be much worse than it appears.
Eek.
Navia should be in Poisson, right? We need to go check on her.
Yes, the Spina's headquarters is there, and also the Spina's headquarters is below the water level. So if the waters rose, it could flood that whole place.
I would also like to go there as soon as possible, but I'm afraid I can't leave just yet. We must immediately formulate disaster prevention plans for the surrounding coastal areas to avoid potential catastrophes. I'll have to ask you two to go to Poisson first. I'll meet you there to check on the situation once I finish things here.
Sounds like a plan.
There's no time to lose. Let's get going.
Please be careful.
Always.
The two of you have my thanks. If you need any help, just let me know.
Red versus blue. I did claim live stream codes. Thank you for checking. It'd be kind of interesting. It'd be kind of cool if, since the water levels had rose and then receded, if you could find like dead fish or something like that, or like Tadalga drops on the shore. All the buildings seem to be in pretty rough shape now. There's nobody around. Were they all dissolved? No, let's not assume the worst yet. Man, it did flood this place then.
Navia should be around here, right? We need to make sure she's still... Paimon means we need to check on her.
The fish is gone! Hell yeah! the giant hanging swordfish that was here. Look at this guy on top of the shoe.
We haven't seen a single soul all the way here. Oh, this is getting scary.
What will I ever do now?
Look, there's someone on the roof over there.
Yeah, Hazuki, thanks for the follow. Welcome. Welcome.
Just stay put. We're coming up. Watch your balance.
All right. Just hurry. I'm not young anymore. How will I survive on my own? My Desiree.
Oh, he looks pretty sad.
I wonder why, Paimon.
My leg. My leg. How could this have happened? It hurts.
Oh my gosh, I thought this was the... Jeez. I thought this was the lady from the Fortress of Meripede. Because she's got the same glasses and hairstyle as the from the Tsundere couple.
Just hang in there. Help is on the way. You can hold my hand if it makes you feel better.
Yeah, it flooded down here because we're below the water level. Where's the entrance again? Up there, yeah. Because we're below the water level, so it would have all just come cascading in through here.
I'm not young anymore. How will I survive on my own? My Desiree.
They get the guy on top of the shoe off? Yeah, they got the guy on top of the shoe off. Sorry, I needed that spear. Just the same voice lines as before, maybe? Yeah.
Just hang in.
Yep, same voice lines as before. I see Navia.
Oh, it's Navia. She's over there. Hey, Navia, are you okay?
Oh, she looks troubled.
You're here.
We heard there was a situation in Poisson, so we came as quickly as we could.
Yes. As you can see, the water level suddenly rose. It caused quite the disturbance, in fact.
Demoiselle, there was a wounded resident next to a building southeast of here. We've already transported him to safety, but we've run out of medical supplies.
He's wounded? How badly?
He fell, so it's probably a broken leg. He's pretty shaken up. When the water level rose, he desperately climbed up to the roof. Once the water receded and he saw the ground, he became terrified and eventually...
He jumped down then. Find the leader of Squad 1 and tell him to take the wounded resident to see a doctor. He should know where to go.
Understood. I'll take over his search and rescue mission in the meantime.
All right. You'll be in charge. I'm sorry. Where were we?
The situation in Poisson?
Ah, right. Allow me to explain. A little earlier, we suddenly heard a loud noise. At first, everyone thought that something might have exploded on an aquabus. But before we knew it, water started pouring out from everywhere. The rushing water seemed a little odd, almost like the unique color of primordial seawater. Some people didn't realize the danger and thought it was just ordinary water leaking from somewhere.
Oh, the fish is still here, damn it.
Everyone on the street who happened to be close to the water didn't have a chance to escape. As the water levels rose, they suddenly disappeared. They were all dissolved.
This was intentional. Someone triggered that. This isn't just a random happenstance of primordial seawater causing the water levels to rise.
Those who realized what was happening started to flee in a panic, desperately trying to get to higher ground. Many were injured in the stampede, and some people fell from significant heights. The Spina di Rosula initiated rescue operations as quickly as possible, but there have been a lot of casualties. Fortunately, the water began to recede after some time, and the chaos came to an end. The water that flooded the area contained primordial seawater, so the lower levels of Poisson are still hazardous. To ensure everyone's safety, I've asked the people there to leave as soon as possible. No one knows if this could happen again. All we can do for now is try our best to help evacuate the residents. We still haven't completed the head count, but we'll have some numbers soon.
How awful. And all of this just came out of nowhere.
It was quite frightening indeed. I only wish that everything that just happened was a bad dream.
Is there any way we can help, Navia?
Yeah, we're here to help.
Thank you for being so willing to help in a moment of crisis like this. You don't know how much it means to me. I really can't express how grateful I am.
Hey, we're missing some people, aren't we? She's... No.
Don't say that, Navia. That's what friends are for.
Where are Malus and Silver?
Demoiselle, we've got a situation here.
I'll be right there. Sorry, I need to go for now.
And off she goes. Seems it might be a while before she can take a break.
Navia walks around, talking with many people and organizing various matters. Her decisions are clear and reasonable. Her face is marred by some expression.
The wounded are being tended to, and we finished a preliminary head count. More support has just arrived, so I suppose I finally have a moment to focus on my own matters.
Her face is marred by a somber expression throughout.
Of course, we should remain ready for anything, and continue doing our best to rescue others. I'll be sure to have everyone at the Spina di Rosula ready to render assistance. Traveler, Paimon, would you two accompany me to my father's grave for a moment?
Huh? Right now?
I understand.
Thank you.
The gulls once wept? Oh, it was for the... I was like, what did I get an achievement for? Up top. Not the time trial, up top. I wonder how high the seas got. Because it really wouldn't need to rise that much to send water cascading down here. But did it get high enough to, like... Probably not high enough to touch a cemetery, right? Because it really wouldn't need to raise that many feet in order to just send a wave flooding down. Hey, a chest. In order to send a wave just flooding down into there.
lot of people here, huh?
Well, given the time of day and the whole situation in Poisson, Paimon doesn't think there'd be a ton of people here visiting graves.
Right. That's how things are now. The living are so exhausted that they've no strength to spare any words for the dead.
Navia?
There's no need to push yourself so hard.
Navia, what's wrong?
Sorry. I just... Malus and Silver, they won't ever come back here again. What should I do, Papa?
Huh? What happened to them?
Paimon, what do you think happened to them?
Everyone agreed on the rescue plan, but still, I was the one who initiated it. They were helping evacuate the residents, but they couldn't leave in time. And they were caught in the seawater.
And they probably... Knowing the two of them, they probably could have gotten away as well. And it's probably the reason that they got caught in the seawater is because they were trying to help other people.
What should we do?
I've known them for so long. And I know they weren't afraid. But I could at least hold a funeral for my father. And I know where he rests. But as for Malus and Silver, they're just gone. I just can't.
Yeah, they were like, ugh.
Everything looks so clean after it rains. Even the gravestones.
Oh.
I didn't expect that you'd enjoy a glass of red wine in front of Master Callus's grave.
I can understand. Besides, the scenery here isn't half bad.
See, it's not just me. I always want to bring something when I visit Papa. Perhaps we might even have a picnic. He wouldn't be angry, would he?
How could Master ever be upset with you, Demoiselle? Yet the cemetery is the home of those who have passed, is it not? Everyone ends up here sooner or later, no matter who you are.
Buying yourself a plot in advance, are you?
No need yet. But when I do, I hope you'll let me be buried beside Master Callus, Demoiselle.
Hey, stop joking around.
I'm quite serious. That way, it will save us both the trip to see each other whenever you visit your father's grave.
That makes sense. In that case, could I be buried on his other side?
After all, besides you, Demoiselle, the two of us could certainly be considered Master's closest companions, no?
Personally, I believe we fill those shoes just fine.
Why are you bringing this up all of a sudden? Seriously. All right. I'll remember your requests.
But I'd really prefer not to talk about this stuff. And what do you mean by saving me a trip? I'd make the journey even if I had to visit you two somewhere else.
I'd promised to let them rest in peace here. But here I am breaking that promise.
But by no fault of your own. I know that doesn't. Yeah, but.
I'm sorry for letting you see me in a mess like this. I don't usually cry, really.
Paimon doesn't know how to help you feel better. But, well, she understands how you feel.
I had always thought I could make my wishes come true. But now that I think about it, that never solely relied on me. Many things can only be accomplished with someone else's help. Malus and Silver have helped me so much. But by contrast, I could do nothing for them. I'm so sorry.
You can spend as much time as you need here, Navia. We'll stay with you.
I see what kind of Act 5 this is gonna be.
Thank you.
Oh
now,
man.
You don't know how much that means.
Navia's VA knocked this out of the ballpark.
Thank you.
She even has the sniffles down flawlessly. That is not an easy thing to act.
By the way, you can have a look at this. It's a list of victims from the incident that took place here.
Obena, Khan, Burnett, Giverny, Francine, Karina, Daisy Ray, Joinville, Julianne, Esson, as well as Malus and Silver.
And these are probably these are probably all people I could have talked to, and I didn't even talk to them. Like NPCs you could have interacted with, even if it was just like, hey, what you doing? Oh, not much. Okay, I'll leave you alone then.
So everyone else is safe, but still.
Unless there weren't characters there to begin with, and they were just names so that the game wouldn't have to have it. I don't know.
It's okay. I know what you're thinking. And you're right. We lost Malus and Silver. But we were able to save more than we anticipated. The overall outcome indicates that the cost was worth it.
No one's sacrifice is truly necessary.
Right. Don't think that way, Navia. One person might be saved at the expense of another, sure, but that isn't something we should ever consider a trade. Malus and Silver were not the price for saving anyone. They're heroes.
You're right. Thank you, Paimon. What you said just now was pretty amazing, actually. I'll remember your words.
Paimon W.
Oh, really?
Seems you've become more eloquent in the time since we last met.
The knave? What are you doing here?
I was so surprised I couldn't even bark.
Is everything going well on your side?
Yes, my people are carrying out the mission according to your request. All the residents of Poisson have been evacuated, and we're preparing to relocate them to higher ground. As for these supplies, we have everything taken care of. There is no need to worry.
Oh my gosh, for a microsecond, I was like, Navia's in bed with the Fatui. Navia's the secret harbinger.
Thank you very much.
Wait, do you two know each other?
We just met recently. Right, Miss Navia?
Usually, I would call this a coincidental encounter, but that doesn't quite fit this time. Besides, it never even crossed my mind that a Fatui Harbinger would come looking for me. Thanks to the Knave, Spina di Rosula received generous support from the Fatui, which allowed us to complete the rescue and evacuation work so quickly.
So what I mean about how I really like the dichotomy of Arlecchino's personality, she's a harbinger. She's got a job to do. And part of that job involves trying to steal Gnosis. But she's not pure evil. There are pure evil characters in this game. Dottore, for example. He knows what he's doing. He knows damn good and well experimenting on people and kidnapping people, and he likes it. He's bad and he likes it. He's pure evil. But then you've got other people like Timmy. But then you've got other villains that are much more complex than that. And I like the balance of that. Stories need a balance of characters who are pure evil and characters who are not even like redeemably evil. Like Arlecchino, she's got a job to do. She's not like just the fact that we learn really early on before we even really know about her. The fact that we know that Father slaughtered the quote unquote businessman who tried to quote unquote buy Lynette. You already have a reason to justify liking her before you even really know who she is.
Mutual aid is essential to fostering positive developments. We were already in the area, in any case, so it was nothing. That said, I must say that you're a lot sharper than you let on. I'm sure you understand what I mean.
And during the scene with her and Furina, Arlecchino wasn't wrong in what she was talking about. Furina doesn't really have any plans. And it seems like I keep saying, and it seems like kind of like what I've been saying, that there's a mask that Furina is putting on.
I apologize for all the ways in which I tested you previously. We've never worked with a Fatui before, and it's extremely important for us to know who we're working with. My subordinates have reported that Fatui soldiers have been observing water levels and taking head counts in various locations. I hear that they've also prepared a large amount of emergency supplies. I'm quite surprised.
This is nothing to brag about, nor do I intend to. It is simply the way of powerful organizations to act forcefully, whether they are doing good or ill. You've witnessed that firsthand.
That is a frighteningly pragmatic approach to that.
As I've told this traveler before, I know of the prophecy, and I intend to prevent the impending disaster. Lending your organization a hand was a natural first step in accomplishing that. As such, do not be troubled by this token of our sincerity. Perhaps one day, you'll also be able to help me in the same way.
Without your help, there would have been many more casualties. I won't forget your kindness.
Furthermore, I sincerely regret what happened to Malus and Silver. I only wish that my people could have arrived a little earlier to prevent this from happening.
Don't say that. You and your subordinates did everything you could. As Paimon said, Malus and Silver didn't choose to sacrifice themselves for any specific person. And they weren't the price paid for other salvation. They chose to become heroes themselves. I've never liked hearing people put it that way. It's like trying to relieve pain by saying some noble-sounding words. But right now, there's nothing more suitable. They really did become heroes.
You're right. I'm sorry for your loss, Miss Navia. Water is life to Fontaine's people, and it also spells disaster. It's no wonder that people always say that prophecies represent fate. Fortunately, I've never been one for such opinions.
So, you're one who will try to change fate, then?
Of course. That is why I'm going to Hotel Bouffe de Thé. I still have some things to take care of, and the children need my attention. By the way, Traveler, Paimon, one more thing.
Yes, ma'am.
Alright, then we'll just... Huh? This isn't right. Paimon thought you would ask us to walk with you for a moment so you could tell us something in private.
That is a clever and useful conversation technique, which I do like to use when necessary. But there's no need today. It would not hurt to have Miss Navia listening in. Traveler, I'm sure you remember that I said we could work together when we had the chance. You and I both know that there may be issues with the Primordial Sea. Previously, it was the Fortress of Meripede's sluice gate, and this time it was the water levels in Poisson. These are both signals.
So the time for jolly cooperation has come. Don't act like you're not excited to work with her.
Indeed. Allow me to share the latest intel I've received from the House of the Hearth's intelligence network with you. During some recent investigations, a child claimed to have discovered some ruins near Poisson. The ruins date back to ancient times, and seem to be worth investigating in many ways. Judging by the dating of the ruins, they may be related to the prophecy and the coming crisis. The situation is becoming more urgent, so any pertinent information will prove extremely precious. My people initially came to prepare for ruin exploration. Unexpectedly, this disaster struck. And at present, we're all busy prioritizing the rescue effort.
So that's why the Fatui were already in Poisson.
I wanted to take the children along, but unfortunately, Linny, Lynette, and Fremine have all been dispatched to higher ground to assist affected residents. Linny told me that outside of the house, the person they trust most is you.
Aw.
Which is why I want to give you this task.
Can you trust an outsider like me?
The House of the Hearth's members see each other as family, but Linny, Lynette, and Fremine said that they also see you as such, even though you are not from the house.
They told us that directly, actually, in the fortress.
I'm sure you already understand how earnest they consider their friendship with you to be.
Oh, that somehow makes Paimon feel kinda happy.
The intel I just shared about the ruins could fetch a high price. But since the children consider you family, it's only natural that I freely share it with you.
Got it! So all we gotta do is go to some ruins, right? We can handle that.
Excuse me, but may I tag along?
You wish to join, Miss Navia?
But are you sure you're up to exploring some ruins? You need to rest.
Well, I'm sad, yes. But I can't just go back and plop myself into a chair by the roadside and do nothing. There's no point in being depressed while we still have a disaster on our hands. As my father's successor, I must live up to the hopes he had in me. Besides, I'm also doing this for myself. I need something, a distraction, to keep my mind off Malus and Silver.
Being action-oriented in mourning is a very in-character thing. It's a very on-point thing for someone like Navia to do. Navia's strong, but she needs company right now. We can be that company if she goes to explore the ruins with us.
Since you put it that way, I have no objections. What do you say, traveler?
We'll go to the ruins together.
All right. The ruins are to the south of Poisson. Here's the map.
Okay, the three of us will handle it. Come on, let's pack up and get going.
Oh, this is going to be quite the act, isn't it? Ah!
Look alive! I'm going in! Take your true form! Cryo incarnate!
Cryo in. Ah! In a bubble!
Stay cool. Face your guilt.
Oh, that's not off cooldown yet, fun fact. There we go.
Let's begin.
Hey! Hey! There were slime secretions in there. Alright, now that Baymax is shut up. Didn't realize there were two Baymaxes around the corner. Two Baymaxes! Hydrogramma. I didn't mean to already get distracted. What do I do? Okay. Plus 2 hours. Got distracted immediately. We're good, we're good, we're going. We're making our way downtown, strutting fast. Oh my! That's quite a tree. This Guys, Lorder, thanks for the follow. Welcome, welcome. I don't necessarily need more rainbow roads, but... Actually, before we head down in here, give me just 1 sec. Let me use the restroom real quick. I'll be right back. Coffee. Poisson. Poisson tunnel. Almost. Go to the ruins. We are now approaching the Poisson tunnel.
So, are these the ruins the knave was talking about? Whoa, talk about old.
Roasted.
They seem to be pretty ancient, all right.
Roasted.
Let's go in and have a look.
Just be careful.
Enter the meeting is also parting. Place of secrets. Do I want to bring this team in here? Maybe they got... I've got 3 5 stars and 1 6 star. We should be fine, right? Bring Charlotte. Oh, fuck. Could have brought Charlotte for photos. What kind of ruins are these? They're pretty. Hidden chest over here? Hidden chest over here? No hidden chest. Listen to the music in here too. Welcome.
Teamwork is strength. My will embodied.
Don't run away now. Bait him back towards the center of Dia's circle. Oh, I thought he was gonna attack. I was gonna try to iframe it with his burst.
A moment, please.
A moment of your time, please, good sir. Wow, that uppercut actually does quite a bit these days, doesn't it? And it's very fun to use. And it's his way of healing as well. Dia also, at her her ascension passive, makes her kind of a self-sustain. When her HP is less than 40%, Dia will recover 20% of her max HP and will restore 6% of her max HP every 2 seconds for like 10 seconds. So her ascension passive makes her kind of a self-sustain. Very similar mechanic-wise, very similar in function to Wriothesley and Arle's Bond of Life, his uppercut. Because unless you're taking a lot of hits right in a row, all of them can kind of self-sustain almost indefinitely. Oh, should not have scared me that bad.
By ordinance divine.
By ordinance disturbed. I love her smacking the oh my gosh, I'm getting terrible with this lately. What does she smack off of her heels? The flames, that's the word for it, flames. After she finishes her burst. Oh, she was trying to dive. Was there something down here? Oh no, it's just water. It's just water. Just water, NBD. Let's see, is this primordial water? Nope. Wait, what was the... They knew that you would go down and investigate, and there'd be nothing down there. There was nothing down here, right? Why even come down here? They knew you would come down here and see if there was something down here. They gave you a portal back. Okay, let's fly over here. Because gamers are curious creatures. Unless it's above our eye line, then we won't look up.
This place has also been contaminated by primordial seawater.
Yeah. And a lot of it, too. A Fontainian would most likely dissolve the moment they fell in.
You should go back to safety, Navia.
Right. You can't go down if there's primordial seawater. It's too dangerous, and it won't be any help for you to just stay here. Don't get by my wrong. We're not saying you're useless. It's just that...
This is purely a matter of safety. I don't want it, like... I don't know if you can even get a splash of that on you. How pure is it? Like...
No, you're right. I can't do anything in this situation. I'll leave this to you.
From the looks of things here, maybe there's no way back. Oh, right, we fell through the damn floor, didn't we?
Complicates things. Maybe the only way left is forward.
In that case, do you want to wait for us here?
The water levels here are unstable, and there's a chance the water will rise. So staying here wouldn't be safe either. I'll go together with you. Perhaps we'll find the exit just up ahead.
Seems like there isn't any other option.
All right. Come with us for now then, but please be careful. Oh no, it's a dead end! Let's try climbing over from the side.
Oh, okay. I was gonna see if a non-Fontanian could swim in it. Can't he just ice bridge across this? I thought he could. I thought he could. Also, he just tried to dive into that. Why does it seem like there's a chest over there? Nope, nope. Everything's fine. Everything's fine. I got greedy. I was like, it looks like there's a chest in there. Think I can get it, chat? Think I can go get that chest? Oh, that's not a breakable pot. Where are we? We're under the sea, aren't we? Like, we're under... We went down below the water's surface, didn't we? Below sea level. I love the door. It's another Eye of Magnus. I love the door animations. Why'd the music stop? Why was this entryway a pause button? What is this? And why does it remind me? Why does this vaguely remind me of the bell tower in the middle of the sea outside of Fontaine? Outside of the court of Fontaine. Whoa, why did we zoom out as well? What?
There's something wrong with this bridge. Run!
No, 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 no. No, 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 no.
Demoiselle.
Huh?
Demoiselle, what are you doing here by yourself? Would you be standing here till dark if I hadn't come to get you?
Maybe she just wants some time to herself, Malus.
Hmm? Oh. Was I sleeping?
Yes, it would appear so.
I must be tired.
That's quite possible. However, you were the one that suggested we go out for a walk.
Oh, right. I nearly forgot. It must have slipped my mind when I dozed off. I haven't had a nap today yet. Have I? This is a familiar feeling, yet something's a little strange.
Is something the matter, Demoiselle?
Oh, no. No, I'm fine. I was just trying to recall why we came out for a walk.
Do you remember Mr. Giverny? He'd requested our help before with foreign merchants who had a debt dispute with him, and we'd resolved the matter not long ago.
We were headed to see how things were going with him at the moment.
Ah, right. Yes. I remember now.
Oh, Miss Navia. Ah, Mr. Malus. And Mr. Silver, too.
It's good to see all of you.
How have you been?
I've been great. Thanks to your help, those bothersome merchants finally realized that I wasn't the one they were looking for. Why, I wasn't even the guarantor for that person. They were knocking at my door day and night. Even my neighbor, Obina, was getting fed up with them.
Sometimes force is required to calm someone down and get them to listen to what you have to say.
That's right. Oh, by the way, Burnett, what was it that you wanted to give to Miss Navia again?
Oh, yes. One moment, I have it right here. Miss Navia, these are some flower seeds that I prepared. Please take them. They're a very good variety, and they'll become very big and beautiful once they bloom. I don't know what we would have done without your help, so this is a little token of our appreciation. I hope you won't refuse.
Did you cultivate them yourself? Thank you so much. I'll certainly take them. Maloose, we do still have some empty flower pots at home, right?
Why, we can have as many pots as you'd like, demoiselle.
Perfect. In that case, we'll swap out some of the decorative plants for some of Mrs. Burnett's flowers.
What the hell is happening right now?
Very well.
Wait. Something seems to be off here. Excuse me, madam. If I'm not mistaken, your name is Burnett, correct?
That's right. Is something wrong?
No, it's nothing. This is the first time we've ever met, but your name seemed familiar to me. I must have heard it when I was discussing things with your husband previously. I've heard this name before. Sometime recently, I'm sure of it. And why are there so few people around here? Where did everyone go?
We must mind the time, demoiselle. We still have important things to attend to today.
Huh? We do? Like what?
Well, now, did you forget?
Miss Navia, here you are. I've been looking for you. Please, come to the Opera House. Your trial is about to begin.
My trial? Wait, why would I need to go to the Opera House?
Yes, she's right, demoiselle. It's just about time now, so we should get going.
Oh? All right then.
What is happening?
Look, it's Navia. She's here.
And her two attendants are with her. Goodness, everyone's finally here.
There sure are a lot of people here to see the trial. And they all seem to be oddly excited about something. I even know some of these people. Karina, Desiree, Joyville, Jolien, Essen. Why are so many people here? And why do I have no recollection of this case?
All of these were people who died in when the seawaters rose.
And as for the judge... huh? Where's Monsieur Neuvillette?
She can't be dead.
Please sit in the defendant's seat. Don't worry, Silver and I shall accompany you.
All right. But are you sure you can stand behind me?
Typically, it wouldn't be allowed, but today is an exception.
Hey, what kind of place do they think this is?
Come on. Do they have any idea what they're doing?
Seriously.
Enough with the whispering! Could someone please tell me where Monsieur Neuvillette is? And why I'm standing trial?
My dear Miss Navia, have you not yet realized what you've done? In that case, allow me to explain. As all here know, you are Master Callus's successor, the head of the Spina di Rasula, someone held in high regard by every soul in Poisson. After you took over the Spina, you treated all of us just like the late Master Callus had. If anyone in need reached out to you for help, you responded. Not only you, but your butler, your subordinates, Nearly everyone in the Spina di Rasula fought for the well-being of those in Poisson.
Wait a moment. Aren't you just proving that I'm a good person?
Yes, correct. Absolutely right. And that is why you stand accused. You have helped so many people get through so many difficulties. You are one with us. We are inseparable. We are one big family, all of us who are from Poisson, inextricably linked. And with you being so important, we couldn't possibly do without you.
It's like a weird dream-like, it's like a dream sequence, but it's not.
Therefore, this fair and honorable court shall declare you guilty, and you shall stay here. You will be together with us forever.
Huh? What are you saying? Everything you have said is correct. I have indeed done a lot for my hometown, and I would be willing to be with you all, but what is the purpose of having me stand here like this? What is there to discuss?
Ah, well, if that's what you think, then I have no further comments.
How wonderful, Miss Navia!
The music sounds like it's in another room. The music sounds like it's underwater.
I know all these people. Why are they laughing?
I seem to remember now. Yes, I get it. This trial is...
Wait just a moment. This isn't right!
Malus?
What was that, Mr. Malus? Our conclusion is very clear and unanimous. Let the court judge her now. She's guilty!
Stay here, Navia! You're one of us!
Demoiselle, don't admit guilt. This trial means to keep you here forever.
I wish to exercise my right to defend Our Lady. Mr. Joinville, you only know of Navia's goodness, but nothing of her utterly independent mind.
She was born a free and independent spirit. She has never been tied down by anything. Indeed, even the death of Master Callus couldn't stop her.
Her actions cannot serve as proof that she identifies herself as part of any group. She merely acted as an individual, extending her hand to help others. Please do not mistake her actions as being otherwise.
Really? As an individual, you say? Don't forget, we are all Fontainians here. This is the nation of justice, the nation of Hydro. Even if Miss Navia only voluntarily rendered her assistance, that doesn't change the fact that her beautiful soul must return to everyone. Water accepts all, blends with all. It will surely accept her kindness.
Fucking surreal. What is happening?
Everything is measured here in the nation of Hydro. And in the end, everyone shall meld together. Thus, when a unanimous opinion emerges, that opinion represents justice. Now I speak for everyone. Our opinion is consistent. Navia should stay. We and Navia are one.
And you would call this justice? Preposterous. You are merely jealous that Demoiselle still has a chance to exist as an individual. Have you forgotten how much you all once longed to become individuals, to become independent?
Do you mean to defy our justice?
If your justice is flawed, then why should we acknowledge it?
As you said, we can also have our own justice. Silver and I shall defend Demoiselle. And that is how we will enforce justice.
Ugh, my head... it hurts.
Demoiselle.
Silver, it hurts. My head is spinning. All I can see is stars swirling in front of me. I remember now. Everything that seemed odd from the very beginning. Karina, Desiree, Joyville, Jolien, Essen, and Mr. Giverny and Mrs. Burnett, who we met earlier. Even Malus and Silver. I don't want to admit it, but they're all dead.
Don't be afraid, and don't admit guilt. We will protect you to the very end.
Absurd! Who are you to say that she cannot be judged? We are the majority, and in the nation of trials, the majority is absolute justice. We are the will of all.
Don't let them escape! We shall keep Navia here with us!
Mr. Malus and Mr. Silver, must you be so stubborn?
Whoa.
How could the two of you possibly hope to stand against the collective? Do not resist. This judgment is fair and just. Navia belongs to us.
Was that an Oceanid?
After all that happened, she should not be left alone in Poisson.
What are you saying?
No more excuses.
He says we're jealous. Jealous? How could she possibly be an independent individual?
We're just trying to fight that many Oceanids at the same time.
What's with these people?
Who's jealous of her?
She belongs to us. Miss Navia, she...
Because they all got dissolved into the primordial water. Like Vacher's victims.
Silence.
That's...
Monsieur Neuvillette!
Such commotion is prohibited in the court. The accusations you just presented are nonsense and cannot constitute a proper trial. The court will adjourn for the rest of the day. In this, I shall hear no objections from any unauthorized party.
Our thanks, Monsieur Neuvillette.
Please leave with me, Miss Navia, while there is still time.
But...
Go on now, demoiselle. This is your only chance to leave this place. What, can't bear to leave us behind or something?
Malus.
My apologies. I couldn't resist making one little joke once I realized that this shall be our last goodbye.
Malus. Silver.
Quickly, you must come now.
Goodbye, demoiselle.
Farewell.
No, wait! Just a second!
Navia?
You're awake. Good.
How did you get here?
I must have been dreaming. Malus and Silver were still alive, and they were defending me at some insane trial.
It looks like you're all right.
Did all the sad feelings cause you to have a nightmare? Paimon could give you a hug.
Did she dream all of the bridge falling? Did she make it across scot-free, or did she actually fall and Neuvillette saved her?
The ruins you were exploring suffered a cave-in.
Okay.
When I arrived, I found you falling toward the water. You were just about to be dissolved within, but I
What is it?
I think I saw two Oceanids protecting you. It was only for a moment, perhaps even a fraction of a second, but they gave me the chance to retrieve you. Were it not for their intervention, I would not have been able to rescue you before your consciousness dissipated.
Wait, did you say Oceanids? You mean like what happened with Vacher?
Perhaps those two Oceanids were the people you saw in your dream.
I always told them that they didn't have to protect me. To think that they'd keep doing so even after death.
Please come with me.
Neuvillette, are you okay?
Holy.
Oh, I am quite all right. Perhaps there's something we could chat about?
Why do you look so stiff all of a sudden? Oh, Paimon knows. You're the type who feels awkward when there's nothing to talk about, right?
Thanks, Paimon.
I merely thought that we should give Navia some time to herself.
Huh? Why didn't you just say so then? Don't you think it's even more awkward to call us over like this and then have nothing to talk about?
I suppose so.
By the way, Sigewin sends her regards. Kind of off topic, but...
Ah, Sigewin. I hope all is well with her these days. Her work in the Fortress of Meropide has not been too much for her, has it?
No way, don't worry. She's doing fine down there. She's an amazing head nurse.
I see. Well, that is good.
He's so awkward.
I have always worried that Sigewin would need a lot of time to understand the world of humanity, just as I have.
Oh, and the Duke also says hi. Even though Sigewin made him do that. He hopes that you haven't been overwhelmed by all that's happened lately.
Thank you. I have indeed been busy lately, and I also hope that everything is going well in the Fortress of Meropide.
He still doesn't know what to talk about. Let's chat about something else then.
You're the expert, Paimon. I never speak a word. What should we talk about?
So, Neuvillette, you're probably quite the swimmer, huh?
Yes, of course.
This isn't going anywhere. Let's try something else. How did you find these ruins? Did the knave tell you?
Yes, in fact. I had arranged to meet you in Poisson, but
That's
when
weird.
I arrived, I discovered that the Fatui were helping the residents evacuate. They had even transported a large quantity of supplies to the area. Amid my astonishment, I ran into the knave, and we had a chat. She informed me that she had asked you to investigate the ancient ruins here.
Yeah, we originally planned to meet up with you, but we thought you might still be busy with all those official documents. We didn't think exploring the ruins would take very long, and who would have thought you'd wrap things up so quickly?
I wondered for a brief moment if Arle had sent us and now had sent Neuvillette here, and it's like a trap or something, or she sent us with some other reason. But she kind of strikes me as someone who would say, like, I am many things, but a liar is not one of them. Like she has her own things. She has her own like agendas and stuff. But I don't know if she'd mislead us or like deliberately send us to disaster or something. And I don't know. Hope Navi can get back on her feet.
I'm sorry to have kept you all waiting like that. I'm feeling much better now. I guess we should get going again. Will you come with us, Monsieur Neuvillette?
Yes, if you wouldn't mind my company.
All right! Another one joins the party! Let's get going then!
Oh wait, this just loops around the whole. This just loops around the whole place. Oh, we're zooming out again. Where was I supposed to go? Wait, hang on. Let me go back around here. Run, Cake Man, run! Okay, in here. What's up top? What's up the stairs? Give me a moment, Mr. Rogue. What's up the stairs here? Oop. Friggin' Tomb Raider in here. Oh! It is Tomb Raider! Oh, were both of these the way forward? Okay, well let me go down. Let me go down and. Oh, I can't go back down. Okay, never mind.
Stay cool and face
Who? Where? Oh. Oh, I think he got locked outside. Also, Benny boy, there we go. Shenhe could definitely use that. There we go. There's crap falling all over the place. They're dead. They're dead. They're dead. It's okay. I didn't mean to skip that. I didn't know that I couldn't go back down. Oh my gosh, it's another pause, another pause. So what would, I guess it just, I guess you just go through, yeah, I guess I just skipped that, that arena down there. All right, Rogue, well. No. Oops. Run out of stamina. Thanks, Paimon. Hey, a chest. Oh, the rogue. It's okay. The rogue's up here now.
Let's get it on. Take your true form.
Get a little chilly.
Oh, whoops.
Do your master's bidding.
Hers first.
Any my time has come.
Do I? Wait, hold on. Why don't I have any res food? Why don't I have any res food in my? Why don't I have a revival dish in here? Oh, I ran out of shrimp balls. Fun fact. Secret art. Stir-fried filet.
A moment.
I need my 6-star. Oh, also, her shit's not off cooldown.
We've got ourselves a tough cookie. Look alive. Going in.
Let's begin.
I don't really want that. That's okay.
Stay clear.
Use that as an iframe. There we go. That was not a good idea to pull that out immediately. We're fine. fine. We're good. What are you guys panicking about? Everything's okay. Totally under control. Calculated. Calculated. Ooh. You guys have all. Whoa. Holy crap, what a view. Put you right there? I'm just gonna screenshot this. Boop. Daffy, hello. Thanks for the first time chat. Welcome. I'm doing well. I accidentally skipped an enemy or 3.
Looks like we've reached the end.
This is the place. There should not be any other hidden spaces in the vicinity.
The path sure had some twists and turns, but it turns out that this place isn't actually that big.
There seems to be something on the wall. He's in the walls.
Stone
That's Furina.
slates. It seems like they were put here as an offering. Could we take them down and have a look?
This is the prophecy. Because this is Furina crying alone on a throne.
Perhaps we should just leave them be for now.
There are 4 locations in total, but only 3 stone slates. The slate that should be in the first empty spot is missing.
The surrounding walls also show signs of damage.
There's something written below. Let Paimon see. Reason dictates that this nation be destroyed. I shall record the history of its future here in its past. Say what?
It feels like someone left these slates and these words here for a purpose. But does he mean that Fontaine should be destroyed?
That would fit the circumstances dictated by the prophecy, yes. Indeed, the slate's contents correspond to it. Take the second slate, for example.
There's a person kneeling here. She seems so dedicated. And there's a whole bunch of other people behind her doing the same. She's facing this... what is this? Some kind of island in the sky?
Celestia, maybe? Who is this? Dark hair.
And is that Lady Furina in the third image? Did the Hydro Archon fall into the water?
And is that a ring of people around her? Paimon doesn't quite get it. Are they all in the water?
The fourth image. I know this one. This exactly matches the content of the prophecy.
The people will all be dissolved into the waters, and only the Hydro Archon will remain, weeping on her throne.
We do seem to match.
More information should be hidden in these slates, but I fear I cannot easily uncover it, most likely due to us missing the first slate. I am very sorry.
Is this the previous Hydro Archon? Egeria?
Don't blame yourself, Monsieur Neuvillette. Deciphering ancient stone slates isn't one of your duties.
Ooh, chills just looking at these slates. This says that it's the history of the future, right? That means the prophecy's sure to come true.
By the history of the future, does that mean the present?
I really hope it doesn't mean that.
Still, Paimon feels like these images are kind of weird when you look at them together.
Indeed. The issue is the order of the third and fourth images, right?
That's right! If the images are in chronological order, shouldn't the fourth, the waters drowning Fontaine, come before the third? Where the Hydro Archon herself falls into the water?
And yet the order is reversed here.
Second image is also quite concerning. What sin are the people in these images confessing to?
If we go by timing, Lady Furina only emerges in the third image. That means that the person in the second image might be the previous Hydro Archon.
Egeria, then. I had never met her, but her appearance here does match the records.
You'd never met her?
The previous Archon kneeling before the floating island in the skies, as if confessing a sin.
Did she herself commit that sin? And if not, why would she be in such a posture? Also, I'm still wondering why these ancient stone slates are here at all. Judging from their contents, could this place be the origin of the prophecy? Does that mean that someone, or some people, once saw these slates?
What if these slates are telling a different story and was misinterpreted by whoever came here and the prophecy was... It's a wild theory right now, but what if the prophecy was created by mortals and it was... The actual prophecy was something completely different? The actual, like, what the slates are trying to convey was something different.
But who would have created these slates and left these words here?
It seems that any further clues will have to come from Furina.
In that case, there's no time to lose. There's nothing else to be gained here, so let's head back first.
Yeah, we better get somewhere safe for now.
How do we head back? Honestly, who created the slates doesn't matter now. The real question is whether things will truly play out as the prophecy foretells or not. Yeah, this has got to be the previous Hydro Archon. So are they saying that this should come after Furina crying alone on her throne? That Egeria confessing sins to Celestia, then the waters rise and Furina cries, weeps alone on her throne, and then is this foretelling of Furina's death? But and then what's the missing panel? Something prior to Egeria? Like what Fontaine was during the Archon War? This reminds me of the very end of God of War 2018 as well, where it's a very similar vibe of you see basically prophecies lined up and there's a missing slate. There's missing a missing piece that's revealed in the sequel. It's interesting that Dia and Risley didn't have any chest opening dialogue. I wonder if that's intentional to not pull you out of the immersion.
Let's split up here. I'm going to check on what's happening with the Spina. You know how it is. There's some things you just need to be there for yourself.
You still have energy for that, Navia? Paimon's already beat.
Just head back to the Fleuve Cendre and have a rest then. Thanks for keeping me company all this time.
No worries, homie.
I'll depart as well. Thanks for your hard work today. Rest well, everyone. Traveler, I will go talk to Furina tomorrow morning to ask about the stone slates. I'm sure that you're concerned about this matter as well. If you have time, drop by my office. I will share the results of our discussion with you.
Alright, see you tomorrow.
Are you really gonna talk to her about this directly? Will that be a problem? Paimon's getting a little scared now that it's come to this.
She has long been harboring secrets and will not give them up easily, which makes it all the more my duty to ensure that she understands the present situation.
Alright, we'll leave it in your hands then. You're probably the best person to talk to her anyway.
I will be carefully considering my words tonight.
Traveler, Paimon, our safe house at the Fleuve-Cendre is always open to you as ever. So please don't think you're an imposition.
Thanks, homie.
All right. I'll be on my way then.
Having Neuvillette both depart, you and Paimon head to the speed and ditto road base at Fleuve-Cendre.
We're finally back!
Welcome back. We've got a special menu prepared for you two tonight.
Yay! And there's good food too! No, the boss is the best.
You did great as well, Paimon.
Ooh, desserts! Nice! These are all Paimon's! Paimon's already starting to forget what happened today.
What the balls is that Why are you here?
Oh, that voice. Is that who I think it is?
No.
Huh? It's you two. What are you doing in Fontaine?
What are you doing in Fontaine? Man, I haven't seen Mona in a story capacity since Mona's story quest. Did the stories not tell you that we might did the stars not tell you that we might meet here?
Seriously, nobody just uses a scry glass whenever they've got time to just see who they'll meet on the road.
Still, we didn't expect to see you here. Wait, you're not a Fontainian, are you, Mona?
Well, I have some business to attend to here, so I booked a hotel in the city. I was just out for a stroll when I bumped into you. Quite unexpectedly, if I might add.
It's an interesting place for a stroll, Mona.
Why did you think I was from Fontaine, though? Is that because Megistus doesn't sound much like a Mondstadt surname?
Yeah, let's go with that.
Well, I used to have my own surname, which was, well, some other thing. Either way, the old hag told me when she took me as her disciple that the first step to being a great astrologist's pupil was to change that name. There was nothing for it, really. She really is amazing at astrology, so I changed my name to what it is now according to her wishes. To my surprise, however, Megistus is not the name of some ancient house or clan.
It isn't?
Nope. Although it is used by us in place of surnames, it generally just means great.
Wow! Imagine including a boast in your name. Wait, are you gonna have to put that into your genealogy as well?
I reckon so.
I reckon.
In any case, I'd give my disciple a name like this as well, if I were to take one.
And may I ask what your master's name is?
Astromancer Barbeloth Trismegistus.
Whoa, that's a long one. Does it also mean great or something?
My name means Mona the Great Astrologist. As for the old hag, hers is, in plain speech, the thrice as great Scholar of the Stars. Just take it as a title specific to astrologists.
I love her voice. she has that very haughty voice about her. I really like it.
Thrice as great? That's so petty.
I know, right? That's just how she is. She used to call herself Megistus, actually, but when she took me in, she changed her name to Trismegistus.
Talk about excessive.
Megistus is thus the calling card of our school, so to speak, which makes it about the same as a surname. It's all right if you don't get it. You can look into it further should you need to study astrology more deeply.
How about triple appetite paimon?
But anyway, you're not Fontanian, are you, Mona? You're from Mondstadt, right?
Paimon's just trying to make sure that another character doesn't dissolve.
Well, I was born in Mondstadt, yes. My parents migrated to Dorman Port, and I traveled with the old hag for a while, after which I settled down in Mondstadt City.
Oh, that's a good thing then. At least we know you won't be dissolved by Fontaine's waters.
Speaking of that, I'm sure you're aware that a bunch of things have happened here in Fontaine, right? I know you're not a local, but I'd avoid getting too close to any water that looks strange all the same.
About that.
There's something ominous about it. Well, the water, I mean.
You should drink some. Did you come to Fontaine because of the prophecy, Mona?
That was the main reason, yes. Just a while back, the Steambird invited me to take part in a panel and speak about the circulation of the prophecy as an astrologist. The invitation was sent quite early on. I don't think anyone expected Fontaine to be in this much trouble.
What do you make of that prophecy, Mona? Just tell us what you think as an astrologist. Your word would go a long way to make things more certain and less scary.
Yeah, just spoil the end of this Archon quest, Mona.
What I can tell you is that I'm an astrologist, and that this prophecy concerns the fate of Fontaine, even that of all Teyvat. Ascertaining this is akin to reading the fortune of the whole world. I'm afraid that this is not something that just anyone can do. If I could do it, you would no longer call me an astrologist, but a visionary. But on the flip side, the prophecy is so huge and powerful that it must surely come from a powerful visionary. Its contents involve the fate of the world. Disregarding it would be a mistake.
A visionary? Sounds really powerful and all, but does such a person really exist?
Of course. The old hag could do it, and I'd bet there are others amongst those Hexenzirkel colleagues of hers who could do something similar.
It's the first mention for me, isn't it, in-game? I need to ascertain the accuracy of the prophecy. It wouldn't be the first. For me, it would be. I need to ascertain the accuracy of the prophecy. Could you help me get in touch with your master?
Are you sure? All right, I'll help you. It isn't often that I see you with such a serious look on your face. I'll tell you once I hear back from her.
Thanks, Mona. You're amazing as always.
Oh, well, this is something only I can do after all. So yes, your praises are quite welcome.
Her accent, her voice sometimes sounds like she's doing my old lady impression.
Oh, well, this is something only I can do after...
Oh, well, it is only something I can do.
That's the greatest of astrologists for you! Of all the people we know, you know the star's the best!
Indeed, indeed. That's the spirit.
That's the way to get her on our side. Just gas her up a little bit.
Oh, sorry. I came to see what all the commotion was about. If there's anything you need, do not hesitate to inform the Spina di Rosula.
Oh, whoops. Guess we were getting a little too carried away there. Well, I'll go tend to my own business now. If I receive any news, I'll be sure to come find you two again.
Okay.
And there she goes.
Runs off.
Water. And here we are with the Spina guy giving us suspicious looks.
Well, we were making a ruckus.
Right, but we were able to recruit Mona's help, didn't we? Our Fontanian friends will thank us someday.
After the conversation, decide to get a good night's sleep to replenish your energy.
Good morning. To be honest, Paimon's still feeling kind of sleepy. But it's time to get up, traveler. We agreed to go see Neuvillette, so let's pack it up and get going.
Not that. I've seen, yeah, she only has about things for Mondstadters. I was wondering if anything had been added to her about voice lines after like the limited events and stuff. I'm not doing the about Venti. I have, just so you know. I am aware. Where are we going? I like the sound effect that they give them a fun sound effect when they walk, almost like they got little suction cups on their feet. I know that it was because Riceley's head was tracking the Melusine because she's interactable, and so your active character's face tracks them. But it kind of looked like he was just like looking at her and shaking his head as she passed, like. She should get more abouts. That'd be cool if there were more abouts in Mona's stuff about other characters past her release patch. Since we're getting along in the Archon quest, should I switch to a different team? Actually, let me switch to this one just because I want to switch. Just because I want to switch to this team. But I'll probably, as we get a lot more along in the quest, I might switch to a slightly more powerful team than my Risley team.
You're here, finally. Is something wrong?
Monsieur Neuvillette and Lady Furina, they seem to have gotten into a dispute. Please go see for yourself.
Oh boy.
Like I said, I've already explained everything.
And yet the problem has not been properly solved. There is little space for excuses between us. It is not my intention to offend you, but please tell me where you stand. You are the Hydro Archon Focalor, are you not?
Why is that the question he's asking?
Look at this. This is a list of the victims from the recent Poisson incident.
Wait, why is that even why is that a question?
You mean they're all...
We did not arrive in time to avert this disaster. And I will not have it happen again. I will say this once more. You must tell me everything you know. Yesterday, I found 3 stone slates in some ancient ruins near Poisson. Do you know anything about those?
Seriously? You're questioning me like this is a court case now. I don't know anything about that. But you found them in some ancient ruins, you say?
Oh, he's trying to emphasize that she's in charge. I was like, I thought he was implying that this was another like A and Shogun puppet situation kind of thing, which would explain the split personality and the confident Furina versus the shy Furina.
That's correct, which is why I came to ask you some questions. There should have been 4 slates, but one of them was missing. The other 3 feature different images that seem to correlate to the prophecy.
The prophecy?
The second of these slates depicts the previous Hydro Archon Egeria kneeling before a floating island in the sky, as if confessing something. Do you know nothing of this either?
I don't. I've never seen such slates.
I'll ask you again. Do you really have no information regarding the previous Archon? My deciphering of the slates indicates that the Hydro Archon Egeria once had to confess to, or apologize for, a certain sin. If anyone would know about it, it should be you.
All gods don't have the same secrets, you know. She was herself and I'm me. Is it really so strange that I know nothing? I understand your concerns, but I'm sorry. I just don't have anything to tell you.
Forgive me for saying this now, Lady Furina, but I have long known of your various secret investigations into certain matters. There are several indications that you have been investigating the prophecy on the sly. This is not strange in itself, considering that you are the Hydro Archon. But it is strange that you should also claim to not know any of Egeria's secrets, as well as do nothing following your inquiries. You have never been as superficial as you have presented yourself to be, nor are you a fool. And yet, your behavior is very inconsistent.
So you've been watching me all this time, have you? I didn't think you were that type.
I couldn't help but smile at her laugh.
Well, since you know about my secret investigations, then you should know I'm actually working to take care of it. There's no point questioning or suspecting me. You're the Eudix, but you're still my subordinate. You should be following my lead. Just trust in me, your Archon, and do as I say. Never mind whether you can truly convince yourself to or not. It'll all turn out fine. That's all I have to say. We do not discuss this matter again. Oh, the opera's about to start. Toodles!
And then she goes off again, running off at the... She did that a lot during the first couple acts as well.
Did Furina not notice us standing by the door? Wonder what's up with her. She was smiling. Huh. She didn't seem in the mood to care if we were listening in or not.
She seems to be deliberately hiding something. But what and why?
I assume you've been outside for a while now?
Oh, you noticed. Seems Furina didn't even realize we were here.
She noticed, she was just ignoring us, it seemed like.
She was in a great panic, though I cannot discern the reason. Our discussion reached impasses time and again, a state of affairs that we cannot allow to continue. Still, I do not understand. Dialogue is the basis for understanding, so why did she keep refusing to engage?
I'm afraid questions alone might not suffice. We need to make her understand how dire the situation actually is.
Everyone in her inner circle has noticed that she is hiding some secret. The issue is her attitude. I fear that she will not reveal anything unless absolutely forced to. We may have to create a situation in which she will have no choice but to speak.
Maybe she's like sworn to secrecy about something, or like she has a contract. This isn't Leo, but I don't know why I always think of everything in contracts. But maybe she has like a contract with Celestia or with the previous Archon, or.
Oh? Like what?
Normally, people will only reveal the truth when standing trial. Perhaps we must have the Hydro Archon experience just such a scenario.
But Furina's seen so many trials, and she's really good at dodging questions. How do we make sure that she won't just slip away at the first chance she gets?
We will need to consider this thoroughly, join forces with various parties, and then do what we can. If at all possible, I would prefer to recuse myself from this affair, but we must prevent the prophecy from coming to pass. This may be cruel to her, but all Fontaine is in crisis. The information a god possesses is too precious, and so we must take a chance on this.
In that case, we'll need help.
But who will lend us their aid to do such a thing?
Oh, I think I know who to call. If there's something strange in your neighborhood. A few days later, on a boat somewhere in the quiet Poisson. Someone call Nahida so she can read. I'm really curious how much the God of Wisdom knows.
That's everyone, huh?
I'm really curious how much Nahida knows, being the God of Wisdom, how much she knows outside of Sumeru.
Speaking of which, it was pretty smart of you to think of hiding here.
Poisson was just involved in a disaster, so it's presently devoid of people. That naturally makes it the best choice.
Cat spotted.
And here you are drinking tea like it's the most natural thing in the world, huh?
That's what family should do. Sit and enjoy a leisurely time together.
It's nice to enjoy tea here, you know? Care for a cup?
Lend me your ears, everyone. Or perhaps one of you might like to start us off. How about you, friend?
Me? No, I don't think I can.
Then, how about you, good sir?
I fear that I will cause the mood on this boat to become as somber as it is in court.
Well then, I guess we're lucky we've got a local like me to organize things. Wonderful, the spotlight at last. I guess I'll be facilitating things from here.
That was a little long-winded, don't you think?
There's so much to bark at in these scenes.
Oh, you might be right. Anyway, to cut to the chase, our friend here, the Traveler, has brought us together to discuss something. As for what that is, well, let's start by saying that we'll be pooling our efforts together to create a series of traps.
Oh, how intriguing.
Well, it's just an expression, really. One that I just learned from Chlorand, and used on the spot. So, let's invite her to explain in detail. A round of applause, please.
Huh? Didn't you say that you would be facilitating this?
Oh, come now. Your work doesn't involve much public speaking, right? This is a good chance to practice. You might even pick up some fancy oratory tricks to impress your boss with in the future.
I see. And what does my boss say?
He is glad that you consider him your boss. Do go on.
Look at that smile on Paimon's face.
In that case, do any of you have experience hunting?
What kind?
Not that I recall.
Fremine and I once used a wooden stick in a basket to catch wild rabbits when we were younger. As for Lynette, oh, right. You were sick that day, weren't you?
I've also gone diving to catch some fish before. Does that count?
That's not funny. I just imagined the two of them running around and hitting rabbits with a stick and then stuffing them into a basket. Okay.
I'm afraid not. You may or may not have heard, but Fontaine once played host to a group known as the Marechaussee Hunters.
They're very clearly talking about turning a basket upside down, propping it up with a stick, and then using that, like using bait to trip. I just imagine Lenny and Fremine running around with a stick and just whacking bunnies and stuff in it. Okay.
Though that was their name, they did not hunt animals, but rather various monsters left behind by the ancient dynasty of King Remus. Today, Fontaine's monster population has already thinned greatly, so the hunters have blended back into society, taking up arms in other lines of work. They even left a unique methodology of hunting in their wake. A trap comprises of the following components: bait, a trigger, and a containment device. Sometimes a lethal implement will also be necessary to deal with the prey. So, if we were to build a trap together, right now, what would you choose to build it with?
Primo gems.
For me, I would prefer something basket-shaped. Pigeons and rabbits will see the bait and naturally enter the snare. Our line of work requires a deft hand, and we're some of the best in the industry, so you can count on our techniques.
You used some of those techniques while moving the people of Poisson, didn't you? My subordinates mentioned that you even performed some magic for the bawling children.
Yes, and I even managed to gather some intelligence in the meantime. I'm quite the multitasker if I do say so myself.
I'm afraid I can't claim that as my strong suit. I prefer more stable methods, like placing bait in the water and waiting for the fish to come within reach. That's the kind of method I would count on.
Calm and steady. Exactly the kind of person who would catch loads of fish.
And I can be their assistant.
With discretion, I'm sure.
I'd probably use some sort of mechanical animal. Papa once bought me some small clockwork squirrels, mice, and such. When placed in the forest, they can attract others of their kind. I remember that you liked those too, didn't you?
Clockwork squirrels? What does that even look like? Little robotic squirrel.
I did. And that would be a good way to go about it. If they're realistic enough, animals of the same kind will follow them all the way to the trap.
What about you, Monsieur Neuvillette?
I fear I do not have any related experience.
That makes sense. You usually solve problems directly, without the use of any such tricks.
Want me to just call... What's her name? Fox Lady. What's her actual... Yaimiko. Want me to just call Yaimiko?
But I do have one more question for you, Monsieur. If we were to create a trap now, how would you design it?
I would like for it to be effective, but bring no harm to the prey. A more gentle trap would be ideal.
Kind as always. However, our intention doesn't necessarily change the containment device and the type of implement we need. If we wanted to kill the prey in one strike, we would need a powerful implement. However, that also goes for prey that must be captured and safely contained.
Wait, why's that?
Only a hunter who's a true expert at subduing their prey can snare it without harming it. The line that divides life and death is often exceedingly thin.
So are we going hunting together?
We hadn't thought of seeing ourselves as hunters. It kinda works, but maybe it's still not the best metaphor.
If our means of capturing and dealing with our prey is to put them on trial, then the hunting metaphor is actually quite accurate. But we shall require much more courage than any hunter to judge a god, a being whose seat is an exalted throne.
Yes.
Oh, so that's what's going on. Sounds very interesting.
Better call Yenfei. Claren's hunting metaphor was just that, a metaphor. You would not call this a hunt, because that is not what you should do at present, nor has the relationship between you and Furina reached such a dire stage. What you need is simply the secrets she is keeping. Attempting to take her secrets as an act of sacrilegious disrespect. Attempting to take her secrets is an act of sacrilegious disrespect, but must be done to prevent Fontaine from sinking into the waters as foretold in the prophecy. There is neither hunter nor prey, but there must be a trap. That is what you will need. Where did Arla go again during all of this? Where was she headed? Was it stated where she was headed? She was still just helping. Oh, the hotel. The hunter becomes the hunted. That was below par. Oh, is there a book here? Oh, there's a book here.
It's been a tough few days, hasn't it? So much has been happening.
Those meetings sure did make me hungry.
Paimon didn't think the meetings would go on for so long, but everyone seemed pretty fired up, huh? Paimon thought they'd be at least a little frightened. Well, Furina was, now that Paimon thinks about it, but everyone else just looked a little surprised.
I don't know if frightened was the word I described for Furina, but do you feel more confident after the meetings, Paimon?
Well, it's hard to say. Paimon doesn't have any experience with this sort of thing. But with you around, Paimon sure will do great. After all, you're the most reliable person in the world, aren't you? Huh?
Something wrong?
Did you just pour some tea? Paimon didn't notice you doing
I didn't.
Then what's that?
Risley?
Paimon's never seen that cup before.
Don't be frightened. I'm just joining you two for tea. I merely refrained from saying anything till now.
Who's that voice? But there's no one here.
Aw, have you forgotten me already?
Wait, you are familiar. You're the voice we heard from the sky in Sumeru.
The voice from the sky, I fear that description is wrong. Though, not completely wrong. You're feeling lost now, just as you were feeling previously. I sensed that confusion and thus came to you. Guiding people is an irresistible hobby of mine, after all.
Who are you? What do you want with us?
Consider me a passerby, just accepting a commission from my friend's disciple on a whim.
Allow me to ask you, will Fontaine's prophecy come true? Probably not at liberty to even tell us, if she even knows.
The prophecy. Yes, what has been prophesied will be fulfilled. You may view such things as the history of the future.
Too drunk to stand. I mean, Venti, thanks for the follow. Thanks for the follow, Too Drunk to Stand. Welcome.
What? Then is there any way we can stop it?
Wait, hang on. Prophecy has been prophesied. What has been prophesied will be fulfilled. You may view such things as the history of the future. Which is interesting. The history of the future. So the present, right?
I believe you have witnessed a failed attempt with your own eyes. Can everything in Teyvat so easily be changed?
There it is again. Fate.
Ah, so you've caught on. Just as prophecies are usually only the future as seen from the perspectives of the gods, could things be happening in hidden corners where the gods' gaze does not fall? Are the things that you shall see different from the fate that the gods perceive?
What is she talking about? It all sounds really impressive and important and stuff, but it also sounds kind of scary.
The tea in the teacup is just about gone as well.
I believe that you understand, right? Some things are insignificant, but others you must reach out to change. Ultimately, fate shall serve as your only guide, no matter what will happen in Teyvat's future. All you need to do is to play your part. This was good tea, by the way. Thank you for your hospitality. Well, that'll be all for today.
The voice. It's gone.
Interesting. Man, the Mage Guild has a really significant role. The Mage Guild feels like it will play a really significant role as this game comes to its close. They seem so much more powerful and influential from like a metaphysical standpoint. Mage N, is this the clue you're leaving for us? The unexpected news leads to complicated feelings. When you wake up, someone...
I want to hear someone talking. All right, coming.
The unexpected news leads to complicated feelings. You lie in bed for a long time before finally falling asleep. When you wake up, someone seems to be outside. At least these are logged, but you're getting more diligent, Paimon.
Hey, it's you who's getting lazy, okay?
Yeah, you're right.
Well, I see I've walked in on some lively banter.
Luna!
How have you been these past few days?
Fine, just fine. I went to take part in that Steambird panel. It turned out to be more interesting than I expected.
Did you say hi to Fontaine Yenfei for me?
Not all Fontainians are pessimistic about this. One journalist mentioned that sitting around and waiting for the end to come would be wrong, and that they should make their own rescue preparations. I agreed, so we had a brief chat with her.
Did she have pink hair by any chance?
Why, yes, it was Charlotte. I assume you've heard of her, no? That daredevil journalist? I'm in full support of her view. Prophecies are very important, but how can people allow their lives to be commandeered by just a few words?
I have a real quick question that's kind of a sidebar, kind of not. Is there anywhere in game where you can read about like Charlotte's interview with Neuvillette? That'd be really cool if that was in like a book that could appear at a newsstand after you do his story quest.
That's right! Paimon's glad to hear something sensible for once.
Ah, yes. About what we had discussed before. I did try, but I'm afraid I couldn't reach the old hag. I'll try again tonight, but I wouldn't get your hopes up.
Actually, someone already came over.
Huh?
Unannounced. Also didn't see them.
Goodness gracious. Are you serious?
I believe she came to pass a message to us. Also, goodness gracious, Fischl has a damaged voice line when she gets hit, where she goes, "Ah, goodness gracious!" It's one of the cutest voice lines. It's like, goodness gracious, what do you? I believe she came to pass a message to us.
She said that even the god's gaze has blind spots. Pretty bold if you ask Paimon. Most people would believe the gods to be all-knowing, right?
But not the gods of Teyvat.
The Hexenzirkel members are certainly anything but ordinary. As for the mage named N, the old hag has mentioned her a few times. She said that N's sense of direction is incredible, and that she loves guiding those who are lost. But I've never met her, and if she were still alive, she'd be... well, suffice it to say that the hag's at least a few hundred now, and N's been around for longer than that.
Whoa. The Hexenzirkel sounds like a scary group. But they must really stay in shape to live so long.
Their abilities alone are pretty terrifying. If she came to see you personally, then the problem you're facing must truly be of great importance.
Well, it's not like Paimon could understand anything she said.
Yes, she was quite cryptic, but I suspect she means that there is still a way to turn things around. She didn't say when or what that would be, though, so... perhaps it is something that you cannot know right now.
True. Her words were meant as a helpful hint, but when will we realize their value and meaning? What was that the best answer that my question could have gotten?
Traveler, Paimon, are you two all right?
Never.
Oh, we're fine. We're just a little down right now. It kind of feels like the end is coming, you know?
I see. I feel that same sense of desperation, too. I guess you could consider me someone who has often witnessed fate. So far as I have seen, it cannot be swayed. But even so, I still hope for, and believe in, miracles. Astrology is eternal and rational, but fate may not be. It is cruel, but it can also be beautiful. Perhaps that's what N was trying to tell you. Not to lose heart, and to believe that what you are seeing playing out before you is not yet set in stone. I did originally think of steering clear of all this, but I couldn't. Even if this is all futile, I still wish to help everyone. If we don't struggle to the last, then how can we face the end when it comes?
Huh. You do have a point.
There I go, talking about astrological principles again. Sorry about that. The moment I start talking about work-related stuff... I need to get going.
Don't worry about it, and thank you.
It was worth trying to comfort you, even if only a little. I believe that you'll help those who are struggling in the same way I did. I suppose that might be why we always seem to meet by coincidence.
Paimon feels kind of moved by what Mona said, but also kind of sad too. Hey, Traveler, Paimon suddenly feels like going outside for a walk. Let's go. Let's walk around the city, shall we? There's a few spots we always like to walk by. Underground is way more fun than I thought.
The Doctor. Hunter's Prophet. I can go get another... it's a different day, right? I can go get another... wrong doctor. I can go get another fortune slip, can't I? Another 4chan slip? Or is it every IRL day? Oh, it's every IRL day. Well, never mind then. Where is this? Where are we going? Real-time day.
Well, damn.
Huh? Our names are written in this newspaper. What's going on?
Maybe we're famous.
Let Paimon see. The underwater stronghold, the Fortress of Meripede, has continued in its noble autonomy, but that does not mean that others cannot interact with it. My recent attempts to enter the fortress bore little fruit. Huh. Guess Charlotte still hasn't given up on that. Thus, did an Outlander friend become the focus of this report, a blonde adventurer with their white fairy legends trailing in their wake. It is said that this mysterious traveler once visited the underwater fortress. So while the fortress's interior remains a mystery behind closed doors, do not fear, for the tales of the traveler contain surprises in spades. Journalist Charlotte's biggest scoop yet, the Traveler's Trail, World Walker. Huh. Charlotte took so many awesome photos of us and we never even noticed her. She hasn't been able to get a hold of anything at the fortress, so since we're easier to find, she's using us as the subject matter instead?
Sure seems to be the case. Clickbait.
Seriously? Well, fine. Those headlines and photos do look cool, so Paimon will forgive her this time.
Let's get it on!
Whoops, I did. Sorry. Sorry. I do that.
We're here! Paimon's hungry. Should we go in and get something to eat?
Slimes. Lowly life forms of minimal intelligence. Just roast the slimes in the description. Hi.
Hey, quick! Look! That's the limited edition, only 16 slices a day cake!
It hasn't sold out for the day?
It was so delicious the last time we tried it. Despite the tense situation we were in, let's give it another go. Paimon's sure it'll be great.
We can't let anyone get ahead of us.
One slice of cake, please. Someone showed up after all. Oh, wait, you're the one from the Palais Mermonia.
Oh, are you here to buy cake too? It seems Monsieur Neuvillette was right. You really can eat.
Wait, did he really say something like that?
That's right. Even he has his own preferences when it comes to food. As for me, I love the cake and coffee here.
Real.
Do you come here often?
Usually every day.
Every day?
It's part of my daily schedule, apart from work. I shall have my cake and coffee.
Then what if someone told you one day that this place would be closing soon, and you wouldn't get to eat cake here anymore? What would you think?
But why would it close?
Well, Paimon doesn't know either, but maybe the waters will rise tomorrow. You know, like in the prophecy.
Subtle, Paimon.
Oh, the prophecy. To be honest, I haven't paid much attention to that. No, still, even if there'd be no more cake tomorrow, that wouldn't keep me from having some today.
Fair enough, Sadine.
No, it's the same for eating in general. You might not be able to eat tomorrow, but if you can do so today, then you should carry on. That's what people call living, you know.
Yeah, Paimon.
Don't be sad. Excuse me, could I have 2 more slices of cake to go? These 2 slices are for you. Sijuin said that this kind of expression you're making is what humans call being sad.
Oh, you know Sijuin?
I sure do. She was born before me, and she sometimes comes to the surface to teach us things about humans. She said that humans are creatures that are saddened easily, yes, and you can only lift their spirits by feeding them delicious food. So please try the cakes here. I've got something else to do, so I'll be going now. You two try to stay in a good mood after eating, all right? Bye.
And there she goes.
We love Sedine. And Sedine's voice as well.
All right, let's dig in. I'm unsure this cake will be delicious.
It's poisoned. You share a glance with Paimon and snarf down the snake, the cake.
Than last time, and the flavor gets even better with a sip of tea. It sure would be nice if we could come again tomorrow. Sure would be nice if we could always eat delicious food here.
Bro, why you got... Yeah, we get it, Paimon. She's like, man, this cake is so good. It's too bad there's gonna be a meteor impacting the earth and... Eloise is a critic. What's that? What's the dog doing? Oh, dog stretching. I haven't been in here yet. Greetings, dear customer. Can I help you? I see the menu. Duck confit. Oh my gosh, look at all of these. Look at all these. Yep, butter. What's up top? Ooh, you look important. The boss. The doctor. Okay, I'll talk to all these people later. Assuming that the seas won't rise. I'll talk to them later. If only they wouldn't be dead and dissolved. Why you gotta be like that, Paimon?
Oh, we're near the Steambird office. Let's go look for Charlotte and have a chat.
Butter crap. Why did it untrack my quest? Oh, I haven't unlocked city reputation for Fontaine. Is it short to just free up the area? You know what I've noticed about this little weirdo is that she'll start her idle animation and you can start walking, but it won't stop her voice line, her stretching voice line. Sir Arthur, dope. It's a steam bird.
Have one simple rule. Whoever.
Truly spectacular weather today, no? Yes, truly. It's a steam bird. If only the weather was this cooperative every workday, I should be quite merry indeed. And speaking of work, my dear, you are here to interview for the troubleshooter position advertised in our Tales of Humanity section, are you not? Troubleshooter? Yes, I know. The name troubleshooter was simply too gauche and unbecoming of the standards of a publication such as ours. Yes, Ethan has a substantial room for growth when it comes to coining new words. Putting that aside for the moment, would you like to know how I was able to correctly ascertain you were here for the job and not seeking to ask for help in our Tales of Humanity section? Observation. Every citizen who comes to the Steambird seeking help appears anxious and jittery, But your steps are relaxed, and your expression calm. For those who are fortunate are the same. Those who are fortunate are all the same. Those who fall victim to misfortune have their own woes. But you needn't worry. Those who seek assistance from others via tales of humanity haven't run into any serious trouble, so it shouldn't be too hard to handle. Have a look at this batch of commissions. Ah, that's what this is. Holy. It's like we've been doing quests or something. I got me some furnishings and steak tartare. Yes. All you need to do is find some time every week to read through the submissions of Tales Humanity. Pick out a few commissions you'd like to handle and come find me to collect your payment. Yes. Some commissions are so disrupted simply you wouldn't believe it, but you shouldn't underestimate the value of your work. For us, the problems in their submissions may appear so easy and insignificant, but for the readers submitting their problems, they're like a splinter in their fingernails, impossible to remove or ignore. If we can't help steak tartaglia. If we can help them extract these splinters, then in addition to the monetary rewards, you also receive the respect and gratitude for the people, and your reputation among the citizenry will increase over time. When that happens, I will give you more complicated and important jobs. Yes. Help everyone to achieve happiness and be a lighthouse illuminating humanity. Such is the calling of our paper. Such are the feelings and aspirations of every publisher. No need for an interview? Interview? Your interview was complete before you even arrived. Don't be so surprised. I have my ways. If I couldn't even manage that, how could I manage a newspaper? All right, I've told you everything you need to know about this job. As for whether or not you take it, that's up to you. No, think it over. Disaster! Disaster! At a recent public exhibition, the Babik automated analysis engine suddenly exploded in a shower of gears, causing great injury and death to onlookers. Mr. Babik himself was severely injured and remains unconscious. Analysis Guild President Marco Borja has opined that this tragedy was nonetheless the inevitable step on the path to progress, and the Guild expressed its deep sympathies and condolences. Remember, friends, it's Pelican, not Pelicanot. Charlotte!
Wow! If it isn't the Traveler and Paimon! Oh, have you seen the article I wrote about you?
Ha! You've got some nerve! You just used us to make some quick mora!
Can we negotiate a profit split? Look at you, Charlotte, using me for content.
Oh, you needn't worry about that. I heard that you were in Poisson some time back, so I sent you a letter to discuss just that. It appears you didn't receive it, though. It's all right, though. I've set aside the amount intended for you. I've even set the table with some food.
Really? Oh, you're the best!
Paimon's immediately okay being used for clicks.
You're almost a little too easy to win over, Paimon. If I were a journalist with ulterior motives, you'd be in trouble now, you know.
Oh, Paimon knows you're not like that.
Still, what brings you here all of a sudden? Were you looking for me?
A friend of ours met you a while back, and when she mentioned it, we thought of coming to see you. Her name's Mona.
Ah, so you know Miss Mona as well. She's a guest columnist for our paper. Really good one, too. She's so young and already such a brilliant astrologist. So she mentioned me? What did she say?
She said that you're a real daredevil of a journalist.
Nice. In which case, can this daredevil journalist dare to request an exclusive interview with the legendary Traveler and Paimon?
Huh? So your article in the paper today doesn't count?
Because it wasn't an interview, Paimon.
Oh, of course it doesn't. That was more like live photography. What I'd like to do is dive deeper and ask you to talk about the things you've seen and experienced.
You seriously want to interview me?
Yeah. Are we even qualified enough?
Why not? If I say you're worth an interview, then you're worth it. But not right now, of course. I'll need a few days to prepare.
Okay, well, you can start your headline off with this. All right, there's your headline.
Oh, in that case, we'll just chat when you have the time then?
Oh, so that's a yes?
Ooh, splendid! I'll tell the editor-in-chief immediately. I'll have to apply for lighting, a venue, some props, and... Whew, so much to get done now. Talk to you later.
Wait, Charlotte, Paimon's still got a question for you.
She's gone.
Hmm?
Oh, never mind. I thought she was already gone.
If, just for example, Fontaine were to be flooded tomorrow?
Paimon.
What would you do today?
Huh. That's the prophecy you're talking about, isn't it? I mean, I do hear about it often, but I've never once thought that the day could be tomorrow. If you're seriously asking, then I might try and think of a way to leave Fontaine. Oh, but I'm still a journalist first and foremost. That means I have a duty to be reporting from the scene. And secondly, I wouldn't forsake my homeland that easily. From what I've seen, most people don't know what they'd do should the worst come to pass. In truth, it might be better just to behave like normal rather than worry over such an end. So in all likelihood, I'd probably still be prepping at the office for that interview of ours. I know what you're thinking. That sounds a bit sad, but I've always believed that it's best to do what you enjoy. Just think about it. If this nation really were to be suddenly destroyed tomorrow, but I still successfully finish an exclusive interview with a truly unique person, then the story I would wind up writing would truly be timeless. And then do you know what I'd do? Well, I'd write that story, send it for printing, and use messenger pigeons to get copies out to the various nations as soon as possible. I'm not a dreamer, nor am I a workaholic, but I do love my job, and I'd be proud of leaving such an article behind. I guess you could say that I was born to be a journalist.
That's why she got her vision. That's why she got her vision, isn't it?
But anyway, that's my
ambition.
Answer. And on that note, I'll get back to my preparations.
That's so nice. All of a sudden, Paimon actually kinda envies her. Anyway, let's go and take a look at the sea, shall we? The sea breeze and scenery can be a pretty soothing combo, huh? Paimon's been thinking.
Yes?
If it wasn't Fontaine, but all of Teyvat that would be destroyed tomorrow, where would we go and what would we do? No, Paimon should ask, if you could choose, what would you like to do?
I wonder if Aether and Lumine on their journeys across likely thousands of years across various different realms, countless realms and planets and worlds. I wonder if they ever did see any other destructions. Like on their way out, they saw a star explode, or like they got to a realm that they had, oh, we're gonna go to this realm now, and they get there and a cataclysm had happened. If I could choose, huh? It's just like Charlotte said, suddenly trying to consider what to do is pointless.
We've always been moving to the next destination, so we haven't spent much time thinking about these kinds of things. We didn't have to either, with us always being on the road and whatnot.
Until that moment comes, I'll keep journeying on.
You mean, still traveling?
Yes, cherishing every single moment that I have to look upon this world. Dull blade in hand, eyes front.
Huh. Wait, isn't that what we've always been doing?
The banter goes back and forth between the two of you as time slips by. As night falls, you return to your accommodations and end this busy day. I almost said bussy day. This bussin' day. The next few days are just as calm. Excuse me. The next few days are just as calm. Charlotte comes to find you and conducts the interview at the Spina de la Rosa safe house. Navia, having finished her business in Poisson, even drops by to take a photo with the two of you. All goes well. I want that picture.
Feels like you'll grow mold if you stay here long enough. But it's still better than the Fortress of Meropide, that's for sure. It's not only damp there, but salty too.
Ah, so the two of you are still here. Wonderful.
Oh, you're from the Palais Mermonia, aren't you?
Yes, I'm Isadora. Monsieur Neuvillette sent me to look for you two before. I heard that afterward you went to the Fortress of Meropide.
Are you under the impression that we might be wanted criminals? What have you heard?
at all. I'm well aware that you're friends of his. Actually, I'm here to pass along a message from him.
Let's hear it.
Yes, inside the Opera House. The Maréchaussée Phantom has declared the incident a small-scale riot.
A riot?
Well, that said, I don't personally think it was that serious. Lady Furina was watching a performance at the Opera House, and while she was resting during an intermission, some other audience members suddenly started harassing her, loudly accusing her of doing nothing about the prophecy crisis. And before she could respond, others started to join in. The crowd continued to grow, and protests against the Hydro Archon started to break out.
So people have started to put the blame on Furina. Guess they finally found an outlet for the pressure they've been under due to the prophecy.
I agree. People will naturally rely on gods, as is customary. But the moment people feel threatened, gods are also the first to be blamed.
So what happened after that? Is Furina okay?
Seeing that the situation was spiraling out of control and that further argument was pointless, she claimed that she'd gotten tired of this and left in a hurry.
She dips frequently when things get rough. Not when things get rough, but...
The Maréchaussée Phantom had their hands full maintaining order and did not catch where Lady Furina had gone. Only when things had stabilized did we realize that she had gone missing.
So, you mean she's still missing?
That's right. The Maréchaussée has dispatched many people to search for her, but we don't have any leads yet. That said, I don't think there's much to worry about. She is a god after all. Even if she were to fall into the hands of rioters, what could ordinary people do to her?
I understand the situation.
Good. Monsieur Neuvillette sent me to tell you about the situation, but he didn't say anything else.
Don't worry, this is more than enough to go on. Thanks for keeping us informed.
Ah, is that so? Well, all right then. In that case, you two take care. I'll be heading back to the Palais now.
Well, sounds like we should hurry over to Poisson then.
You sure caught on quickly.
If we know Furina, she won't try to fix things in this situation. Instead, she'll look for a place to wait out the heat. And as we also know, she may be loud and dramatic, but she doesn't have a heart of stone.
Can't they just pull for her? I mean, they have more luck just waiting for her to...
When Neuvillette was talking to her in the Palais Mermonia, and she heard about Poisson, she couldn't hide her sadness and remorse. It would be hard for her to ignore being accused by the public today. Paimon thinks Furina's probably taken the opportunity to slip away to Poisson and try to relieve the sense of guilt that she's feeling. Huh. Well, what do you think? Paimon knows the answer, of course, but Paimon can do the analysis to back it up too. Cool, huh?
I see becoming a detective. I can see becoming a detective has done you some good.
In that case, there's not a moment to lose. Poisson, here we come.
Poisson. Find Furina in Poisson.
This place looks deserted. Guess
Again.
all the survivors must have evacuated already. All that's left here are signs of devastation. Could Furina really be here? Let's try to find her as soon as possible.
Look at the fish. Just scattered on the floor. Oh, there she is.
That's Furina, right over there. She really is here all on her own.
Stay quiet for now.
Should I just give up? This is all meaningless. What was meant to happen did happen after all. Everyone's dead. I'm sorry. I am so
sorry. Give up, Furina. There's no point in holding out. I'm sorry.
Man, I didn't think this is the state we'd find her in.
But what can I even do other than to repeat meaningless apologies over and over?
Furina, she's between the two sides of her, between her being like really overly confident and being shy and unsure of herself, and now breaking down and feeling that she feels like one of the more human archons that we've come across. I guess Venti also, like, it feels like he's constantly drunk as a coping mechanism, but she feels like one of the more human archons that we've come across. Like she's not as like infallible, not infallible, but you know what I mean.
Who's that?
Don't worry, Furina. It's just us.
So it is you, blonde traveler from another land. Why, I almost thought you were someone from that mob of my ignorant subjects, come to kneel and beg for my forgiveness.
Furina, you were crying just now, weren't you? The tear stains on your face are obvious.
What do you mean, tear stains? Oh, I remember. The show at the Opera House earlier this morning was so moving. I'm still trying to process it.
It's an act. I said that previously. That she's putting on a front, but why? Why did she feel like she has to be this cocky, always has an answer to everything Archon?
Who did that uncivilized rabble think they were, disturbing my enjoyment of the arts? They even dare to tout their Archon. I must teach them a lesson. I can just imagine their twisted and frustrated faces once they realize that I'm nowhere to be found. Oh, and I'm sure Neuvillette and those people from the Marsh Sauce Phantom are freaking out right next to them, too.
Love that laugh from her. Stop trying to act tough, Furina. Seriously.
Of course not.
Hey, there she is! The Hydro Archon's over there! Quick, after her!
Furina, those people seem to be after you.
Either just kills all three of them.
They are? They're just some rabid fans who want to cut the line because they haven't been able to meet me in person, aren't they? That's against the rules. I can't let them get their way.
Furina just ran off. Quick, we have to catch up with her.
Bruh. Everyone's just out for a jog. I thought she was doing finger guns for a second.
This should be the place, right? Hey, Furina! There's a good hiding spot over here. Quick, come to Paimon before the rest of them catch up to you.
What is this place?
Hurry, they're almost here.
Fine. I suppose haste is warranted. Lead the way.
Follow me into my teapot. That's one way to get her into the roster.
Paimon's exhausted.
I'm so tired. I totally thought they had caught me. No, I merely gave in to the sheer enthusiasm they displayed.
This place is not exactly what I call soundproof. It's literally a giant, it's just a giant tin can.
You're right.
Yep, that's a good girl.
What's happening? The ground's shaking. Is it an earthquake?
Another disaster just struck?
Yeah, a quake of this kind preceded the flooding in Poisson, didn't it?
It can't be. It's happening again.
Well, there's no need to worry too much about that. Neuvillette's made some emergency plans, so the evacuation should go a lot smoother this time.
Yeah, I hope you're right. But the people of Poisson, they've already...
Has Furina really finally reached her limit? Now that she's talking about her actual feelings, she's starting to look far less stiff. Talk amongst yourselves as Furina slowly calms down.
It's true. I've been investigating the prophecy for hundreds of years. I once had informants all over Teyvat, searching for clues and feeding information back to me. I've tried all kinds of ways too to hold back the sea. Anything to keep the coastline from advancing. But all my efforts proved to be futile in the end. Really, the truth has been clear to me for a very long time. We cannot make an enemy of the divine. No matter what we do, the will of the heavenly principles will have its way, and the prophecy shall be fulfilled.
But even then, you still haven't given up, have you?
Give up. I do love the sound of that phrase. It would mean finally coming to terms with fate, but also for me to finally be free.
But that would also mean that all hope would disappear.
Indeed. I've thought about giving up so many times, especially after we almost lost Poisson. Fate is really unreasonable, isn't it? It has no heart and obeys no rules. The prophecy has only just started to come true, and so many people have already lost their lives. But just now, it all became clear to me. I still don't have the right to come to terms with fate on behalf of everyone else. As long as the final moment hasn't come, it's still not too late. Don't worry. I will keep hope alive for everyone until the very end. Well, that's enough for now. I got the impulse to play the stricken maiden, but honestly, considering my rank and station, that wasn't a good fit at all. Don't take any of what I just said seriously. How could I possibly let Fontaine fall to the whims of trivial prophecy?
That was the most that she's let the mask slip so far.
Come on! Paimon could have sworn you were actually being honest just now.
We're running out of time. We can't just go back to square one like this. I have to get more information out of this. I have to get more information out of her. Furina, you might not have to shoulder this burden alone. Although I don't know what you might be keeping from everyone, your people are more than willing to share your burden with you.
Share my burden? That's impossible. It was fated right from the start that this would be my duty alone.
But even if your burden doesn't need to be shared, you can still choose to confide in someone. Just share it with me. I'm what you'd call a witness. Man.
A witness? Yes. I've heard that you came to Teyvat from beyond the stars, yes. In other words, you never belonged here. And if Teyvat is, in its entirety, a show on a stage, then you're just a spectator, aren't you? If that's the case...
There's no time left. Please, Furina, just spit it out. What the?
gentlemen, this concludes my opening performance.
Legendary.
Now, without further ado, we may proceed to the trial of our god.
I'm not gonna lie, I completely forgot that we even had that plan to get Furina into the hot seat.
So, this is what it is. Yes, you deserve praise for the effort you took to raise the dramatic stakes.
And now the mask is fully on again because now she's in front of people.
Do not forget, however, that I am Focalor, the god of justice, the embodiment of justice itself. Does it not strike you as even the least bit absurd to bring the very concept of justice to trial?
May I interpret these words as your refusal to stand trial? In that case, you will have the opportunity to defend your honor through a duel.
You would draw your blade against a god? I see. It seems like you have made up your mind.
Paimon can't believe it. She just surrendered.
What the heck is going on? Did I just see an Archon surrender to a human?
Wow, how utterly humiliating.
Lady Furina, what is the meaning of this?
Shh. It would seem that there has been a misunderstanding. To be clear, the raising of both hands is not always an indication of surrender.
Bro. It kind of felt scummy doing this to Furina, like getting her to almost confess in this, and then just to spring the trap. Yeah, she was like finally starting to let the mask fall. She was like, she was for the first time we've seen, she was like being, it felt like the real her was coming out.
Looking for excuses again, huh?
I raised my hands just now to indicate my acceptance of the trial. No duel shall be necessary. I will admit that I've been running away for a long time. I'm sorry, everyone. I was unable to protect the people of Poisson. It is my duty to stand trial for my crimes. You are not the only ones to be disappointed in me. I, too, am exceedingly disappointed in myself. But now, it is time for the Hydro Archon to show you her courage and resolve. I, Furina, will use this trial to show the world the true meaning of justice. This time, I will protect you. Applaud and rejoice. One of the most outrageous and fantastical arcs known to the opera epiclese is now unfolding before your eyes. Mark my words, this shall be one of the most exhilarating and brilliant shows ever to grace the stage of Fontaine. The trial of the Hydro Archon, Focalor, will now begin!
Man, she... Jeez. What a contrast in...
Oh, now we're making history.
Woohoo!
Why does it feel like Furina just took over the whole thing? Like, come on! Didn't she just get forced to stand trial for her crimes? Also, even though she's still acting super dramatic, she is taking this seriously this time, right?
All right, then. Who will be my opponent in this trial?
The court asks the prosecutor to please take the stand.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Is that so? Very well. Then please speak, witness of Teyvat, my accuser and fated opponent.
We were so close to getting her to tell us the truth, and yet it still turned out like this in the end. It's okay, though. As long as we can defeat Furina in court, we'll still have a chance to figure everything out. They took steps away from each other like a duel.
Also, please allow me to ask, as a final question before the trial begins. Just how much work did you do to force me onto this stage?
Well, we did do a lot of prep after the meeting that day.
I can go over the tasks assigned to the Spina di Rosula, since they were rather straightforward and easy.
Oh, hey, Charlotte's in the front row.
Navia, the president of the Spina di Rosula.
Most of the people who participated in the disturbance this morning were my subordinates. They changed into plain clothes and came to the Opera House as regular audience members, waiting for the perfect opportunity to incite insurrection against you. The people's resentment against their Archon has been building as more and more of the prophecy is fulfilled. A spark was all we needed to turn smoldering anger into a flame. Moreover, according to our understanding and analysis of you, when something like that occurred, you would likely flee the scene and head to Poisson by yourself. So, we arranged for a second group to lie in wait there.
So, you mean the ones who scoured the settlement for me were also from the Spina?
And their goal was to force you to step into the giant magic box so you may personally participate in the greatest magic performance in all of Fontainian history.
That's right. That house was a magic box, rather than someone's residence.
As the super ultimate version of the setup that I used when I first performed at the Opera Epiclese, the volume of the box was increased by a whole order of magnitude, and the distance it traversed was the entire gap between Poisson and Araneas. Its cargo, of course, was an Archon instead of a human. My thanks, Furina. Without your help, we could never have pulled off such an extraordinary performance.
You're welcome?
Of course, this performance was only made possible with Father's support. The House of the Hearth spent a massive amount of labor in Mora to pull this off. We had to select a location, construct the giant magic box, dig a tunnel, and open up a path through the water. It was a lot of work for all of us.
It's gotta be uncomfortable because, again, like we've discussed, Furina is terrified of Arlecchino.
So, in other words, the earthquake that we felt within the giant magic box was just a normal tremor from the transportation of the whole house?
That's right. It wasn't a sign of another disaster to come.
We deceived you back there. That is kind of rough. That is kind of rough. Because I really feel like I really feel like without doing the trial, we could have gotten our answers from just from her walls breaking down.
Then I can guess Neuvillette and Cloran's parts. You gathered a crowd, prepared a stage, and made sure that the champion duelist would be immediately ready for a fight. Also that as soon as I appeared on the stage, the trial may commence without a hitch. Am I right?
Yes, that is correct.
Well, Clorand, I must commend you for your courage. Only the most outstanding champion duelist in all of Fontaine would accept a duel with an Archon without flinching.
But Furina doesn't seem like a fighter. Like I feel like especially the people close to her, like Clorand, I feel like the people close to her know that she's not a fighter. I mentioned that when I talked about like how she reacted to Arlecchino, how she reacted to Child, that she more so than any of the other Archons, she feels like she's really not a fighter.
Thank you.
As for you, Traveler, I suppose your role was to keep me distracted with conversation once you found me in Poisson. You'd make sure that I didn't notice anything amiss before revealing yourself as my prosecutor once we'd arrived onto the stage.
No.
Oh?
My mission was to give you one last chance. We hoped that you'd share your secret with us before the magic box arrived onto the stage.
Is that so? Then I suppose I must have missed my final chance. It's fine. It matters not. What's done is done. The stage stage is already set, so there's no reason to disappoint the audience. Let's see this trial through to the very end.
Why am I like sympathizing with her? Because it's so obvious that like this is not the real her. I'm just gonna keep going. The only thing we can do, I have so many thoughts about like what. The only thing we can do now is to judge the Hydro Archon. Still, I can't help but feel a little bothered by that conversation earlier. What did Furina want to say to me right before we arrived on the stage?
Sir Prosecutor, please allow me to pass this along. This is a document that Miss Charlotte applied for and received permission to share with you during the trial. According to her, it should speed up the proceedings.
Huh? Charlotte wanted to give us something? Oh, so she's here too! Hey, Charlotte!
You cannot see anything past that.
Oh, let Paimon see. Isn't this the exclusive interview that she did with us before? So she's already finished it, huh? Oh, wait. Then that means this document is a perfect timeline of everything that's happened ever since we stepped foot in Fontaine!
Oh, right.
So in other words, we can refer to this anthology of evidence every time we want to use something from our journey as evidence for an argument!
Nice. Never thought of using it this way.
Let's quickly confirm the information in it. Just think of it as a refresher, alright?
Alright. I've got
Hydro
this.
Archon in the very first duels you took part in at the Opera House. That's one for the history books, all right.
More Charlotte voice lines. A murder case unfolded in the midst of Linny and Lynette's first performance at the Grand Opera House. Though they were cleared of the accusations leveled against them, their identities as agents of the House of the Hearth were revealed.
I didn't think that you'd wind up getting to the bottom of the case I'd been following all this time. I guess you could also see this as a happy coincidence.
Turns out the Fontainians can be dissolved by water from the primordial sea. Over the years, Vashea kidnapped and dissolved many young girls for his experiments to try to find a way to bring back his wife, who had been dissolved.
This is the first time Monsieur Neuvillette had a difference of opinion with the oratories. Even the Hydro Archon can't figure it out.
Though Neuvillette believes Child to be innocent, the oratories judged him as guilty in the end, and even Furina didn't know why.
A Fatui Harbinger. She's an extraordinary person. Her instinct must mean something.
During the diplomatic meeting with the Knave, she revealed that she had already probed Furina on her own, and believed that it was possible not only is Furina not really the Archon, but that she is afflicted with some other kind of curse.
The fortress of Meripede was almost destroyed in a single day. That I didn't witness that scene personally will always be a source of professional regret, I think.
The entrance to the Primordial Sea is sealed beneath the forbidden zone of the Fortress of Meripede, and recently the Primordial Sea has nearly broken out. It was only temporarily pushed back by Neuvillette's power.
According to Monsieur Neuvillette, both Child and that whale should have been in the Primordial Sea at that time.
You saw Child floating in the sea in a dream, as well as an indescribably massive whale.
I nearly lost my awesome friend Navia. To be honest, that still gives me shivers.
While exploring the ruin near Poisson began to collapse and Navia fell into the water containing primordial seawater. Only the protection of the dead members of the Spina di Rosula prevented her from dissolving.
The words of someone as extraordinary as a witch can probably only be truly understood when something surreal happens to you.
N communicated with you by connecting your consciousness. She believes the prophecy will certainly happen, but that you needn't give up all hope. That's an interesting, that I didn't call out at the time, but that's an interesting that like the prophecy is going to come true, but maybe in not the way that we think, you know? Like technically the prophecy will happen, but not in that exact way. Also, I still don't think I agree with there's still so many questions in this Archon quest, but I still think that Furina is really the Archon. I just think that potentially the Gnosis is either hidden away somewhere else, or similar to Miko and A, Neuvillette is the keeper of the Gnosis.
The prosecution and the defense are both in position. The trial shall now begin.
Oh, come on, Neuvillette. There's no need to repeat all the unimportant legalese. Just fast forward to the part where the prosecution lays out my offenses. as the defendant and the lead actress of this performance, I still haven't even been informed of my supposed guilt in all of this.
She's definitely the lead actress of a performance, that's for damn sure.
Of course, it is only natural for humans to struggle to understand the actions of a god. However, you will need more than that to convict me of a crime.
That's true, but my charge here is unrelated to your conduct as an Archon. Instead, I would like to charge you as a fraud who's never been the Archon in the first place.
Wait, what was that? Lady Furina's a fraud?
Hey, I came here thinking that we were going to try the Hydro Archon for forsaking her duty, but did I hear that right? She's not our Archon at all?
Charge accepted. Lady Furina, do you plead guilty to the charge?
Oh. A hesitation.
Lady Furina.
I plead not guilty. How can I be guilty?
But that throws a wrench in what I just said then.
There is no way that I, Focalor, otherwise known as Furina de Fontaine, a member of the Seven and the Regina of all waters, kindreds, peoples, and laws of Fontaine, could be anything other than your true Archon.
Yeah. Even though Lady Furina can be rather eccentric, isn't it going too far to doubt her very identity?
I just had a theory that blasted into my brain that I'm gonna hold on to for a sec.
Yeah, I've never questioned her identity either. Sure, Lady Furina can be super irresponsible, but what grounds does that prosecutor have to make such a huge claim?
I'm just gonna keep. I had a huge theory just blast into my brain. I'm gonna shut up and just keep playing.
I have cause to believe that common sense will prevail in this case. Many of the members of the audience have known me as the Hydro Archon ever since they were born. There would be no fooling their memory. See? Even the Oratrice has decided to show me its favor. Are you sure you want to commit to a charge that will never be upheld? If you wish to drop the case, I can promise you as the God of Justice that you will not have to face trial for making a false accusation. We will treat everything that's happened as a dramatic spectacle and move on with our lives. What do you say to that?
Convenient.
Huh. An argument with near impossible odds, huh? You have to not only refute Furina's claims, but also overturn the long-held beliefs of the people.
The people only see you as their Archon because that's their long-held belief.
Well, I tried to give you the chance to surrender. If you must persist, then let me ask. If you believe I'm not the Archon, then what manner of being do you think I am?
Brat.
And if I was not the Archon, then how did I manage to live for over 500 years?
Adeptus, you're actually from Leo. I've got to think carefully. What do we know to be special about Furina exactly? Irrelevant. That.
First of all, you may be a member of another long-lived race, which would allow you to naturally possess an extended lifespan. And second of all, even if that wasn't the case, there could be other ways to extend your life.
Such as a curse. What if she's Conrian? I really don't think that's where this is going, but because that was not my theory, to clarify. That was not the theory that I just mentioned. But imagine if she's a Conrian this whole time, and that's why she's so. Here I have another. Since we're back in court. Put that on my tail.
Who gave you that idea? Was it the knave? You'd sink so low as to use a Harbinger's words against me.
I mean, have you met her? It doesn't matter who gave us the information. What matters is the veracity of the claim.
A curse? I once thought it possible that the aura of an Archon might naturally resemble a type of curse. But in light of this claim, perhaps what I sensed was not your divinity, but a curse after all.
Neuvillette sensed it too, huh?
So instead of an Archon, could you just be a cursed human?
Lady Furina is actually a human?
Well, it is true that it's extremely difficult to tell humans and gods apart just by looking at them. It's not impossible.
Oh, the Oratrice agreed with that one.
Well, don't start celebrating too early now. Even if I have been carrying a curse like you said, how does that prove that I am merely a human being?
Give you my theory to it before we go on. Okay, so it's a wild theory. I don't know. Okay. Very early on, we're introduced to the two sides of Furina. We're introduced to the brash, confident, cocky Furina, and then the shy Furina, which seems like that's the real one. What if? Yeah, and I won't look at chat after I'm saying it. Please don't spoil anything in chat. But just to be safe, I won't look at chat after I say this. What if one of those Furinas is the real one, and which is the Archon, and there are two of her, and one isn't an Archon? Like, what if somehow, like, Furina was able to split herself into two beings, not unlike Raiden A and the Raiden Shogun, not unlike because the Shogun is just the puppet, it's the enforcer, similar in function to how A acted as Makoto's enforcer. The Shogun is just a physical body for A that inhabits it. The Shogun has its own that has the Shogun here. I'm actually going to. I'm sorry to do this. I hate that I feel like I need to do this, but I'm gonna just put a window over chat right now. Please don't spoil anyway. But just in case there's anyone who hasn't for some reason who hasn't played this game that's also in chat. It's not just me who needs to look out for spoilers. There's other fellow chatters that might be spoiled by stuff. But what if it's a similar thing to A dumping her consciousness into Euthymia, where Furina split her consciousness into two beings, where one is human, one is Archon, and so maybe the Furina that we've been interacting with this whole time is not the Archon and is just a separate manifestation of herself, and the actual Archon is still in quote unquote Euthymia. That was my thought. That, like, what if there are two and one isn't an Archon?
Besides,
but I don't know.
Knows that the main difference between a human and a god is the possession of authority. Gods can do what humans cannot. That's why they're worshipped as gods. For centuries, manifestations of my authority have served the nation of Fontaine. One need only to turn their eyes towards the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinal in this very opera house, or consider the endemidium that is used in every aspect of life.
Wait, that one trial proved the opposite. Furina actually has no control over the Oratrice at all. Yeah, it acts, like it's sentient. It has its own. It has its Teyvat, has its own laws. It has its own consciousness almost. Like it makes its own decisions. Child's conviction.
You tried to reference the Oratrice, but weren't you as confused as all the rest of us when the Oratrice declared Child to be guilty without any proof? Otherwise, you should have come up with a good explanation for that by now.
Didn't I make myself clear at the time? The decisions of the gods are naturally difficult for humans to comprehend.
There is no need to provide an explanation.
Lady Furina, I believe a reminder of your current circumstances is in order. While the court is in session, the principles of justice and the law must come before all else. While you are an Archon, you are also first and foremost the defendant in this trial. You will prove yourself unable to defend against the prosecution's charges if you continue to withhold vital information against the rules of the court.
I never thought you'd use that kind of rhetoric against me.
That was no trick of rhetoric, Lady Furina. I've merely reiterated the rules of the court. Rules that all should respect and follow.
So, you neither knew why Child was declared guilty, nor did you understand the structure and operations of the Oratrice. Instead of having been created by you, the manifestations of authority you mentioned have been made by the real Hydro Archon, haven't they?
Another brain blast that's kind of a continuation of the theory that I just said. And all of this, the reason I don't know if my theories are crackhead theories or not, is because it bears so much resemblance to Raiden A, Raiden Shogun, and Yae Miko. But meanwhile, Paimon floating menacingly before us. To kind of finish out the theory that I just explained. The theory that I had, which I kind of just like expanded on, my brain just expanded on just now, is what if there's two Furinas, one's the real Archon, one's not. Neither one of them are in possession of the Gnosis, but I kind of lost where I was going, actually.
The real Hydro Archon. Well, now you're really losing me.
Like this one that we've been interacting with the whole time is a fake. But how would she be living for 500 years? That's the question that I have, because I don't know if I. Let's just keep going.
It is true that I did not know why the Oratrice gave out a guilty verdict that day. But the Oratrice handed out that verdict unilaterally, and it has been operating independently ever since it was first created. You can't argue that just because a divine creation is flawed, that the god behind it must also be no god at all.
She's still throwing out all kinds of excuses. Seems like she's confident that we won't be able to produce proof that she has no power over the Oratrice.
Sure, we can put the Oratrice aside for now, but then Miss Furina. Oh, damn. Called her Miss Furina, not Lady Furina. Could you give us a brief demonstration of your power as an Archon?
My power as an Archon? There are many ordinary citizens in the audience. How can I just carelessly demonstrate the formidable power of an Archon?
Simple, I've dropped several meteors in your office.
If that poses a concern, I'm prepared to extend my protection to the audience.
You don't need to go that far.
A brief demonstration of your power over Hydro should be quite harmless. Surely an Archon can at least match the capabilities of a human with a vision. You know, Furina does have a vision on her, doesn't she? Whereas Neuvillette doesn't have a vision on his person. Are you human? What if this vision's real? Because Ventis is just a glass ball.
Aren't you the Hydro Archon? Or is it that you can't even wield the power of Hydro, much less the authority of a god?
Indemnitium! Yes! It's all because of Indemnitium! All Archons derive their power from the faith of the people, and I've converted the people's faith in justice into Indemnitium. Thus did I give up all of my divine power to provide everyone with energy for their daily lives. Have you ever seen a more magnanimous god?
Isn't that
a huge stretch.
Yeah, no matter how generous an Archon can be, how could they give up all their power? Can a god with no power even still be called a god?
Oh snap.
It seems like
Oh,
nobody's
snap.
buying Furina's excuse.
Hey, come now, everyone. Please don't stare at me as if I was a liar. I'm still the same Furina you knew, right? The one that you loved. Shouldn't you want to believe in me? Please? You've got to believe me.
Oh damn.
If what the prosecutor said is true, she really has committed a grave offense.
Did she deceive all of us? And all of our parents and grandparents too? And then all of our ancestors? Ever since they were born?
Enough. That's enough. Tell me then, if I'm not the real Hydro Archon, then who is? If you have no evidence of another Hydro Archon's existence, nor can you find anyone who can back up their claim to be such, then what grounds have you to say that I'm not actually the real deal?
Wow, she came up with yet another argument. How can we refute her now? Seems like she really doesn't want to give up.
If we can't prove that she isn't the Archon, we can at least we can try to prove that she is just a human. And if she's only human, seawater? Just splash some water on her?
That doesn't sound right. Paimon doesn't think this clue can be used as compelling evidence to build our case.
The entrance of the Primordial Sea is sealed beneath the forbidden zone of the Fortress of Meripede, and recently the... Oh! Nope, never mind. Nope, never mind. I had an aha, and the aha was incorrect. Why do none of these, neither of these seem like they're related whatsoever? It's this one? Is it this one? Wait, is there another one that I'm not? No, these are all irrelevant. What? It's this one? Why is it this one?
It has been established that all Fontainians can dissolve in water from the primordial...
First try.
And that means...
I'm looking at chat again, by the way.
Since you insist on claiming to be a god and not a human, then there's a method that you can use right here and now to eliminate all suspicions of you being the latter.
Miss Navia, please apply to serve as a temporary attorney for the prosecution before addressing the court. Though you act in partnership with the prosecutor, you must still adhere to proper procedure.
3 strikes. He's like, you've interrupted quite enough in the past few months.
Super sorry, Monsieur Chief Justice. I swear this really will be the last time that I'll speak out of turn. Now, I've brought some seawater from Poisson. As everyone knows, a massive flood struck the area not long ago, taking many lives, including those of some of my closest friends. So, Miss Furina, would you dare to touch some of this seawater? If we are to believe that you are indeed the real Hydro Archon, touching this seawater would have no effect on you. All it should do is strengthen your case. But if you don't dare to touch it, then we would have basically proved the reverse. Oh, and I must remind you that after the disaster at Poisson, nobody wants to see any more people dissolve. I do hope you'll act prudently and choose the simpler path of admitting guilt.
Navia from the Spina di Rasula. The Spina has governed Poisson for many years. I guess her suggestion is valid.
If Lady Furina is indeed just a human, she's probably Fontainian like all the rest of us. Would she really dare to try?
Oh.
Lady Furina, this test has been unilaterally proposed by the prosecution. As it falls outside the realm of standard court proceedings, you possess the right to decline participation.
Well, of course he had to tell her that. But refusing to participate is basically the same as a confession of guilt.
She's just staring at the water without saying a single word.
Indeed.
It really does seem like she's quite terrified of it. That could only mean...
What's going on? Is she really planning to... that's not what we thought she would...
Due to the inherent risk of the test, Lady Furina, you may...
Hey!
She actually did it. You're human. That seemed like a genuine reaction. Like she seemed genuinely scared of that.
I'm fine! Look at me, everyone! My hand is still here! I haven't been dissolved! Will you believe me now? I really am your Archon! I'm nothing like a normal human who would fall apart as soon as they touch this water! Really? Was this not the most obvious thing in the world?
Miss Siegewin? If you're present, Miss Siegewin, please come forward and attend to the defendant.
Siegewin? Don't be nervous. It'll just take a few seconds. Let me see.
Is it just regular water?
That should be enough.
Please announce the results of your evaluation to the court, Miss Siegewin.
As everyone doubtlessly saw, Miss Furina was displaying symptoms of hyperventilation and flushed skin. These indicate that she was experiencing the adverse effects of exposure to primordial seawater. The extent to which she was affected is the same as other humans when exposed to primordial seawater of a similar concentration.
It wasn't pure. You're human. But how? Why?
Thank you, Miss Siegewin. Lady Furina, you may return to the defendant's stand.
It was the drug form. The drug form. That's all I remember about it. It was the drug form of it. It was like it was the diluted version that'll just get you high and won't dissolve you.
Oh wait, what did she just say? I didn't get dissolved. Shouldn't that be enough to prove my innocence?
Synth, yeah, the drugs is what I remember it by. Synth.
Well, considering your tendency to run from your problems...
Roasted.
We did originally prepare a direct sample of the seawater around Poisson. However, after extensive discussion, we exchanged it for a sample that is not concentrated enough to dissolve an actual human. After all, on the off chance that something entirely unexpected might occur, we don't want anyone else to lose their life to the sea.
Yeah, so out of regard for Furina's life, you secured a low-concentration sample and asked the head nurse to serve as an expert witness. It's a great thing that the direct sample wasn't actually used. Furina could have...
I can't believe... you...
But what's really going on here? Furina can't have known the consequences of touching that water as a human. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. She has to know that she's human. But... one, why? Oh my gosh, Jester, thank you for gifting those subs. Thank you. Thank you. Also, thank you, Unlimited Michi, for the follow as well. I'm sorry I haven't been keeping track of those. Thank you. She had to have known she's human. But how and why? That's my questions. Why did she touch the water then? If she thought it was full concentration? She's just willing to go down with her own ship? This is too unlike how she actually acts, unless it's actually more important for her to keep her facade than to save her own life. But she... oh, never mind, she doesn't have a vision. I thought she had a vision back here. Oh, never mind, she doesn't have a vision anywhere. Okay, never mind. But hadn't she given up on everything a long time ago?
Listen to me, everyone. Please don't give me such cold and disdainful looks. What happened just now didn't prove a single thing. Think about it. How can Can you conclusively prove that an Archon can't also be affected by the primordial seawater? Also, if I was really just a human, why would I dare to just put my hand in that kind of water? Please, anyone, just listen to me. I swear, I really am your Archon.
I don't like seeing Furina cry. Why am I sympathizing with her? What?
I don't think anything she says at this point will sway anyone. The odds are just too stacked against her now.
With all the things that have been said, Paimon doesn't think there's any way left for Furina to win.
I believe the time for arguments and presentation of evidence has come to an end. If there are no objections, we will move on to the final judgment.
I don't think anything she says at this point will sway anyone. She's too stacked against her now.
In my capacity as Chief Justice, I shall now render judgment on Furina's misrepresentation of herself as the Archon of Fontaine. As a human who knowingly deceived her fellow citizens, Furina is guilty. We shall now turn to the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinale to render the final verdict on the charges. According to the judgment of the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinale, Furina is...
Well, what's wrong? What's the Oratrice's verdict?
Did it disagree with him again?
No. The Oratrice also displays a guilty verdict.
Isn't that correct then?
However, the exact wording of the verdict is thus. The Hydro Archon, guilty, to be punished via the death sentence.
The death sentence?
That's actually one of the available sentences? I've always thought that it was just a myth.
The one and only time the death sentence has been handed out at the court, and it's been given to the very person we've worshipped as the god of justice? What an unexpected twist.
Shut up.
Furina's been sentenced to death by the Oratrice? We just wanted to use the trial to show her the seriousness of things so she'd tell us the truth. How did things escalate this quickly?
This outcome is indeed quite strange. According to Fontaine's current definitions of justice, as well as its recommendations for criminal sentences, is this sentence really appropriate for the crimes that have been committed?
Yeah, even Fache wasn't sentenced to death by the Oratrice. You know, the real evil mastermind behind the serial disappearances case.
And instead of freeing the Oratrice, it was very specific in that wording, wasn't it? So is Furina the real Hydro Archon's puppet?
Indeed. Not only is Furina's sentence overly excessive, the very point of our trial today was also to prove that Furina has never been the Hydro Archon in the first place.
She looks so defeated.
But now, the Oratrice seems to have deliberately invoked the title of the Hydro Archon. What?
Oh shit, sorry. I haven't done that in a long time, sorry about that. I accidentally clicked the button.
Excuse me, if I may interrupt.
Frem!
Is
The trial's still going?
If not Frem, why Frem-shaped?
Fremine! Oh, you finally made it. I assume this means you've completed your mission?
Mm-hmm. Any mission Father assigns to me will always be top priority.
Some help from the other Fatui. Fremine brings a stone slate onto the stage.
Is that the first prophecy slate?
Who is this? Dark hair, so this must be Egeria. And look, these are Oceanids down here.
Huh. So the knave privately arranged for Fremine to try and find the missing slate.
I looked everywhere and finally found it at the bottom of the sea. It took me a long time to get around some dangerous stretches of water.
What a G. It just casually finds this missing piece of history.
But has the trial already concluded? Then doesn't that mean I've come too late? Oh no. Father will be disappointed in me.
It's not too late for you to shine.
Thank you for your hard work, Mr. Fremine. Please allow me to review the record left on the slate.
Indeed, Neuvillette.
Traveler, I believe that you have already seen the other existing slates. I would like you to come here and confirm their contents.
Huh? So what do you see? What is it?
This looks like the previous Hydro Archon releasing her divine power, turning the Oceanids into human beings?
I believe I have now made sense of the Hydro Archon's crime. It has to do with Fontaine's lost history.
The crime that the Hydro Archon was confessing to Celestia?
Huh? Isn't the Hydro Archon just guilty of deceiving her people? Oh, wait, no, that's Furina, and we've already proven that she's not the Hydro Archon. So when you say Hydro Archon, do you mean the real Hydro Archon we've been kinda talking about?
In truth, everything that you've encountered in Fontaine up until this point can be traced back to the contents of these stone slates. However, I'm uncertain as to how much sense they currently make to you.
An association between the content of the slates and the events in real life. I thought for a brief moment that Egeria was still alive, but that doesn't make any sense whatsoever. That like Egeria was that Furina is Egeria's puppet, but that doesn't really make sense, does it?
Okay, let's try to recall the contents of the other 3 stone slates. Paimon will do her best to help you remember.
Select to check the descriptions of the stone slates and extract key information from them. You can find scenarios related to the stone slates' contents in the incidents recorded in the interview notebook. There you can verify said content. As the verification process continues, the fountain water level in the menu interface will rise. When you're finished verifying all the stone slates, the truth behind the prophecy shall be revealed. I love these animations. They're so cool.
The first stone slate describes what you just said. It seems to show the previous Hydro Archon using her divine power, and then the Oceanids turn into humans.
Okay, this is not a good stopping point, but it's a good transition point, so I need to use the restroom real quick, and they'll be right back. Give me just 1 sec. I was waiting for a chance to, for a chance that there'd be kind of a transition of scenes. So give me just 1 sec, I'll be right back. Holy shit, how many people are here right now? Hi. Hello, everyone. Welcome. I hadn't looked at the viewer count for a hot minute. Hi. Thank you everyone for stopping by. Okay. Back into it. The first stone slate describes what you had just said. It seems to show the previous Hydro Archon using her divine power, and then the Oceanids turn into humans.
Does that mean that Fontanians are transformed Oceanids? Oh, Paimon wasn't expecting that. But if Oceanids can turn into humans, then perhaps this process can be reversed as well. The second stone slate shows Celestia floating in the sky, and the Hydro Archon and her people worshipping it together. But the heavens still brought judgment down upon them.
Olympus.
This must be the point when the Hydro Archon and the Fontanians were branded with their original sin. Does this mean that the original sin and the Hydro Archon sin are the same thing? The third slate shows the Hydro Archon sinking into the sea surrounded by many people. That reminds Paimon, didn't we also watch that happen to someone else? Well, the fourth slate is the prophecy the Fontanians have been talking about. People dissolving into the sea, the Hydro Archon crying on her throne, and so on. We didn't believe that such a crazy disaster could happen at first, did we? But after that incident, it was just a question of when and not if.
This is big brain time. The stone slates in the ruin showing the prophecy describe the history of the future. The first piece that was originally missing has been found by Fremine. It seems to show the former Hydro Archon using divine power to turn Oceanids into people. After the court proved that Furina was not the Hydro Archon, the verdict displayed Hydro Archon is guilty to be punished via the death sentence, and communicating with you by consciousness. Whose prophecy will certainly happen, but not to give up hope. And then I wonder if this one is one where, because not all of these always have something that needs refuted. It seems to show the former Hydro Archon used to turn people into Oceanids into people. I'm going to leave that one by itself for right now. Shows Celestia floating in the sky and the Hydro Archon and her people worshiping together, but the heavens still brought down judgment upon them. The Hydro Archon guilty to be punished via the death sentence?
Perhaps what is about to take place has all happened before. The true sin of the Hydro Archon that Neuvillette mentioned, and the original sin cast down on the people of Fontaine by Celestia, has recorded on the stone slates.
Ooh, I got one first try. The stone slates in the ruin showed the prophecy describe a history of the future. Show the Hydro Archon sinking in the sea surrounded by many people. The entrance to Primordial Sea?
That doesn't sound
okay. Navia fell into the water.
It's not as simple as falling into the sea. When Navia fell into the sea, her consciousness was subjected to judgment. The stone slates show the people gathered around the Hydro Archon in the sea. Could that be alluding to the same thing?
And then this one, so there's 4 of them. So all these obviously do have. Former Hydro Archon used divine power to turn Oceanids into people. The entrance to the Fontaines can be dissolved into water?
We know from the case of the serial disappearances of young women that Fontanians can be dissolved in primordial seawater. And the first stone slate tells us that long ago, the Hydro Archon used her power to turn Oceanids into humans. This might be the reason that Fontanians can dissolve.
Dust to dust. Or rather, water to water. And then finally, the stone slates in the ruin showing the prophecy describe history of the future. This is the 4th slate. Shows a scene that is basically identical that is described. Fontaine will eventually be dissolved into the sea, and the Hydro Archon will sit alone on a throne and weep. And Nicole? N, communicated by consciousness, believes the prophecy will certainly happen, but we needn't give up all hope.
That doesn't sound...
Never mind. Into the primordial sea was pushed back by Neuvillette's power.
The prophecy from the stone slates found its way into society, but not many people believed it at first. The fortress of Meropide was nearly flooded with primordial seawater, which we know can cause Fontainians to dissolve. It seems increasingly likely that the prophecy may come true. If we hadn't dealt with it in time, things could have gone very badly.
They'll dissolve into the primordial sea but won't cease to exist. Their essence will flow in the seawater, converge, and take the form of an Oceanid. The Hydro Archon was sentenced to death in court, shocking everyone present. Perhaps this means that her sin was actually Fontaine's original sin. Navia fell into the water inside those ruins, and she nearly dissolved. She was surrounded by the people of Poisson in a court within her consciousness, and was forced to take part in a trial meant to make her stay. The eruption of the primordial sea at the fortress of Meropide was the surest sign that the prophecy was about to come to pass no matter what. The stone slate's contents can all be verified by recent events. If we combine what we know together, loads of truth should come to light.
Those effects are so pretty.
Huh? Oh, Paimon gets it now. So that's how you can make sense of it.
Hang on real quick. I need to go back in. I don't know why I didn't do this before stream. There are 2 previous episodes in the drive that this current episode is being written to, because this is a long episode and I want to make sure. Okay, never mind. I've got 600 gigs free in that drive. Never mind, we're good.
But then it feels like we're going to have to share some truly shocking revelations.
Let's hear them.
The first slate reveals that Fontainians are not real humans. Get dunked on, Fontainians!
Incredible. Linny, did you hear that?
We're not real humans.
The French are not real.
All Fontainians were originally created by the late previous Hydro Archon, with Oceanids as their basis. The evidence for that can be found in how only Fontainians could dissolve in primordial seawater, and how all the girls Vacher dissolved were also turned into Oceanids. Oh, and according to Navia, when she was about to get dissolved, she also saw everyone gathered around for a trial, all of them in the shape of Oceanids.
Indeed.
Second slate reveals that the crime of the Hydro Archon was her creation of Fontainians from Oceanids.
Yeah, and it follows from the content of the first slate that she probably angered Celestia by creating humans without prior permission.
Fucking Zeus.
That could also explain why the Oratrice judged the Hydro Archon to be guilty. It's to account for that ancient sin.
The Hydro Archon's true sin was creating us?
And yet, after many hundreds of years, the Hydro Archon's creations have turned around to try to judge the Archon within the Opera Epiclese. The twists of history are often the most unexpected of all.
This entire Archon quest from front to back is just pure poetry. It's so good. As for the third slate, I'm still convinced that it should come after the fourth slate.
Yeah, isn't the image here just like when Navia fell into the sea? So wouldn't it be trying to show the image of the Hydro Archon also falling into the sea once the prophecy has been fulfilled in the fourth slate?
The fourth slate depicts the fulfillment of the prophecy that as it's already widely known.
In the end, the people will all the waters, and only the Hydro Archon will remain weeping on her throne. Only then will the sins of the people of Fontaine be washed away. Did Paimon get all that right?
You've made some keen deductions. I must say, given how much you still don't know, it is impressive that you've already managed to connect so many pieces of the truth.
Well, I mean...
However, while you were able to decode all the information on the slates, they've also been etched with an additional layer of hidden information using a different power source. When we were at the ruins, I tried to decipher the hidden information recorded in the slates. But since we only had 3 slates at the time, I was unable to come to a full conclusion. Now that the slate collection is complete, I shall make another attempt to decipher the narrative recorded within. If everything goes well, we should finally be informed of the unadulterated truth.
Well? Did you get it?
I believe I should share this truth not only with you, but with all the people of Fontaine as well. I will try to briefly summarize it for you. Your hypotheses regarding the origin of Fontainians and the sin of the Hydro Archon were both correct. In the Fontaine of old, the previous Hydro Archon sensed the yearning of her Oceanid familiars for life on land.
Hydro Baymaxes. Look at this guy.
The Oceanids were enamored with the beauty and romanticism of human beings, and wishing to have those experiences for themselves, expressed to the Hydro Archon their desire to become of a similar kind. However, even though water as an element is intricately linked with the power of life, the Hydro Archon, as one of the 7, did not possess the authority to create a new form of human life. Not one to give in, she eventually found a way to create permanent humanoid bodies for her familiars by appropriating the power of this planet's primordial sea. She poured primordial seawater into the Oceanids' blood vessels, creating humanoid mimics in the process. But if Fontainians were to ever come into direct contact with water from the primordial sea, the power within their bodies would escape these artificial restraints and return to the sea. As a result, their forms would collapse, and they would be reverted to their original forms as Oceanids. Of course, the Hydro Archon never received permission from the heavenly principles to create a new human race.
Him doing that idle animation while he explains this.
And thus, the Hydro Archon and all of her creations came to shoulder the original sin of appropriating the power of the primordial sea. That is the true history of how the people of Fontaine first came into being.
So we were all Oceanids before we turned into human beings?
That's way too much information for me. I think I'm just going to pretend that I never heard a single thing.
I sometimes I hate Fontaine citizens sometimes.
But if that's the truth, we can't let the Hydro Archon be sentenced to death. After all, her only sin was creating us.
This really might be too much information for your regular Fontainian, but it does answer a lot of our questions.
Alas, your hypothesis regarding the 3rd and 4th stone slates was inaccurate. The slates' respective positions are, in fact, correct.
So they are in the right order? What's the 3rd slate supposed to represent then?
A key point of the visual on the 3rd slate is how all the individuals depicted in the water are humans rather than Oceanids. They have not been dissolved, which implies that the water depicted in this slate is not water from the primordial sea. The nation of Fontaine is the nation of Hydro, as well as the nation of trials and justice. Instead of being the literal element, the water in the scene symbolizes judgment and justice. You may also recall Navia's experience. When she fell into the sea, her consciousness was surrounded by that of many others who intended to hold a trial to determine her fate. Therefore, the meaning of the 3rd slate is that the people of Fontaine shall try the Hydro Archon at the court of justice.
So that's the current event.
Yes, it refers to our present situation.
I think I'm following now. So, what you're saying is, even though we decided to put on this trial to avoid fulfilling the prophecy,
those who take steps to... What did Master Uguay say? What did those who try to escape their destiny often find it or something? That's the direct quote from Uguay. That's exactly what he said.
In truth, everything we've done has happened exactly as the prophecy foretold. So now, it seems, we're the ones making sure it comes true.
What should we do?
Feels like there's no way out of this.
Huh. No matter what, the prophecy will be fulfilled. Is this what it feels like to be a prisoner of fate?
You know, this is what N told us, though, that the prophecy will come true.
If that's the case, does that mean the scene in the fourth slate will also be fulfilled soon?
Traveler, I would like to point out another small fallacy in your deductions. About the fourth slate, you probably thought that the eruption of primordial seawater beneath the fortress of Meripede served as the surest sign that the prophecy was about to come to pass, yes? However, I believe that rather than being a sure sign, that eruption could in fact only be a small warning of something far worse to come.
Great!
As for the root cause of the catastrophe, I believe you've already encountered it once before.
I have? What is this true source of the catastrophe?
This eruption was just a small warning of the things to come. We must find the root cause of the disaster.
Oh, only this one needs verified. The secret of the fortress of Meripede has been protecting it. The secret the fortress of Meripede has been protecting is the entrance to the primordial sea. The Neuvillette is sealed once more. Just how long will it last? The prophesied disaster will likely spread from here. A murder case unfolded in the midst of Linny and Lynette's first performance at the Grand Opera House. Though they were cleared of the accusations leveled against them, their identities as agents of the House of the Hearth were revealed. The whale.
It was both dream and reality.
First try.
If we're talking about a true culprit, that could only be that thing inside the primordial sea, right?
The truth, the original sin, the trial, and the root cause of the disaster.
It was the Genesis crystal. Wow. Oh my gosh, that guy's crawling. He's using Venti's burst. It's Child! With the Fatui theme. Where did he come from? Well, I guess he came from the same portal that the whale just popped out of. And he just noped back into the portal?
That was way too close! How did that thing just burst into the opera house? Wait, was that the huge whale you saw in your dream?
I'd wager that's also the one the Child saw when he was young.
So we've met it at last. I understand very well why it has chosen to make an appearance here. That whale does not belong to Teyvat. It is a monster that has traversed the stars, weeping all the while.
Well, that's rough.
It has been greedily consuming the energy from the planet's primordial sea, using it to grow. That is the main cause for the rising sea levels. And once it has finished consuming all of the energy contained within the sea, its next step will be...
You said that when the Hydro Archon first created Fontainians out of Oceanids, she filled their blood vessels with primordial seawater.
Precisely. That whale finds the blood of Fontainians nigh impossible to resist. Therefore, when it left the primordial sea, it decided to make its next stop a packed opera house full of food. Food in the form of Fontainians.
We just barely managed to push it back, right? In that case, won't it come back to target the people again once it's managed to recover its strength?
That is correct. Indeed, it is more accurate to say that we should thank that Harbinger for buying us some time. Without him, the whale would have likely come onto land far sooner. From the way he looked, he must have been fighting the creature for quite a long time.
Yeah, he was beat up.
That battle maniac. We've always known that he had a special connection with that whale, but we definitely didn't expect it to help us out like this.
Is this vengeance? Is this his retribution for us using him as our damage tester?
Anyway, now that we know that this whale is the actual cause of the disaster recorded in the prophecy, all we need to do to stop the prophecy would be to find a way to beat it up, right?
It is too late.
What do you mean?
It had already absorbed too much of the primordial sea's energy before we could notice it. At this point, it has become practically integrated with the sea itself. Even if the entirety of Teyvat were to be destroyed, it could still survive and swim off towards some other world.
That's not something I will accept. We've already done everything we can, and we even found the true culprit. We've come so far. You can't just tell me that the last hurdle is some impossible foe. That's just not fair.
Indeed, that's not how a grand performance should end.
I'll fight it to the end, no matter what.
So the prophecy will be fulfilled no matter what, huh?
The prophecy. Yes, what has been prophesized will be fulfilled. You may view such things as the history of the future.
After everything, it still turned out like this. We couldn't fight against fate. But if this is all about fate?
Just as prophecies are usually only the future as seen from the perspectives of the gods, could things be happening in hidden corners where the gods' gaze does not fall? Ultimately, fate shall serve as your only guide, no matter what will happen in Teyvat's future. All you need to do is to play your part.
Could it be that even if the prophecy would be fulfilled, there will still be a way to save everyone? Did I miss something? Wait, I forgot about Furina. What? She's still crying in the box upstairs. What was it that she wanted to say to me at that last moment in the giant magic box? What is her real secret? Are those the gears of the Oratrice? It is.
What's happening with the Oratrice?
I believe it is preparing to carry out the death sentence.
It's gonna do this?
Furina!
She's like just accepted it.
No, I still need answers.
Who is that? Whoa, where are... Oh, we're still in the opera.
You...
Sorry. That shocked expression on your face is just too amusing. I couldn't help myself.
You are not Furina. Who are you?
Ah, the sweet sound of bewilderment. Marvelous. A sure sign that my attempt to deceive everyone was a resounding success. But to answer your question, I am Focalor. You know, the god.
What?
Focalor. Why did you deceive us?
Oh, that wasn't my goal, of course. Goodness, no. But I had to fool everyone else too, if I was to stand any chance of deceiving the heavenly principles.
Deceiving the heavenly principles?
It's all because of that pernicious prophecy. Dreadful, wasn't it? Everyone doomed to dissolve. Fontaine condemned to be flooded. One was not amused. In fact, one was positively bemused when that problem was thrust upon me by my dearest predecessor. That's the former Hydro Archon Egeria for the uninitiated. It hardly gets more disastrous than a preordained national catastrophe, now does it? She knew full well that the prophecy would surely come to pass. And as one of the seven, she also knew full well that one defies the heavenly principles at one's peril. So yes, as you have no doubt surmised, it was a rather impossible situation that I found myself in. I spent a terribly long time mulling it over, alone on the ocean floor. And I was almost growing barnacles by the time I finally realized there was only one possible solution to this confounding conundrum. I had to outwit the heavenly principles, allow the prophecy to be fulfilled, ostensibly at least, while saving everyone at the same time. I'm a genius, I know. I can only assume that's why Egeria chose me as her successor.
I'm a genius. I'm a genius. So this is Furina's other side. But it's not. It's not Furina's other side. The two Furinas the two split personality Furinas. This is not one of those personalities. This is the real Archon. So Furina is just a stand-in, is just a puppet?
Although, looking back now, it was hardly the inheritance one dreams of. Between the task of saving the nation, the quotidian duties of the Hydro Archon, and not to mention the original sin of creating a new race of humans, I dare say she left me quite a colossal mess to clean up.
Yeah, Egeria is the one who did all that, and Focalor was just the next Archon in line.
But one can only play the hand one is dealt. I did not choose this, any more than I chose to be one of her Oceanid familiars.
Oh.
So you were also once one of the Oceanids, transformed into a human by Egeria's hand.
Yes, I was. I always dreamed of becoming human. And I still do, even now. In my eyes, to be human is to be part of the greatest opera ever known.
Look at this sword as well.
After becoming a god, I separated my divinity from my body and spirit. leaving behind only a self that was as naive and bewildered as my past self on her first day as a human being.
Wait, so Furina is Furina is Focalors, just with none of the divinity left in her? I separated my divinity from my body and spirit, leaving behind only a self that was as naive and bewildered as my past self on her first day as a human being. That is tragic, though. Like, think about that.
The me you see before you now is that divinity. And the human counterpart I left behind, I named Furina. She could feel joy, sorrow, and everything in between. She could be as vain and conceited, or as meek and vulnerable as she wished.
Which she was. All of the emotions of a human.
Her strengths were of a kind only a human could possess, as were her shortcomings. But in my eyes, Furina's humanity was what made her perfect. She was perfectly human in every way. The person I always wanted to be. Anyway, so then I cursed her.
Sorry, that's... Just the delivery on that line was, I was like close to crying, and that just took me out.
All part of the plan, of course. The plan to deceive the heavenly principles.
By the way, for anyone who's new, I'm a fucking crybaby. I'll probably be crying the more this quest goes on.
Do you still remember the final scene of the prophecy? The Hydra Archon alone, weeping on her throne. In order that the prophecy might appear fulfilled, I invited Furina to be an actress, to play the part of the Hydro Archon in the prophecy.
So she was just a puppet of the real Archon, but man,
Under the curse I placed on her, so long as I, Focalors' divinity, continued to exist, she could not die. But nor was she free to live her life in the pursuit of happiness. Instead, she was forced to take the stage in the opera house, to embrace the role of leading lady, to forever play the part of the god from the prophecy, all to create a deceitful appearance of that prophecy coming to pass. I suppose now you probably understand why your court is called the Opera Epiclese.
But Furina is only human, isn't she?
And she's fully human, like, because all of Focalors' divinity and godhood was pulled out of her, or was never given to her in the first place.
Even though she has had a long life, her mind is no stronger than that of any other ordinary human being. I cannot begin to fathom what she has had to endure. It must have been torture for her.
Wait, how long has she been alive? Because she's still been alive. She's human, but she's still been alive for... Because Nahida is 500 years old. But she's got to be older than that. She's got to be older than just 500 years. Nahida only came along when Rukkhadevata planted that branch. But so then she's been living through that for 500 years, but without, because at least Nahida had the endurance of godhood, because Nahida is fully Archon. So Furina has been Oh, it was during around the same time of the. But so Furina has been going through this for 500 years, but without the benefit of having the constitution and the strength and will of a god.
It has indeed. And although she is, in a sense, me in human form, I most definitely owe her an apology for it. It's been 500 years. And all along, she's been playing her part in the most unimaginably long, unbearably lonely, and agonizingly painful opera of all time.
That is horrible to think about. I came into contact with Furina's tears. If I remember correctly, tears often contain a being's strongest emotions. With sufficiently strong hydrosensitivity, I can form an emotional connection, just like it did with that oceanid at the Fountain of Lucine. Could this be Furina's inner world? Oh man. What's she doing on stage? Wait a moment, this probably isn't Furina. This is likely a reflection of her inner self. If I can speak directly to that self, I might be able to easily get what I wanted to know. I came here for answers. Either way, this opportunity is not to be missed. Let me try talking to her. Okay. Am I in a domain? Yeah. So I can't change party either.
Oh, who permitted you to come onto the stage? Now, I understand your admiration for my august self, but I must ask you to keep to the rules.
It's like meeting A for the first time.
All right. It is not my intent to reprimand you. There is no need to state your name. Just be off with you. Do not distract me from my performance.
But I don't see an audience here.
Oh, do not jest. Can you not feel it?
Oh man.
I am Focalor. The eyes of countless Fontainians are upon me. I must, at all times, display the utmost elegance and nobility.
That's what the mask is. Something's off. There's no getting through to her. Even in her heart of hearts, she's still playing the role of the Hydro Archon. What sort of a resolve must she have, even in her inner self and subconscious, would have such an impenetrable defense? I have to find a way.
Dear audience, the performance is experiencing a technical difficulty, but worry not. The guards shall resolve it soon enough.
One with nature.
Eat this! Midnight Fantastic! You're dead meat!
Oh, this thing's almost dead already. Oz just hanging out there. Look at the name. Look at the enemy names. Oh shit! What was that? What was that? I didn't look at the enemy name. A Cry Without Echo. Shackles.
Hey, what gives?
A silence without
the
end.
audience
Chains.
is still watching me, you know. Guards? Wait, where are the guards? Guards!
My knights, the wind knows it.
Out of the frying pan.
Oh, that's not ready.
You're toast.
This is a rough one. That's all the spotlights turned off. In Furina's heart, they must have symbolized the eyes of people on her. Speaking of which, I think I just received some sort of signal. Was that her true voice? A ticket? When did that end up here? Either way, looks like the show is about to begin. In that case, show me how you truly feel, Furina. Scene 1. Before a mirror. Furina. Oh. Not wasting this opportunity. Sorry, one more. Okay. Oh yeah, the hairstyle and clothing change. We did her trial because she's on banner right now, and she does that when you change stance with her, but...
Furina. Furina.
Huh? Who's that? Who's calling me? Where are you?
Be not nervous. Be not afraid. I am before you.
Wait a moment. You're near me? How can this be?
Mirror you, huh? You know what? That's not bad. Let's go with that.
Oh, the dark eye is on the set. It is mirrored. The dark eye is on the other side.
Mirror me. What do you wish to say?
The prophecy. Have you heard of it?
What prophecy? Wait. I know. I think. I don't know why, but it's in my head somehow. The people will all be dissolved into the waters, and only the Hydro Archon will remain, weeping on her throne. Only then will the sins of the people of Fontaine be washed away.
Oh, very good. You know it well.
What's going on? I can't seem to remember anything clearly. The only thing I know for sure is this prophecy. Will it really come to pass?
Yes, it will. And that is why I've come to you. Disaster will come to Fontaine sooner or later. Things will develop just as the prophecy declared. There is no escaping it.
But doesn't that mean everyone will die? I'm a Fontainian just like them. Will I dissolve too?
Oh, don't worry. Magical meetings exist in this world precisely to give people a chance to turn things around. it is the reason why you met me today. I will tell you how to save everyone, but you may have to suffer somewhat.
Oh, so there's still hope after all. Goodness, you frightened me. You spoke so much and with so much certainty. As for the suffering, well, I will admit that the first thing that came to mind was, why do I have to be the one to suffer? But if the prophecy will come true, I'll also die anyway, right? So if I've already met you as my magical meeting in this world, if there were scales, with all the people of Fontaine on one side and my pain on the other, is it not obvious where the scales should tilt?
You truly are the perfect human, my ideal. I suppose this would also be the justice that belongs to you.
Huh?
Don't worry, it's nothing. Listen well. Fontaine has just lost its Hydro Archon. I need you to play a role, that of the new Archon.
Play as a god?
That's right. You must begin a never-ending masquerade. You must never let anyone suspect your identity.
This quest is called Masquerade of the Guilty.
If you can keep it up, then I shall have my way of defying this prophecy. But should your identity be revealed, then all hope will be lost.
But how will I do this? A human assuming the role of a god without being exposed.
Don't worry. What you must do is not to turn yourself into a real god. You simply need to play the role of a god as humans imagine them to be. Being a human yourself, I'm sure you already know what such an entity would be like. Remember, your true challenge will not be pursuing divinity, but contending against humanity.
I'm still not sure I understand, but I'll try. I'll try to do this. So, how long am I going to have to play this role?
To accomplish this mission, you will have to stay on the stage for many, many years. You will endure and not grow old until your task ends. But I promise you, all will eventually end in a magnificent and dramatic trial, and everyone will be saved.
A trial, huh? How exciting. I'll be looking forward to it.
Scene 2. Accession speech. Accession speech? This is her seat from the top. Is her seat not there right now?
The Maison Cardinalise has announced my accession.
Accession.
But this is my first time facing the people. What should I say to most appear like a god? To be honest, I still don't know. Perhaps I should first try to act natural.
Summon courage.
Ladies and gentlemen, good evening, and welcome to the Opera Epiclese. I'm sure you've all heard about how I have taken on the role of Hydro Archon. Indeed, I am Furina de Fontaine, your new Archon.
Appear earnest.
In truth, I know little about becoming a nation's new god, but it will be my honor to guide you all. As the god Focalor, the god of justice, I shall do all within my power to lead you into an age of fairness and justice.
Close politely.
Once again, thank you all for coming. If you should have any questions or suggestions, please send them to the Maison Cardinalise. The future of Fontaine will require us to work together, after all.
Man, I'd thought that Focalor was just an alternate name for Furina, like Morax and Beelzebul. Brewer.
This should do it.
And I guess it is, but not in the way I thought.
I thought I might stammer, but thankfully, I was able to convey my thoughts just fine. Okay, and next.
That's the new Hydro Archon. Is this some kind of joke by the Maison? I would have thought that a being that surpasses humanity would be a bit more assertive.
Hey, did you hear that? She even told us to send her suggestions there at the end.
Shouldn't gods be all-powerful? She's being so modest. What's the difference between her and an ordinary person, then?
If you ask me, perhaps the succession didn't actually happen. She might just be a Maison-back puppet.
Wait, what's going on? Why is everyone suspecting me of being a fake? Oh, this is bad. If I get exposed here, there'll be no saving the people from the prophecy.
And hence the alternate for the other side of her. That's the mask of aggression. Not aggression, but...
Right. Mirmi said that I just need to play the role of a god as humans imagine them to be. Calm down, Furina. Think. What do the people want? How would they imagine a god to speak and act? Assertive, with a strong sense of presence. One who can dispel all doubt. That is the character I'm fated to play. Oh, very good, my people. Only ones such as you are deserving of my rule. Now, I was wondering if some weak puppet were to one day come onto the stage and claim ownership of this opera house, would the children of Fontaine follow them? Well, it seems that you would all see right through them. Having passed my test, you are qualified to witness wondrous trials alongside my august self, here in this opera house. You may consider my previous act a door gift of sorts. I thought it was a debut that suited the atmosphere. Now then, let us be reintroduced.
And that's where it all... And she had to keep that up for centuries.
Ah, so that was just a performance. How could I have forgotten that we were inside an opera house?
Her personality. It's quite shocking, to be honest, but I suppose it's a better look than before.
Such a fascinating and bold deity. How wonderful. Our future may yet be bright after all.
And so she lives for centuries with, like, the act that she has to put, like, the act that she has to put up. She just has to be not herself. Like, what the people want, like, the people don't want you, is what she has to tell herself. And if you do let the mask slip, they're all doomed.
It seems I've turned them around. Best follow this flow and restart my accession speech.
Summon courage again, resolutely, with conviction.
My dear people, whether you acknowledge me or not, whether you trust me or nay, I say to you, keep faith in your ardor for justice. We have heard it said that this nation's sins can no longer be washed away. Well, I say that justice is most fragrant when it blooms amid sin.
Turn up the drama.
The scales of justice should not weigh heavy in the hands of its god. On one side, it must carry fairness and justice. And on the other, praise and applause. May law be the prayer on our lips. May judgment be our worship. Let us light the fires and drink to the future of Fontaine.
And the speech emphatically.
There is no trouble in this world that justice cannot solve. All that is needed is for you, my people, to believe in it, heart and soul. So long as I, the Archon Focalor, stand within the Opera Epiclese, so long as I stand before the Oratrice, I shall even judge the gods of this world!
Scene 3, Opera House. Oh, we get to run now. These are just other parts of her, her chambers.
Lady Furina, here are today's case reports, as well as a summary of the follow-up for your perusal.
Come now. Was I not just at the Opera House in person? Leave these kinds of things to Neuvillette. Besides, none of these trials were the one that I'm looking forward to the most.
If I may be so impertinent, what kind of trial are you truly looking forward to?
A magnificent, dramatic, and wondrous trial. A trial to end all things. How could you hope to understand?
That's true. I fear I lack the ability to grasp your divine thought, Lady Archon.
No need for fright, and do not take what I said before too seriously. Go now, do your duties. The trial I await. It will come one day.
We will go to each of them.
Lady Furina, I don't know what to say. Thank you for agreeing to see me.
No need to thank me. Or rather, thank your own sense of perseverance instead. Long have you stood in line to meet me, have you not? Oh, I'm afraid that's just an inevitable consequence of my divine charm. All right, Deoteria, is it? How is your son's illness?
You remembered me, and you knew of my family, too. He is doing much better now. In fact, he is far more of an ardent believer than I. He was the one who forced me to seek an audience with you, and to bring your words back to him.
Oh, good. Very good. If this should happen again in the future, please do not hesitate to come and tell me. Going down to citizens' homes every so often, while not usual practice, should serve as a fine change of pace.
You're such a gentle and wise god. Thank you once again, on behalf of my son.
Lady Furina, here are the latest hydrological reports. As for the specific parameters you asked to take note of, I'm afraid things still don't look good.
I see. It's as I thought then. As your god, I did already expect this, but I wanted to see how far your human wisdom would allow you to analyze it.
These are the analysts she was talking about that have been investigating the waters for centuries.
All manner of signs indicate that the prophecy will still come to pass. Forget it. That's not something you need to worry about right now.
Well, as I understand it, The Fontaine Research Institute is also trying to find a way to counter the rising water levels.
Really? Have they found anything?
I'm afraid that they haven't found any effective solution thus far.
Oh, is that so? Well, no wonder. This issue has reached the realm of the gods, after all. Still, their spirit is praiseworthy. The day is finally over. I haven't had a moment to breathe this whole time.
That was one day.
But it's good to see that everything's getting on track. There are no longer any voices of suspicion. Maybe this is fine. I just need to keep going, and everyone will be saved. All right, Furina, don't think too hard about this. You need rest. Tomorrow's a new day.
Oh. Scene 4, Opera House.
Lady Furina, here are the new trial reports for the latest cases, as well as a summary of the follow-up.
There'll be no need for that. I've seen them already. There's no need to go back over scenes I've witnessed in person before.
Lady Furina, I've waited so long for this chance to see you in this manner.
Indeed, my dear, loyal citizen. This joyous moment is an honor for us both.
Lady Furina, we're detecting significant hydrological anomalies near Poisson.
Understood. Keep monitoring. Keep me informed should anything come up at the Institute. I don't think I let anything slip today. I must show the people that there is nothing to worry about. I just don't know when these days will end. I feel utterly exhausted. Best to rest early today, too.
Oh my gosh, scene 5. And again, and again, and again. For 5 centuries.
Lady Furina, it's like a dream being able to speak with you up close like this. I've heard that the first member of our family who was honored to receive an audience with you was Madame Dioteria, almost 20 generations ago.
Oh my.
And what a fine family yours is indeed. It brings me great joy to meet such a faithful believer, a descendant of a line most ardent.
Surely you exaggerate, Lady Furina. My lady?
What is it, good citizen?
Oh, are you crying?
Uh-huh. Oh, really now? I didn't even notice. This must be the overflow of hydro from my person. Well, can't quite help being the god whose dominion is the waters, can I?
No wonder. No wonder. A manifestation of your power, then. Oh, Archon, I am honored to have witnessed it. Honored indeed.
Bro, she didn't even realize that she was crying because it's just
so interminable. So lonely. Just how
That's the line from the fountain.
Hundreds of years must have passed by now. Perhaps the show must go on for hundreds more. I never imagined that it would hurt so much. Have I reached my limit? No. Perhaps I reached it long ago. Today I didn't even notice my own tears. I want to tell someone, anyone, about this. But would that not destroy all I've done so far?
Yeah, she has no one.
I've conducted so many investigations across the centuries. But there's not even a sliver of hope that we might break the prophecy. All I can do is keep heart. I must maintain this act. It is the only way to save Fontaine. Please, mirror me. You have to succeed.
Furina and?
Furina, you don't have to shoulder this burden alone. Although I don't know what you might be keeping from everyone, your people are more than willing to share your burden with you.
That's my voice. Is this scene from when we were within the giant box? This is great. I didn't think that this scene would replay in her inner world. Surely I'll find out what she wanted to tell me this time.
Share my burden. That's impossible. It was fated right from the start that this would be my duty alone.
But even if your burden doesn't need to be shared, you can still choose to confide in someone.
But she can't, and she...
Just share it with me. I'm what you'd call a witness.
A witness? Yes, I've heard that you came to Teyvat from beyond the stars, yes. In other words, you never belonged here. And if Teyvat is, in its entirety, a show on a stage, then you're just a spectator, aren't you? If that's the case... He's right. I could confide in him, couldn't I? But if things don't play out as expected, the people of Fontaine will be the ones to pay the price. No, Furina. You shouldn't be selfish.
Oh, that's the two different outfits as well. That's the long hair, short hair, the white clothes, the dark clothes.
But what if it's really all right? Furina, you've worked so hard for so long. Surely it would be okay to put yourself first for once. Just this once. Is it such an outrageous thing to do anyway? To find someone in whom you can confide your frustrations and sorrows? Surely it could not hurt. If you let this opportunity slip through your fingers, it might never come by again. Think about it long and hard.
And then we pull the rug out from under her.
No, I have nothing to say. I am Furina, the Archon of Fontaine. Everything will surely get better. All you need to do, dear spectator, is to witness my performance until the curtains fall.
Fine.
So even Furina doesn't know the truth? You've never once let her in on the full plan?
Yes, it had to be done. To deceive the heavenly principles, you must first deceive yourself. She did very well. If she had let her resolve falter even once in these 5 centuries, Fontaine would have been doomed to the most tragic fate. It seems that trusting humanity was the right decision after all.
I believe that I understand how your deception works, but that is only half the truth, is it not? How would you build on this foundation to save the people of Fontaine? That is the most important thing.
Ah, good. Of course, the Iudex of Fontaine has pinpointed the crux of the issue. I'm sure you've long sensed that the Oratrice is no simple machine, yes?
I've always suspected that it had its own consciousness, and Lenny did mention that he heard a human voice within the core chamber. It now seems that that person was you, hidden within the machine all along. Am I right?
Oh.
And then I became one with the Oratrice, taking Fontaine's gnosis with me. Yes, it would seem so, wouldn't it?
Wait, the gnosis is inside the Oratrice?
Alas, your understanding of this device still lacks sufficient depth. In truth, it is no enactor of justice. It is, in fact, a device created to kill the god of justice.
Oh, that's not a sword above her.
I beg your pardon?
Oh, you have it. And to be more precise, not only will the Oratrice take down the god of justice, it will also take down the divine throne upon which she has been placed. I mean, did you think I would be the sort to enjoy peaceful repose while Furina suffered? My work over these last 500 years has been to constantly accumulate indemnitium within the Oratrice. But really, some have already discovered that only a small fraction of the energy generated by the device was ever used to provide power to Fontaine. The vast majority has been, had to be, accumulated to enact this death sentence.
It was all a part of your plan then? Both the trial and the sentence?
Indeed. This power, accrued over 5 centuries, could have sustained Fontainians for millennia had it only been used for that purpose. Almost all of it has now been stored within the Oratrice. But only power of this magnitude could hope to destroy the Hydro Archon's divine throne, shaking the rules established by Celestia and breaking through the institution that is the Seven.
So the Oratrice's call for death was for neither Furina nor Focalor, but for the Hydro Archon. The destruction of that divine throne. If I do not misunderstand your intent, you must be...
Returning what's rightfully yours to you, of course. In other words, this was all done to return the authority of the Hydro Archon to the Hydro Dragon of this planet.
But...
Oh, what? Getting sad again, are we? The authority of the ancient dragons shall soon be yours once more, O Hydro Dragon Sovereign. And this is the face you make.
All you've done throughout the years is just so you can sacrifice yourself at the very end.
I've never quite seen it that way, you know. Even now, I'm quite pleased at how well my deception worked. Hydro Dragon, don't cry. I must say, had it been within my rights, I would have loved to judge the heavenly principles themselves. Were they not guilty of essentially the same crime? Egeria stole the power of the primordial sea, and the heavenly principles stole the power you ancient dragons possessed. I, for my part, am the god of justice. And is it not just that your original powers should be returned to you? Speaking of justice, I have always believed that justice lies in the process of pursuing human existence itself. So, if the theft of the primordial sea's might was Fontaine's original sin, then, leaving matters of procedural right and wrong aside, the descent of the Fontainians as humans and their right to exist in this world would be Fontaine's original justice. In other words, existence was Egeria's justice, and to me, justice is the continuation of that existence, defying the prophecy and ensuring that Fontaine's people shall live on. That should be the justice enthroned over all others. At this point, we, whether it be myself or all other Fontainians, have shouldered the burden of this sin for far too long. Iudex Neuvillette, the highest judge in our land, when you regain your full power as an elemental sovereign, what verdict shall you pass upon us?
So when I was invited to the court of Fontaine to serve as Iudex, I see now that that was your idea too. At last, I now understand the true purpose behind this position. In the beginning, I was uninterested in human existence. But these 5 centuries of living alongside them have gradually brought about mutual understanding between us. And I have even attempted to feel as they feel. You are a devious one, Focalor. Things being as they are, surely you know that I could never declare them to be guilty.
The hour of my execution is almost here. For the sinner, the curtain call has come. I know I may not sound it, but faced with death, I find myself a little afraid. Perhaps this is one thing both gods and humans have in common. Farewell, Neuvillette. I hope you've enjoyed the part you played these 500 years.
Codex Neuvillette, hereby declare, people of Fontaine, your sins are forgiven.
My people.
What just happened? Has the death sentence been carried out?
I got nothing right now.
Was that bright light some sort of misdirection? I have a feeling that something huge just happened.
But since we're all still alive and haven't been dissolved, I assume whatever happened was good for us.
It's time to end this. We must mete out punishment to that beast.
But didn't you say just a moment ago that it can't be defeated?
I have gained the strength sufficient to deal with it. Through certain means, I now have the ability to separate the power of the Primordial Sea from that creature. We should seize the opportunity to pursue our quarry.
You obtained power just now? Yeah.
Traveler, now that the oratories can no longer function, I require an executor to help me mete out justice.
You mean me?
The root of the calamities befalling Fontaine, the beast that enacts the prophecy. Its name is the all-devouring Narwhal. Come with me, traveler. The hour of execution has come.
Didn't think that I'd
done my best to separate the power of the sea from the whale. Considering the size of the beast, I cannot reach the power source. Unless we can find a way to attack it from within. I shall share a part of the ancient dragon's power with you. We shall look for an opening together.
What do I do? Oh. Okay, that's doing that. Yeah, I'm gonna wait. I'll wait for your power, homie. Help! Swirled nothing. I swirled my animo power. Oh, that's not on cooldown. Or not off cooldown. I also didn't mean to activate her burst. It's Venti's burst! This soundtrack, holy! Definitely didn't come in here with my A team.
I have granted you my protection. Do not fear. Seize the moment and use my power to suppress its root from within.
Wait, I need Numa or Orsa power? Nope, switch.
Manifest the authority of the ancient dragons. Witness the might of the primordial sea.
Yeah, go over, get him! Go get him, homie!
Let's get it on! Odds revealed by...
The wind knows me.
Dead meat!
Good job, Tia. You did 3,000 damage. You did 2,000 damage. Oh, I keep on forgetting how long the cooldown on Fischl is. Hello?
Thanks for helping with the cleanup. It should have been my job, but oh well.
Hello? Hello?
It was just supposed to be a short private training session for me. I didn't think that my disciple and my master's pet would start brawling in the meantime. Well, actually, I had a feeling that it would happen at some point, but they bumped into one another earlier than I thought. What a blunder. I suppose I'll have to swing my sword 3 million times as penance.
Your master's pet?
That power. Who are you exactly?
Hyman has an idea. From what she said earlier, she must be Child's master. Skirk, right?
Skirk?
It's just that he gave us the impression that she was the less talkative person.
I simply did not have anything to say to the weak. But you, on the other hand, managed to defeat the all-devouring narwhal without using power from beyond this world. So you may speak to me as equals.
What sort of person would take the all-devouring narwhal as a pet?
I have to agree. It's a strange use of a planet's primordial waters just to raise an all-devouring narwhal. That kind of power is wasted on it. It's not cooperative. It eats too much. And I have more important things to do with my time than pet sitting. The only thing that creature has going for it is its looks.
Me, not cooperative, eat too much. Only thing it has going for it is its looks.
All in all, it fails as a pet.
Miss Skirk? I think you might have missed the point.
The point being?
Well, being that this pet almost destroyed an entire nation.
Small detail.
So what sort of person is your master? Well, Child's master's master. Wait, is that right?
Also, he's got galactic leggings.
Oh, right. So you don't know him. Sorry, I assumed you did. His name is Sertologi.
Sertologi. Who? No, Sertologi.
I am unfamiliar with that name.
Huh. So Master isn't sufficiently famous. How should I describe him then? Have you heard of the name The Fowl?
The Fowl?
Still nothing? Well, How about the visionary? Vetterfalnir then? Or Gold Rhine-daughter?
Ooh, that one we've heard. Rhine-daughter's part of the Hexenzirkel. She's Albedo's mom, right?
Oh, so you do know that name. To be honest, I also heard all of those names and titles from my master. I don't actually know them either. But I suppose you understand now, yes? My master is likely a similar sort to Rhine-daughter. They are both pursuing some form of perfection.
Wait, didn't you also mention a visionary person? Paimon didn't quite catch their name.
Actually, never mind that. I believe it expedient to inform you that the all-devouring narwhal used up nearly all its strength fighting you.
Well, whoa, she's got keyhole eyes.
Such roiling hydro energies will prove difficult for the planet's deep seas to digest.
She reminds me of Eula in appearance. Take from that what you will.
As such, the Fontaine back on the surface has most likely been thrown into chaos. In other words, the prophecy that you've been fretting over should now be in full swing.
Oh, great. There's little to be surprised about, Paimon. It is natural, after all, the prophecy will surely come true. We knew this and accepted it. However...
Not to worry. Focalor has already managed to deceive the heavenly principles.
In the end, the people will all be dissolved into the waters, and only Furina will remain, weeping on her throne.
Man, that is dark.
Only then will the sins of the people of Fontaine be washed away.
Oh, it flies?
All hands initiate emergency rescue. Hurry!
I thought the claws were gonna grab the ships, but they just started crawling on the claws. Lynette.
Look, the water's receding. It's a miracle.
Water's receding.
We didn't dissolve. The prophecy was wrong. The prophecy was wrong.
Are you all right?
We're saved. The prophecy was wrong.
Poisson to meet with Miss Navia, spokesperson of the Spina di Rosula, and we spoke about Poisson's present and future.
I need a second. Thank you, Paimon. I need a sec, Paimon. And that means that Furina now she doesn't have to put on that act anymore. She's actually free now. From tears to bonk to tears. I mean, did you see Skirk? I need to drink some water. Be honest, how much did you cry? There's moments where I almost wish that I did face cam instead of become a VTuber. She's actually furry. I cried a shit ton. Like I don't think I had like the audible shake in my voice because I wasn't talking as much as I did during Lantern Rite, but fuck, man.
Old soil can still give birth to new bloom, Miss Navia stated. Hope is like seeing a small cookie when you're starving late at night. You just need a little of it. Skyship Winglet, lunar brain of the Fontaine Research Institute. The various disputes that have arisen on account of Mr. Edwin have suddenly become a shield over the Institute, with Jurier turning out to be a once-overlooked hidden gem. People always call the first researcher mad, but few know what to call the second. And should that latter person achieve a miracle, they would find it all the harder to find a word with which to classify him and his team.
Mr. Mirfalkinamine 123, thanks for the follow, welcome, and thank you for getting us to 840. Whew. And 150 people watching right now? Hello. 150 people just watched me just watched me cry. that's a thing that happened today. Damn. 3 Mad also, thank you for the follow. Welcome. Welcome, welcome.
Wow! Paimon barely recognizes the people in the reports. Are those really Jurier and Navia? They sound like real big shots.
That might have been real big shots from the start. We just didn't meet them in that capacity. I'm getting to remember almost nothing that happened after, like in this right between like Furina's centuries of torture, of psychological torture, like putting on that. Because again, you have to remember that, like, not to minimize, like, I'm not taking anything away from Nahida. Both of them suffered for centuries, but Nahida is fully Archon. She has her divinity. Furina is pure human. She has nothing. She has none of the, like, Johnny's been alive for 6,000 years. He's tired, but he's had 6,000 years, and he has the will and strength of resolve of an Archon, whereas Furina is just human, like purely human. Fossilor took all of the divinity out of Furina, or didn't give it to her in the first place. And so, like, imagine putting on an act, doing the same thing, like, not like imagine an Archon doing that. Imagine you as a human doing that. and for 500 years. Like count that in hours. I'm gonna have like next stream. I'll have more thoughts as I continue stewing about this, but it's worse, Nightwalker. It's worse than all day 24/7. It's because she had a moment of respite at the end of the day when she was sitting on her bed. But that moment of respite wasn't rest. It was her thinking back. Did I let something slip? Did I mess up? That was her quote-unquote solace. The only time she didn't have to wear the mask, she was thinking about, did the mask slip? Fuck. They might have all been... yeah.
What do you think? Pretty enthralling, huh? The Steambird's idea was pretty simple. With the disaster just having passed, we would print a free edition packed to the margins with good news to calm people down. The value for these big scoops lies in their inevitable follow-ups. We'll publish further reports and go into the stories behind those people.
Now, what was Arla doing this whole time? We still haven't wrapped that up, have we?
Edwin's assistant, Jurier, created a true flying ship, while Navia is leading people in the reconstruction of their home. I'm sure that these stories could draw even your well-traveled eye.
The articles do make me curious about how things will play out.
I'm curious too! Wait a minute. Didn't we watch everything happen from start to finish? What's there to be curious about?
And that's exactly why I'd like you to come conduct interviews with me. You're the best incubators of news, if you haven't noticed. And also, with you around, I'm sure I'll get to see that Duke.
Duke.
Are you sure? Hasn't he turned you down several times already?
Oh, this time will be different. Come on, let's head to Poisson first, and then make a trip to the fortress. There are some things you'll only know when you get there.
This would be a great place to pause. We're not gonna. This is gonna be a long episode, so if you're good, oh, I'm good. We're going. And first, before I get into any more battles that aren't as kind to me as that one was, because that battle was very nice to me. Finale. Gracious. Hi. Yeah, that was gentle. I mean, Kazuha died like twice and was revived by Neuvillette. And it wasn't even, like, the thing I was fighting didn't even hit me hardly at all. It was very kind to me for no reason whatsoever.
Navia! Oh, it's you. What brings you all here?
Hey, we're just having a look around.
I'm here to update myself on how things are going here. Oh, the Fatui are here too.
Let me introduce you. This is Mr. Garunt Snezhevich. He represented the Knave in sending us a large amount of supplies, and is helping with our work. Our residents are hard at work as well. Thanks to everyone, work is progressing nicely. We've lost a lot of people, but we're moving forward. That will have to be enough.
Hello, Miss Charlotte. I'm a big fan of yours. I especially like that article you wrote last year about Fontaine's stray cats. But if you don't mind, could you not emphasize our role too much in your report? It's not charity we're doing here. We just happen to share the same interests as the Spina.
I get where you're coming from. I'll keep it as simple as possible. Or would you be willing to feature as friendly neighbors?
That would be fine. Thanks.
Oh, you're back too. How are things?
We finished laying down the construction materials. It'll be another hour before the workers are able to go over there.
Huh? You're here too, Clorand?
Well, her reputation's greatly risen after that whole duel business with Miss Furina. So she's here in Poisson to wait out the heat. All right. She really came here to help me out.
There's too much to consider in the reconstruction of Poisson. The Spina has need of more decision makers. And, well, I do already happen to be connected to Mr. Callis.
Oh, wait just a moment. Do you mind me asking a few questions? You know, about how you felt before the duel, about what it was like facing down a god. There's lots of exciting material there, I bet.
Forget it. I'm sure you can find a better theme than that, Miss Charlotte.
I see you're the same as always. Couldn't you do me a favor, for Navia's sake?
Well, if we're talking about doing things for my sake, you might as well just take a few more photos of me. Or of the Traveler. It's better than wasting time persuading Chlorand at any rate.
Of course I will. I'm not gonna let him off that easy. All right, then everyone who wants to be in the photo, gather up. And smile. How did it go? Was it a good shot? Did Paimon look cute in it? Not bad. Your addition really helped the composition of the picture. All right, hang on a moment. Let me snap a few more shots.
Paimon was not amused with that. Clicking of shutters.
All right, that should do it. I'll be back here later anyway, so let's call it a day.
You're very quick.
Speed is of the essence when it comes to the news, and freshness is the key. Also, not to brag, but I'm pretty good at building connections. Who knows? I might eventually get that interview with you after all, Miss Chlorand.
Wow, you really do have that never say die spirit. I'm impressed.
I'll hazard a guess that this is how you got that interview at the Fortress of Meripede.
You already knew she was going?
Whoa, you're well informed. Let me make a guess too. I asked Sijuin, who told Monsieur Neuvillette, and he told you, right?
That's a very complete information chain.
In truth, all Monsieur Neuvillette asked me was, when did the fortress become so friendly towards the media?
That was enough.
I told him that it was best not to speak too soon. There's no guarantee that Ridsley will make a personal appearance.
You're right. I've got to treasure every moment I have with them. In which case, I'll be making a move first.
Stay safe now. And tell me if you hear anything interesting. I'll treat you to afternoon tea in exchange.
Look at this crazy squid.
You seem curious about the fortress.
Of course. That Ridsley. I still remember going down to the fortress to grill him for information on my father's case. Boy, did he take me for a ride. Without telling me anything, of course.
But he did invite you to tea, didn't he?
Of course he did. What?
2 large pots of it, in fact. It was good tea, though.
I have to agree. The tea there is very good.
Speaking of that, would you like to have some today? I mean, you've got time, right?
Well, I'd be partial to some shortbread.
Wow, it's like we've got a menu or something. Sure.
Good.
What flavor of biscuits would you like, Mr. Snezhevich?
Me? I'm fine with anything. But I would prefer chocolate, should you have it.
All right. Leave it to me.
I'll go over the newly arrived supplies with you later, Mr. Snezhevich. We should be able to finish the preparatory work today.
That works great for me.
Huh. Is it just me, or did you get a new lipstick?
What?
I did. It was a gift from Sijuin. Want to give it a try? I think the color would suit you too.
Want to give it a try? Okay, I'll stop. Down, Conry, down. Nothing. I didn't say anything.
nostalgic feeling to this place.
Looks like you've been missing us.
Duke! Did you come all the way to the entrance to greet us?
Of course. I'm here to welcome you and our dear Miss Charlotte, whom our good head nurse recommended to me.
It's an honor to finally meet the much-rumored Duke. Thank you for consenting to my visit to the fortress, sir.
Duke. Sorry. So funny to just it's just so funny to recon. Just imagine they're saying D-O-O-K.
No need to thank me. But that said, I shouldn't be the focus of your interview. I trust you recall our agreement?
Of course, of course.
All right then, this way.
Hey, no need to be so nervous. I've already taken all the photos we need.
Seen it a couple.
Miss Charlotte, do these pictures really need to be published on the cover of the Steambird?
Yes, right next to each other.
It would seem that Miss Lorvine doesn't want her face to appear beside that of Mr. Jurier,
Sir, please don't say things like that.
But it looks like dear Mr. Jurier denies it. Might this interview be very important to you then?
No, I just... This is my first time being interviewed, and I'm very thankful to the Steambird for...
Now, I might not look it, but I actually did meet Mr. Edwin once. And I'll be honest, I enjoyed chatting with you more. You've definitely got more of that genius vibe going on. The boat that brought about a miracle, the ark that saved the people. Why, you recreated a myth back there, like an emissary of legend. Still, if I might ask, where's that flying ship now?
Why do you need to know that?
Looks like Charlotte's trying to get herself another exclusive scoop.
I have to apologize, but that ship is presently in the bowels of our factory.
The bowels.
I'm afraid it won't be easy for you to get a shot of it.
Really? Well, then in that case, could I have an interview with you to make up for that loss?
She really does know how to squeeze opportunities for all they're worth.
You already know my answer, I'm afraid. Best you interview our head nurse instead. Or perhaps you'd like to take another photo of this couple of researchers?
Did you really have to use the word couple?
Yes.
Well, then, 2 solo photos will do.
Is my hair messed up? Please, someone help me have a look.
Things sure are getting pretty lively here. We've seen this kind of thing before. Oh, seems like everyone's here. Would any of you like to try this new drink I came up with?
Ah, Siegeween.
Hey, Miss Charlotte. Why don't you, take some pretty photos of our head nurse? Sure. Come on, Miss Siegeween. Over this way. Let's find a brighter spot.
Huh? Sure. Do I have to smile? So, how have things been at the fortress?
Same old, as you can see. Fontaine's undergone some changes.
Yeah.
This place is still more or less the same.
Other than that flying ship, it got a tad too much attention, I think.
That's why I decided to let the interview go through. We should direct more public opinions toward the behind-the-scenes heroes. Am I right, Mr. Jurier? Miss Lorvine?
You're too kind, sir. I believe that you too should have your day in the sun. Not that you would want that, which is a pity.
I'll just leave the spotlight to you two.
You talked with Rising for a while, share news about from the above ground with him, excuse me.
Lots of things happened that day, huh? Anyway, regarding that Harbinger, I'm not sure you remember, but his 3 young followers are still waiting for his return.
He sure did win them over, huh?
I'll tell them that there's good news and bad news. The good being that their boss seems fine, and the bad being that they must face extended sentences for abetting his escape.
Oh, actually, what about you? Are things gonna change for you too?
What change can there be? The fortress will keep chugging along, and so will my duties.
Chugging.
As to what Miss Furina's departure will mean for the nation, and if our laws and governance will be transformed, we'll leave those to the folks in the overworld.
Hey everyone, the photo shoot's done.
Good. In that case, let's call it a day here.
So I have a question. Since Furina is free, could she not just, like, retire like Zhongli? Just, like, travel the travel the world, just take a break, rest, chill out in my teapot, finally come home to my roster.
Thanks for your cooperation. Come on, Traveler, let's go. Till next time, everyone.
Oh, I'm getting hmms. Oh, okay. I kind of was just asking that as okay.
There'll be a next time?
Maybe. Who knows? I might write a story about the underwater factory next time. Until then.
See, the hmms can hype things up perfectly well. Thank you, chat.
All right. Last stop, the docks.
Last stop, the Dukes.
Oh, you know, I'd love to see you in one of Charlotte's photo shoots one day.
Is that really necessary? Our line of work doesn't really require much photographing.
It's precisely because we don't need the picture that they'll have value as keepsakes. You don't really look all that opposed to the idea, you know?
Maybe I'm just happy that I managed to once again avoid the spotlight. I think this interview went well either way.
Yes, you successfully kept prying eyes away by using Mr. Jurier and Miss Lorvine as shields. Very good.
You should be happy for them. They have a bright future ahead of them.
Are you just gonna adopt her or what already? She's already your daughter. Look how small she is.
Here are the interview notes. They mentioned that the flying ship may have many uses in the future, and the journalist asked me what I thought of them. Seriously, how would I know anything about that? Flight is just flight. Whether people want to use a flying ship to broadcast good news or organize weddings is none of my beeswax.
A wedding?
Why are you looking at me like that?
So the flying ship can be used for weddings?
I didn't say that. That journalist mentioned it, and what does that have to do with us anyway?
True. What does that have to do with us?
Arle's model just snaps her gaze over to. Yeah. What does that have to do with you two? Arle's on her side. Oh my gosh, we're going back to the harbor. Here's a fun fact. Back before my wife and I even started dating, when we were just friends. If you guys didn't already think I'm an idiot, here we go. Back before my wife and I started dating, she asked me directly. She was like, "So are you looking for a girlfriend right now?" Because she was just kind of fed up giving like hints and stuff. And so she just straight up asked, "Are you looking for a girlfriend right now?" And I was like, "Nah, not really." And thought nothing of it. I was like, I didn't even think like that was weird. Why would she ask that? I literally just, no, not really. And then I just moved on and thought nothing about it. I married that woman eventually. Call the lift! Okay, whatever. I was served it up on a silver platter, fumbled it, and she still said yes. We've been married, it'll be 6 years this June.
Navia mentioned that she stayed in touch with Linny and the others after working together. Apparently, they've been at the docks distributing these strange pockets the whole time since.
Traveler, Paimon. Ah, and Miss Charlotte, too.
Would you like a magic pocket? What sort of gadget is it?
It's a magic pocket, Charlotte.
It's a wondrous bag that can be used to carry many things.
It's my inventory.
The water level has returned to normal. But if you see any of your things floating around, you can use this to carry them. Or you could trick a friend into doing it for you. Trick a friend? I wonder which of my friends would fall for that.
You could just make a friend like Fremine here. Isn't that right, Fremine?
Is this what you meant by, I'll help you make some more friends?
Yes, Frem needs more friends. Friends need more Frems. And friends need more Frems!
To be honest, that sounds pretty sweet. Could I have your contact, please?
Sure. Please, write down my address.
Lynette sure is working hard to help Fremine socialize.
He was the one who proposed doing this. He even wants to assist in our magic shows.
Sounds like that would swim him. Or sounds like that would suit. Wow, that was Freudian. Sound like that would suit him.
Yes, I was planning to first introduce Pear as an assistant, and later Fremine himself. In the future, I think we can leave underwater escape magic to him too.
That said, would anyone want to see a diver escape underwater?
Oh, it'll work out. Every journey begins with the first step. He'll become a part of our show eventually.
Lynette, could you come over? Miss Charlotte says she wants to take a picture of us.
Got it.
The Gardamek twitching in the back.
My, that Charlotte is rather perceptive. She got rid of everyone the moment she realized I had something to say to you. So, how have things been, Traveler?
I'm doing alright.
Father says that you did a great deal during the latest events.
Did she?
She's very grateful for your contributions to Fontaine.
Is she?
That's alright. We were more than happy to help. So, what's she doing now?
That's been in the back of my mind this whole time. Like, we have not wrapped up that part of this quest, that part of this mystery.
Oh, I guess you haven't heard.
Or that part of this,
Well...
story.
After Lady Furina left, Father and Monsieur Neuvillette opened negotiations, during which he gave Fontaine's gnosis to her as a diplomatic gift.
A diplomatic gift? A gnosis?
That was easy. Well, Furina has no use for it. And he really doesn't either, but still.
Yes, I was quite surprised at first myself. But when I thought it over, there were actually a number of things going for it.
I wonder what he got in exchange.
It could have been done as an apology for the incident with Lord Child, or as thanks for his help in tying the all-devouring narwhal down. Furthermore, Father did also lend significant aid to Fontaine and Poisson.
Well, that's true, but this is a gnosis we're talking about. Doesn't this seem a bit irresponsible?
I would agree, but I've also heard that it seems that Monsieur Neuvillette has had a significant change of heart regarding the matter.
So there's some reason for this that only Neuvillette knows about?
I suspect you'll have to ask him about that yourself. Ah, yes, speaking of which, I did see him strolling around the entrance to the Fortress of Meripede a while back.
Isn't he real busy and stuff? Paimon didn't think he'd have the time for that. But back to the topic. The gnosis was given to the knave, right? What about Child?
They say that he's returned to Snezhnaya to recover from his wounds. I hear that the recent disaster really did a number on his health.
Well, I guess I can call him one of my war buddies.
That's true. When you think about it, we've had loads of run-ins with the Fatui. To think we'd be allied with them this time.
So shocked by such a simple switching of sides?
Father!
Well, what do you know? Come to the docks to see how my children are doing and meet the Traveler by chance. Please do not pay my accomplishments in Fontaine too much mind. I would have done them regardless.
Are you going to take the gnosis back to Snezhnaya?
That is our duty as Harbingers, yes. Don't be too preoccupied with sides. The goal of the Fatui concerns not a single place or person, but the entire world. With such a grand goal in mind, it is inevitable that we must wear many masks.
switching my masks is something I've always done.
Will you keep to your position?
Well, that depends on many things. No one truly knows what the future holds. What good is honesty if you can't rely on it forever? As for you, I very much look forward to our next collaboration. Good things cannot be achieved alone, and you've proved yourselves to be great partners.
Actually, I just remembered something. Please help us deliver this.
A vision? All right. I'll remember to return it. Thank you for keeping it safe for him this entire time.
Raiden Shogun punching the wall right now. I've made that joke before.
That's a wrap for me. Huh? You're...
Greetings, Miss Journalist.
Hello. If I'm not mistaken, there are diplomatic channels I'll need to report to take a photo of you.
That is correct. So forgive me, but I will not be able to serve as a subject in your article. However, feel free to write as much as you'd like about our dear magicians and our upcoming rookie talent.
I will.
The sea breeze is quite pleasant. I shall continue my walk while the weather remains so agreeable. Farewell.
You know, have they referred to her as Arlecchino yet? Has it just been the Knave?
Farewell, Father.
Oh, she has such an intimidating presence. I didn't even dare to take a picture. Thankfully, I've already wrapped up all my pre-scheduled interviews. Thank you all. This'll be more than enough for me to write about, I'm sure.
Don't be too nervous. Why don't you take a magic pocket before you go? Here, Traveler, Paimon, you take one too.
To move things about?
That's right. Funny. I was giving out magic pockets when we first met too. And what do you know? I'm doing the exact same thing right now. So many things have happened, but the pockets are still the pockets. I guess this must be life. We will all follow our own paths, and serendipity will lead you to your fated friends. All right then. We'll be handing out pockets in some other districts later, so we'll get going now. Have a good day, you two.
Well, guess we said Charlotte, huh? Shall we go see what Neuvillette's doing? As long as he's not so busy that he doesn't have time to chat anyway.
Nothing. What were you looking at? I missed all of them. I missed all of them. Oh, I got this one.
It needs a more romantic touch here.
Shut up. Oh yeah, they don't mention Skara hardly ever, do they? Not as Skara.
To the fortress. Ooh, he really is there. So, you really are here, Neuvillette. I didn't think you were going to have free time this hour of the day.
Really? Oh, I suppose you must have met Mr. Linney. He took the time to greet me earlier when he passed this way. In any case, you came at a good time. I was just considering reaching out to you to set up a meeting, so I may explain some things that I haven't had the time to before.
Aw, Paimon's glad that you remembered. Thank you for keeping us on your mind, what with you being busy and all. Alright, let's have it then. How was Fontaine actually saved? The whole business is still quite the mystery to us.
It is strange how words can often leave a bitter taste in the mouth when it finally comes time to say them out loud.
Neuvillette sighs softly before telling you the truth concerning what he saw that day. Focalors deceived the heavenly principles and used Furina's endless performance to save Fontaine.
Whoa. So that's what happened?
I only saw Furina's part myself.
Focalor destroyed the divine throne of the Hydro Archon and restored your power to you, transforming you into a fully fledged elemental dragon sovereign. But Paimon still doesn't quite get what you did to save the Fontainians from dissolving.
For me, the authority of the ancient dragons refers to absolute control over the hydro element. Fontainians were incomplete humans born of Egeria's use of the power of the primordial sea, with constitutions similar to that of mimics. But so long as those primordial energies remain within them, I could use the ancient dragon's authority to grant them true blood, after the fashion in which life was first brought into being on this planet. In other words, when I gave my verdict, Fontainians became true humans, and thus would naturally no longer be dissolved by water from the primordial sea.
Focalor must have counted on you to make that decision as well. Your verdict was the key to making the prophecy appear to have come true while saving everyone.
You could say that it was in that moment that Fontainians were finally truly born.
Yeah, and in a manner of speaking, Focalor finally managed to fulfill the original Hydro Archon's wish to turn Oceanids into real people too!
It seems from your expressions that you still have more things you wish to ask.
Always.
Ask away. I will tell you the truth as I know it.
About the initial verdict that was passed on Child.
I have investigated his case along many avenues, and I have learned that he once fell into an unknown chasm when he was young. There, by chance, he awakened the all-devouring narwhal. But whether it be by sentiment or reason, that should not have been enough to consider him the root cause of the disaster. At most, he would have had tangential liability. As for the judgment passed by the Oratrice during the trial, whether it was due to that liability by association or Focalor deliberately using him to buy time for us on the assumption that he would be able to hold the creature off, I cannot say.
Guess Focalor had Fontainians in mind the whole time. In the end, it was thanks to her that they finally became real humans. Hang on a second. Paimon suddenly got another question. Back when Fontainians hadn't yet become real humans, were the children they had also transformed Oceanids?
Life has always flowed like water. Do you recall how Fontainians would often come to the Fountain of Lucine to pray for children?
Yeah, Lynette said the fountain is where all the waters in Fontaine converge.
In truth, even those couples did not know that such prayers were no mere custom, but instead a form of ritual. Those Oceanids who were blessed within the spring water would later descend as new humans in the coming months.
Paimon sorta gets it now. Either way, it seems like this ritual won't be of any further use, but it'll probably live on as a local custom.
Ask away. I will tell you the truth as I know it.
These little danglies on his cloak, or his suit, or whatever this is, are like the weights on the Oratrice. About Fontaine's future.
Yeah, about that. Risley said Furina has already left. What's that all about?
Ah, Lady Furina. The people are only aware that her death sentence has not been carried out. She abdicated the post of Hydro Archon and left affairs related to that title to me, before leaving the Opera House. I related Focalor's words to her faithfully and completely. After hearing them, she seemed neither saddened nor comforted. She simply said that she was tired and needed to rest.
Yeah.
Having said that, she then packed her things and moved out of the Opera House, not unlike how an ordinary person might.
But she's still got a place to stay, right?
You need not worry. I will make arrangements to ensure that she will not want for food, clothing, board, or travel. In truth, I am somewhat happy for her. The wear and tear on her spirit will, of course, take time to heal. But now that she no longer has to play the role of Focalor the Hydro Archon, she can finally lay down her burdens and lead a normal life.
What about you then? What are your plans now that you've regained your full powers as the Hydro Dragon?
After Focalor passed on, the Oratrice also ceased to function. This matter will directly affect our trials. After much careful consideration, I've decided to take over its role in our courts. From now on, I shall hear cases and pass verdicts by myself.
Looks like you're still considering stuff from the perspective of the Udex, huh?
As an elemental dragon, there are indeed many things that I must do. But this power and this duty, in a manner of speaking, you could say that both were granted to me. As such, before I attend to my other responsibilities, I must first and foremost continue to serve Fontaine as its highest judge. The duty of the Hydro Sovereign and the duty of the Udex shall coexist within my person.
That's a lot of roles. That's a lot of work.
Additionally, the Hydro Archon's departure has brought about another problem, which is that the Opera House shall no longer produce indemnitium.
That's true. That power was derived from the people's faith in the Hydro Archon, wasn't it? Wait, but the various mechs and machines in the city are all still okay. Where are they getting their energy from?
As I am now, I have full command over New Musia, and it can serve as a complete substitute. Another reason why I cannot quite leave Fontaine immediately.
Wow. This ancient dragon's authority stuff is really quite useful, huh?
Ask away. I will tell you the truth as I know it.
I mean, it makes sense that once he's full, like when his power is fully unlocked and fully restored back to him, the dragons were the source of power. They were the authority before Celestia seized their power and distributed it to the Archons and created the era of the Archons. So it makes sense for all that power in one person to not be A, surprising or overwhelming to him, and B, him to know exactly what to do with it and how to use it. About Fontaine's Gnosis.
Oh, that's right! They say you've given it to the Knave as a diplomatic gift or something!
Leaving aside their intentionality, the two Fatui Harbingers have indeed done much for us during this crisis. Their sole remaining goal in Fontaine, at least at this point, would seem to be the Gnosis. The Oratrice has ceased to function. The Hydro Archon's divine throne is now no more, and I do not need the Gnosis's power. As such, it has lost all meaning for Fontaine.
I mean, that's the theme that we're getting in all these quests is that the Gnosis are almost more of a MacGuffin. They're not really needed, you know. Zhongli willingly gave his up because he surrendered his because he retired from his place as Archon. But when it comes to A and Miko handed it over pretty willingly, exchanging our life for the Gnosis. And with Nahida, she also was obviously under the impression that she doesn't need it that much. She handed it over pretty willingly as part of a negotiation. Venti was the only one who fought back, and we still have questions on if Venti allowed his Gnosis to be taken or not. And I and we as the community, as a fan base, still have so many questions on how powerful is this Barbados kid. He just seems like such a more powerful entity than he lets on. Again, like I said earlier, it takes someone very strong and very authoritative to be able to be faced with war and say, no, make songs, not war. Because if you were weak, you wouldn't be able to have the authority to be approached with war and just say no. If you're a pushover, you can't do that.
If the Fatui have impure designs, we might as well accede to their request now and avoid unnecessary conflict.
What complicated considerations? Paimon thought you were just giving it to them out of gratitude to the Knave and as an apology to Child.
Ask away. I will tell you the truth as I know it.
About the next stop on my journey.
You will soon be heading to Natlan, I presume. I'm afraid that I have little talent as a travel guide, so all I can do is tell you what I know about that land. As far as I'm aware, Natlan can be said to be a nation of dragons.
A nation of dragons? You mean like you?
No, I suspect that I would not find myself welcome there. Unlike ancient dragons such as myself, the dragons of Natlan have undergone long years of development and evolution. Large numbers of them have entered a form of coexistence with humanity.
I knew it! Mualani is a sea dragon! Leviathan!
Natlan is also the nation of war. War ravages those lands like an undying flame. There is one other piece of information I got incidentally from my negotiations with the Knave that I believe may be useful to you. The Harbinger known as the Captain has thrown his hat into the endless ring of war.
I don't think I've heard of that Harbinger before. Have I heard of the Captain yet? He was probably in.
Like a real tough customer. Seriously, everywhere you look, there's a Fatui Harbinger doing their thing.
He's probably in that trailer, wasn't he? In Winter's Night? Yeah, okay. But other than that, probably haven't.
I suggest that you fully prepare yourself before going to Natlan. In the meantime, Fontaine's doors will always be open to you. Ask away. I will tell you the truth as I know it.
No more questions, sir.
Hang on a sec. Paimon's still got a question about the Gnosis. When we spoke to Linny earlier, he mentioned that your attitude towards giving away the Gnosis had clearly changed. We guessed that there might be some reason for it that only you were aware of.
No wonder the House of the Hearth is the Fatui's intelligence division. They are certainly sharp. So regarding this specific issue, I was just getting ready to share something with you.
What is it?
In truth, I exchanged some further words with that lady named Skirk after sending you two back to the surface. It went something like this.
Skirk?
Well, we're going to head topside to see what's going on. You hurry over soon as well, all right, Neuvillette?
Madam Skirk?
What next?
The all-devouring narwhal isn't here, so I'm no longer getting any interference. I can finally catch the scent of your power, what it's made of. It is the authority of the planet's primordial dragons, but with something very similar to a god's curse mixed in. It's quite a novel blend. I'm sure I've encountered something like this before. What was it again?
I do not know what you speak of.
Ah, of course. How could I forget? You should have the remains of the third descender on your person, yes?
What?
Remains? I've never heard of any such thing.
Huh. According to your parlance, I believe it may be called a gnosis.
The Gnosis is the remains of a descender?
Well, that much is true. After Focalor's divinity faded, she handed her gnosis to me. But I fear I have never heard of it described in the manner that you just did.
I've been training with my master, the Foul, ever since I was young, and I have never returned to the surface since. So most of the information I possess, I got from him. It is only natural for those who are greater than humanity to possess a different sort of common sense, which is why there are so many problems in our attempts to communicate with humans. Regardless, you should probably get rid of objects of misfortune to prevent any disasters from befalling you. To live in itself is a blessing. But once a person dies, the bonds he once had with this world shall all turn to curses.
What do you mean by that?
No need to fret. These are just my personal thoughts, and my reason for no longer wishing to return to the surface.
This third descender you refer to, who are they? And when did they die?
Master never mentioned them to me. Perhaps it just wasn't that important for me to know. If you're interested, though, I could ask him. I'll be sure to pass the answer on to you next time.
Next time? You believe we will meet again?
I do. Wait. I have a disciple of my own, don't I? He can be the messenger then.
Huh. Traveler is the fourth of the Fatui Harbingers, is the fourth Descender.
That's what she told me. Whether it would prove useful or not, I wanted to pass that information on to you.
And Alice is a Descender, but she doesn't have a number, does she? She's just a Descender.
The remains of the third Descender? So that's what the Gnosis actually are. Paimon just thought they looked like chess pieces. How could they be a person's remains?
All the same, assuming that there was no misunderstanding or special metaphor at play, that is what she meant to say.
So all the Gnosis are them.
And she said that it would bring misfortune and that you should check it, which is why you gave it to the Fatui.
If she speaks the truth, then I would simply be putting Fontaine at unnecessary risk by keeping it here.
Wonder if the other Archons know that, and that's why they gave it so freely. I don't know. Man, that's... a Descender. She mentioned one of them. Alice is not confirmed to be a Descender. Gotcha. Okay. Ouch. A Descender. She mentioned one of them. I am the fourth Descender. For me, this information means two things. One, that the Gnosis are related to the Descenders. And two, that the one who came before me has already died.
I guess that you might already be familiar with this concept, but I did not expect you to be one of them. That means that the Gnosis, which are exceedingly element compatible and can even enhance elemental abilities, do indeed come from the third Descender. I wonder, does your body also possess similar properties?
Like being able to use elemental powers without a vision. That does sort of count as special compatibility, right? No, let's not think about this stuff right now. It just feels creepy. Comparing the Traveler to the dead third Descender and all.
Don't worry, I won't die so easily. There's still another 2 nations to be released.
That's what you say, but this topic still feels like bad luck. Once Child recovers, let's get some more answers out of him. Or go look for his master and get the answers that way.
I too believe it unwise to make too many blind guesses when information is lacking. The same is true of being at court.
Alright. Whatever the case, it seems like the crisis here in Fontaine's over for now.
Yes. All of Focalor's efforts were for this moment as well.
But she sacrificed herself in the end as a god, and she suffered through all those years as a human. Was that really what she wanted?
I suppose that would be the mystery of a god's will.
Can you understand the will of the gods?
I suspect not. But once in a while, I too would guess that if wishes were like the clouds in the sky, they will one day return to the earth as raindrops. Life flows like water, and rain is the final answer. The water levels may sometimes tilt one way or another, but the rain falls fairly upon all. And what ultimately is the difference between the rains that fall upon all of us?
I am drained.
Osmanthus.
I know. I know.
I will have order.
It seems from your expressions that you still have more things you wish to ask. Ask away. I will tell you the truth as I suggest that you fully prepare yourself before...
Okay. I've got notifications all over the place and stuff and things. We've got wishes to do. I don't think we should wish at Furina's throne. That's maybe not the best place to summon her. Oh, reputation reward in Fontaine. Where was that, by the way? Over here. Where would be a good spot? Let's tidy up my let's tidy up the like notifications and stuff. Let's do some wishes. It's been a long stream. We're gonna end this stream before too long. How's my blah in blah? Gimme. I will have more. I'm so overwhelmed by all of Act 5. Whoa. Defies words. I've never seen anything like. Did you hear how freaking low that guy's voice was? It defies words. What else do I have to redeem and use? Oh, I got all this stuff. Okay, actually, that's about it. I've got 3 wishes right now. Oh, I can buy more. Arf, arf. Oh my gosh, we're 8 away from another one as well. Maybe the Emerita pool? It's not in Fontaine. Maybe she wouldn't like to be in Fontaine at the moment. Wonder where she went. No, not there. No, 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 no. Where's the pool? I forget. The flower icon. Thank you. Thank. And we should also, yes, the Archon's voice line's about Furina. Oh, you know what? You're right, man. I could get another wish by unlocking 2 waypoints, couldn't I? And I got 2 right over here by the Weeping Willow. Let's do that. Let me use the restroom real quick. Long video, long stream, but there's a couple things to tidy up before we end for this time. So, can you use the restroom? Be right back. Doop. Okay. I want to hear the voice lines first. Also, Kaisho
Osmanthus wine tastes the...
Bro! Kaisho Dwoski, thanks for the follow. Welcome, 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 welcome.
She made a contract with her own self to save the nation. Strictly adhered to it for over 5 centuries without once wavering, and even fooled the heavenly principles in the end. I have great respect for approaches to justice that place exacting demands not only on others, but also on the self. Though her divinity has vanished, and the throne of the Archon is no more, Furina will go down in Fontaine's history as a god of justice worthy of recognition.
Indeed. Well said, Gramps. Raiden.
For 5 centuries, I dueled the Raiden Shogun in my personal realm of consciousness to confirm the steadfastness of my will. Yet this Furina you speak of, though possessing only a frail human body, committed herself to acting out her part every second of every day for 500 years. A true battle of the spirit. Her willpower has indeed reached the level of a god.
Indeed.
People often say that wisdom isn't about what you know, but knowing what you can change. It is beyond question that the prophecy was carved into ermine so long ago.
Oh, so she knew.
And while it may look like nothing has changed, it also seems like everything has. I think we both know her to be smart enough to turn the fate of the world around.
Oh man, bro, the music! And the music ended perfectly with her. Ah! Fuck me. Oh! Do you mind if I take a swim in your pool? I don't have any, do I? No, I don't. Okay, let me unlock 2 waypoints and then we will, then I'll get another wish and we'll... I do not have Neuvillette. I think those probably would be the only characters I have who would have a voice line about Furina. Really surprised we didn't get to fight you. Very interesting, very curious. Out of my way! You missed. What the? Oh, hey, it's the Glorpity Glorp that I saw from the. I've seen this Glorpity Glorp from the all the way from the Aquabus. Anyways, and then another one over here. It's the official name, the Glorpity Glorp. Guys, they're right here.
A new job.
Gotcha. Inazuma shines eternal.
Not that stone, you idiot.
Shine down.
Stabilize.
Stabilize.
One man's stone is another man's gem.
Indeed. This is not a correct use of the... Why not? Why not? Word. Word, word, word. You think the Amrita pool, pretty good wishing spot? That seems like a decent place to wish for Furina. I don't know that she'd want to be in Fontaine right now. I'll definitely put the Archons back in that team, though.
There are still so many places for us to explore.
All right. There is still time on this banner. There are still 8 days to get me a Furina. And guess what, Furina? I'm not wishing from that spot anymore. Look, man, I didn't know. I finished Act 5. I didn't know, man. But look, this 4th spot. This 4th spot's for you, homie. I've got a teapot. I've got a mansion. I've got a. You can take a break, take a rest. I can buy another wish with this glitter as well. I can't remember what pity we're at. Very low. Ow, I just pulled my hair by accident. Ugh. A huge cake to attract Furina. Well, now she's definitely not coming. Oh, jeez. I thought I saw some gold in that. And one more, and then I can buy with glitter.
Your mouth gaping. You must be stunned and at a loss for words. Understandable. It is I, after all, Fontaine's most beloved star, Furina. I'm on a very tight schedule, so you're lucky to even get an appointment with me.
Bro, I hit my desk so hard that I have my first GoPro I bought like 10 years ago, 10, 11 years ago. I have that sitting up on my desk and it fell and knocked over. I have like 12 empty bullet shell casings on my desk. It's one round from every caliber I've ever shot in my life. And my old GoPro was displayed up there, which has been, it broke a long time ago. But it was displayed up that I knocked it down and it knocked over all of Yes! The gravitational pull of Rio's cake. Look, the 4th slot was for her. We finished her quest. We didn't wish that. That's why she avoided us last time and she put Dia in her place. And we heard the voice lines from the other Archons as well, so we know that she knows the other Archons love her. Holy 4 5s in holy shit, Man of War. Thank you. Holy crap, Man of War. Thank you. Thank you so much, bro. Ah! And she auto-fills into slot 4 poetically. Ah! She's got a dual blade. Hell yeah. her! Jester, thank you! Thank you! Why do you have cake? I haven't even seen her idle animations. Painmon! Everyone, it's thank you. Thank you.
Tea parties are a must for the well-mannered. If you'd like to learn the proper etiquette, I'd be happy to teach you.
What are you looking at? Oh, she's looking at the Puri over here. She's got a fishable weapon? Like the catch? What the? Oh my gosh, I didn't even see how many crystals that was. Bro, wait, guys. Hold on, pause real quick. The pipe? What the hell are you talking about? The, what do I have to give her just temporarily? I'll just give you the flute No, I'll give you the lion's roar. I'll give you the, I steal another weapon from Jean. Every time I give Jean something, I steal it and give it to someone else. I'll just give you the flute for right now. It looks good on you. You are not gonna stay with that. I guarantee you that, miss. Guys. Whoever gifted those crystals, thank you so much. But I don't want to take the Favonius away from Lynette. Actually, that looks really good on her though. I'll come back to that. We already pulled our character for this banner. We already did. There's no need. Now we can save up for the next one. Please, if it's between gifting me crystals and taking yourself out for dinner or getting crystals for yourself, please, I don't deserve it. Please. But thank you so much. Thank you for the subs and crystals and your support, your kind words, everything. Oh, my goodness. All right. And the ethereal music of this place as well. Holy. All right. Officially released characters is not a spoiler, but leaks where people are like, oh, I think Mawika's coming back. That is, I don't like leaks because it sets up an expectation that may not come to fruition. But if it is, what am I trying to say? If it's officially released, then that's fine, because then that's actually going to happen. So, anyways, holy shit, guys. This is a long video. I would like to end this soon. I don't know why I went to this. This is a long video. I'd like to end this soon. In the interest of keeping the VOD easily navigable, because once we start getting past 5 hours, it can get kind of hard to navigate the VOD. It's easy-ish on mobile on YouTube because you can just double tap and keep double tapping. You can advance forward in 10-second intervals. But on desktop, it can get difficult if you're like, oh, I want to go back 30 seconds. It can get really hard when the VOD is this long. So, I'd like to end soon. I just want to make sure that there's no other oh my gosh, 3,800. Thank you, genuinely, from the bottom of my heart. Not even my squirrel heart, from my actual heart. Thank you so much. We could do weapon. Let me sleep on that. And I'm gonna have to sleep on the rest of my thoughts about this, about Act 5 as well. So. I just want to make sure we have no other things to redeem. Oh, I got that. I could add one more sigil and I could go to the fountain. How did I not get a hydro sigil from opening that chest near the treasure hoarders? I thought we were already at 29. Pipe. The fishable... Especially if there's a fishable one as well. We'll just do the fishable one. That's what Shogun has, a fishable one. We didn't pull for her weapon. And she does great with that. The only thing that holds her back is her artifact build. She could use more ER, she could use more damage, but that comes from her. That comes from artifacts. That comes from getting more rolls on artifacts. Anyways, I think that does it for today. What a stream! What a VOD! What an act! What an incredible ending to this story. And it's not the end either. There's still more Fontaine crap to do. Ending housekeeping. Actually, I think I did find this. I think I did find this particular song, so that I can keep this going. Yes, I'm just gonna loop this. Yes, there we go. All right. I will eventually go to Natlin, but we are going to take a relatively lengthy pause in between to tidy up other quests. We need to finish up Aranara. There's a bunch of stuff all the way back from Mondstadt to finish up. There's a ton of quests in Fontaine that will enhance my Fontaine experience as well as callbacks. Like, oh man, that's what they were talking about back then. If I was doing it in order of release, I should have done it before I finished up before I finished up Fontaine. But it can be, you can have just as good a fun doing that. So doing it the way I did and thinking about it in retrospect. So tons of world quests, story quests, Furina's story quest I imagine now is unlocked as well. I wonder if Arles is unlocked, but we have a lot of stuff to do, so I wouldn't expect Natlin anytime soon, but I will tell you this. My plan, and we are well on track to do it, you and I will walk into Snezhnaya hand in hand. And I'm going to try to be the second Snezhnaya drops, I will stream it. So, thank you again all so much. Love you lots. This has been an incredible journey so far. I did not know when I started this game 7-8 months ago, however long it's been, I had no clue the effect it would have on my life. I do not think it's a stretch to say that this game has changed my life because it's brought all of you into my life. This incredible community that we've built across these 130 plus episodes. Wild. It's crazy. Thank you so much for being here. I cannot correctly explain just how much your support means to me. Stopping by and even just stopping by and saying, hey, I'm going to sleep, I just wanted to say hi. That means so much when you guys leave that in the chat. It means so much. Just genuinely from the bottom of my heart. It's so much more than a game to me because it has opened up this part of my life, this epoch of my life has... I'm going to get a bit sappy, so if that isn't your vibe, totally understand clicking off. Thank you for stopping by. Appreciate you. We'll see you tomorrow. But I talked kind of at length about how when I started this whole thing, wasn't in a good place. And I don't think it's a stretch to say that this has it's changed my life for the better. Like, I'm hesitating because I wonder if when we were as we've been playing this game and as we've been going through this journey together, and you guys have come into my life as a community, that it has pulled me back from very dark moments of my life, and I will leave it at that. So thank you all so much. Genuinely. What a roller coaster. What a ride. So that does it for me. Sleep, rest, Good luck on your remaining polls in these final 8 days. Drink water. I love you lots. And I'll see you next time. Thanks again. Bye.